should not see that India is now, coming close or trying to, turn a chapter, turn a leaf because of Donald Trump. It's also because there's much more at stake. Takeaway number 4. Trade deficit needs to be reduced. This, of course, the Indian market is something that China is looking for, and trade deficit is definitely something on the table there. Need to expand common ground on terrorism. You can't be friends with Pakistan. You can't be sharing real-time intelligence with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor and expect India to be friends and forget all about it. That's something that has been underlined as well. India, China, development partners, not rivals. Something that China has been repeating ad nauseum, but India wants China to walk the talk.
Live from Tianjin, viewers, today the media center is where we begin our telecast from, because just behind me, across from me, is the massive plenary hall where all the SCO leaders are going to gather this morning, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who lends a huge amount of legitimacy to this organization, because India is the only democracy, the only fully functional democracy in that entire hall. So, but it's an affirmation of what many people today believe is an imperative, which is to send a message to the West that the South-South cooperation is still alive, that despite disparate worldviews of all these countries and their political systems, they can still attempt to find common ground. But I want to also draw attention to the China Daily this morning. Yes, of course, it's got this massive photo, the family photo, and it says SCO plays a key role in safeguarding peace. But guess what? If you just turn the cover, a big front page article on that very consequential attempt at a reset between India and China. Partnership seen as vital for Sino-India relations. It's an article that goes into about 5 or 6 pages. Spills over into page 15 rather, not the 5th page, but has about 4 columns, and this photograph which shows the two leaders, and it says very, very clearly that Prime Minister Modi has sent a message by conducting this meeting that his ties with China, that India's equations with China are consequential, as of course they are also for China. Partnership seen as vital for Sino-Indian relations. It's not just about this particular part of the world, because the article goes on to highlight the sentiments expressed by both leaders, where they say that our equations are not to be seen through the prism of third countries. And all of this, of course, ties in with, once again, a hate-filled casteist rant this morning coming from Navarro. That man, of course, who is the White House counsel on trade. But we'll come to all of that in just a few moments. But the Prime Minister yesterday has addressed, of course, his counterpart, his Chinese counterpart in a sense, President Xi, and said that he was looking to forge closer equations based on a long-term vision. Listen in, and of course the MEA putting its own spin on this conversation.
पिछले वर्ष कयान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई थी। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए हैं। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
They both agreed that the two countries were primarily focused on their domestic development goals And in this, they were partners rather than rivals. It was also an element of consensus between them that a stable and amicable relationship between India and China can be to the benefit of the 2.8 billion people who live in the two countries. The common interests of the two countries outweigh their differences, and the two leaders also shared a consensus on the fact that differences should not be allowed to be turned into disputes.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first, and expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area has been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister Modi is expected here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, after which there will be once again a bunch of speeches. Prime Minister will, of course, be speaking, and from the little we know, he's going to be addressing the elephant in the room, which is terrorism, cross-border terrorism and security issues. He's going to put that front and center as India's perspective. Now remember, the SCO till now was very much in India's peripheral vision, wasn't really something that India was committing itself to, because as you know, the politics of some of the countries, their framework, political framework, their polity doesn't sort of coincide with India. India being a democracy, these countries mostly are authoritarian countries, and therefore India sort of wanted to keep an arm's length, but now sees some amount of benefit by aligning with some of these countries, because India wants to also diversify its trade and its supply chains. Why does it want to do that? Because of the overhang from the tariff pressure that is being applied on India by Washington. And of course, Trump has taken out his tomahawk, so to speak, and is trying to use that to beat India into submission. That, of course, is playing out in different ways. We said yesterday that after the meeting with President Xi, there is going to be a reaction coming from Washington. We were expecting Trump to get onto Truth Social and start tweeting. It might still happen. But in the meantime, we've had Peter Navarro, who is his counsel on trade issues, who's come out with an outlandish statement. And he's made it to Fox News in an interview, which we will just play out. In that interview, he uses caste tropes, viewers. Yes, it's shocking. He uses caste to try, at some level, and divide and turn Indian public opinion against the government, saying Brahmins are profiteering. So he's suggesting that businessmen in India who are, of course, who have trade ties with Russia, etc., are Brahmins, and their Brahminical worldview is making it more and more difficult for normal Indians to live a happy existence because America is imposing these tariffs, which is going to make life more difficult for ordinary Indians, making easily available products more expensive. Listen to Peter Navarro. He sounds completely unhinged and diabolical. Listen. Okay, we're going to try and get to that bite in just a few moments, but this was an interview that was given to Fox. And let me quickly go across to Siddhant so that he can talk us through the text of what he said. Siddhant, over to you. Talk us through verbatim what this man has said in another provocation.
Well, that's right, Rahul. So, Mr. Navarro, it looks like that he is running short of words. Perhaps he has been given tasks by White House to make comments on India on a daily basis. So now he's running short of words and context, and perhaps, Rahul, this is the reason that now he has gone even below the belt. And if I quote him, then he says, I don't understand why Modi is getting in bed with Putin and Xi Jinping when he's the biggest democracy in the world. So I would simply say to Indian people, please understand that what is going on here. You got Brahmins profiteering at the expense of Indian people. We need that to stop, unquote. So, as you rightly said, a hate-filled, casteist remark coming from Peter Navarro, top advisor to President Trump. This will definitely not be. This will definitely, receive sharp reaction from New Delhi, Rahul. This is what I've been told.
Siddhant, yeah. I'll tell you something. The diabolical element in what Navarro is saying comes through because he's trying to, hit at one of the fault lines in Indian polity, which is caste. Yeah. Brahminical sort of. There is this whole trope that is always sort of spoken up by the left in India that there is Brahminical patriarchy and superiority that sort of militates against the rights of other Indians, and he is trying to get straight in. It's a divide and rule. It's a very insidious comment, and it deserves full condemnation. And I just hope that the Indian side, the Foreign Affairs Ministry here, takes a very strong view because we have been tested by Navarro. Our patience is now going to run thin, though New Delhi always takes the high road and doesn't like to get into the trenches, so to speak, and respond in the same manner. But I think a ticking off is in order. Siddhant, are you hearing from the MEA whether they're going to actually come out with some sort of a robust response? I think enough is enough, isn't it?
Well, that's right. That's absolutely right, Rahul. In fact, from the very beginning, New Delhi never wants to get into back and forth with United States as far as below-the-belt remarks coming from the Trump administration officials. But now they are crossing all limits. And in fact, Rahul, this should also be taken and considered as interfering in the domestic politics of the country. Perhaps, mentioning one particular caste and saying that this particular caste is profiteering on the expense of the other caste in India. Perhaps that is what Mr. Navarro is suggesting. So right now, MEA is tight-lipped. Perhaps I couldn't manage to speak to them as most of them are busy for the Prime Minister's visit. But definitely, we could expect strong condemnation coming from Ministry of External Affairs.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just looking at this text that has been put out by Fox. We have 50% tariff now in India. We have a little more than 50% tariff on China. So the question is, how much higher do we want to go with that actually? But let's talk about India, because the only thing that we have to know is that before Putin invaded in February 2022, India buy Russia oil in very, very small quantities. And then he goes on to say, if fuels Russia war machine, so 25% or 50% is because India is Maharaja of tariff, again using very Orientalist terms. And then he goes on to say, Modi is a great leader. I don't understand why he is getting in bed with Putin and Xi Jinping when he is the biggest democracy in the world. So I would simply say to Indian people, please understand that it's going on here. You got Brahmins profiteering at the expense of Indian people. We need that to stop. And I want to bring in Sanjay Suri, who, when we're doing this sort of transcontinental broadcast, Sanjay joins me from London. Sanjay, this is, I don't even know where to begin. The adjectives fail me. This is outlandish.
Rahul, there are a few things very clear. He has used these two expressions, the Brahmin and Maharaja, and he's used these on Fox News, which, with respect, one should say is not perhaps the most aware and the most enlightened news channel there is. Now, these two words, Maharaja and Brahmin, these are the most tired cliches that anyone can find about India. They're intended to show familiarity, to show knowledge about India. In fact, they do the opposite. These are not an advertisement of knowledge, they are an admission of ignorance and also an announcement of prejudice. This kind of lazy slapdash labeling, which is ignorant and misplaced, is now touted with a great deal of confidence. It's now become a routine for Navarro to go on Fox News and launch serial abuse about India. There's a question whether this should be responded to or ignored, but clearly this has perhaps reached a point where it cannot be ignored. This is now getting very aggressive. It is also intrusive in perhaps a rather silly way, Rahul. Is he asking for a caste revolution in India, for people to rise against the Brahmins who are exploiting them? This is silly beyond belief. It's hard to believe that a senior member of the Trump administration has this level of awareness and this kind of thought process. Perhaps we should not be entirely surprised. Look at the last cabinet meeting here in Washington, Rahul. The kind of sycophancy that was on exhibit at that meeting should be really embarrassing to all of the United States. Everyone did nothing but sit and praise Trump. Navarro has been picked by Trump to launch this kind of abuse, no doubt. He couldn't be doing this on his own. The other slightly unusual development here in DC is that Trump himself has gone quiet. And perhaps you might agree that for Trump to go quiet for a long stretch is itself news of sorts. The last time Trump spoke publicly was at this cabinet meeting, which was on Tuesday. Now it's almost a week. We've not had a word from Trump interacting with anybody. He's been doing this on average 3 times a day. Suddenly he's gone quiet, and on Saturday morning he disappeared to his golf course. He's not said a word. Of course, there is the Labor Day weekend here, the long weekend here, but it's a bit unusual for Trump to be quiet and then to be parading Navarro to do his bit. No doubt he is doing Trump's bit, but he's doing it in language and the jury will be out whether it's more ridiculous or more offensive.
Well, I mean, there's just no other way of looking at it. This is a unvarnished Orientalist trope that is being trundled out by, just have to say, a very ignorant, as Sanjay Suri's pointed out, an extremely prejudicial administration. Or I don't want to really cast everyone in the same light, but unfortunately, if there's no rounded condemnation of this kind of sort of pronouncement, then one will have to think that this has sanction, and it has sanction from the top, which makes us wonder really what kind of a regime, and I'm using this word now with deliberation, regime is in place in Washington. I am checking with some of the insiders in the MEA, and as of now there are no plans to address this. Specifically, of course, the Indians won't want to do that when the Prime Minister is in a third country. The Prime Minister making it very clear though yesterday, and this has to be underlined, viewers, that his relationships with either Russia or the or China, or even of course the United States, cannot be seen through the prism of third parties. So all-round message to everybody that look, we're going to continue to view the world as a multipolar entity where India will completely go forward with great confidence to engage with countries it thinks will provide some benefits to its growth story. So fundamentally, that's one of the reasons why the Prime Minister is here at the SCO. We've been talking about that. We'll of course come back to that. But Sanjay, I have to say that while I'm surprised by Trump's at this moment in time silence, you never know with him. He might jump on after he sees the Prime Minister with President Putin. President Putin, of course, and President Trump met about 2 weeks ago in Alaska. And there was a lot of talk from Trump that he's going to get President Putin and President Zelensky in the same room within 2 weeks. That deadline is now running out of time. So that's going to be another extra, sort of add an extra layer of frustration as far as Mr. Trump is concerned, and that might just trigger him. But here's a little walkthrough that I've done for you from the media center, setting up really that SCO meeting. It's going to begin in the next 15 minutes. And after that, we're going to open this up to some of our guests who are coming to get perspective on this. Here's a very quick ground report. Early doors at the media center here in Tianjin. We're here because across from us is where the main plenary hall is located. And that hall is going to play host to all the leaders of the SCO that have been trickling into the city over the last 2 days. As you know, viewers, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi held a very consequential meeting yesterday. In about 3 hours from now, the Prime Minister will be meeting President Putin. Zelensky, the President of Ukraine, has already called the Prime Minister, sounding him out about the need for New Delhi to prevail upon Moscow, to come to the talks table. That deadline for coming together and declaring a ceasefire is expiring in about 48 hours. So all eyes, global eyes, today will be on the Prime Minister and that meeting, very consequential with President Putin. The MEA has been very tight-lipped about what's going to be on the table, but indications from yesterday's meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi suggest that the Prime Minister is very keen not to view these ties, these bilateral equations, through the prism of third parties. In a sense, viewers, a message to Washington that you can try and pressure us, but we will continue to exercise our strategic and diplomatic autonomy. We will engage on our terms with partners we think are important for the India success story, the India growth story. So fundamentally, India is establishing its own independent foreign policy by conducting these meetings in the full glare of global attention. The international media is here and they're very closely tracking those conversations. And the China Daily, we will have footage of that very soon. The China Daily has put that conversation between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi on the front page and called it a critical dialogue for a very critical partnership. That's roughly what the headline says. And if you read through the body of the article, primacy has been given to the Prime Minister's quote that we are not going to view our relationships through a third-party lens. So very, very consequential statements. And the SCO, though has been peripheral in India's consideration over the last few years, will assume a salience of its own this time. Why? Because, once again, it is a grouping of non-West leaders. Authoritarian some of these countries are, of course. India brings a lot of credibility to this platform, being the only functional, vibrant democracy where the vote actually counts for something. So fundamentally, India is positioning itself as a country that is going to explore options at a time when it needs to diversify its trade as well, of course, as its supply chains. These countries are very critical. In and around India's neighborhood are oil-rich countries, resource-rich countries, countries that have deposits of rare earth minerals that, of course, India needs in greater quantities than ever. And, of course, also energy security. There's Iran, there's Kazakhstan, there's Uzbekistan. And if you remember, viewers, last night the Prime Minister put out several tweets detailing each one across a span of about half an hour about his meetings with the heads of state of some of these countries, which are going to play a very consequential role in the India growth story. All of these countries, incidentally, are also under the tariff cosh of the United States. So a message is going out to Trump that India is going to exercise all its options as it wishes. With video journalist, I am Rahul Shivshankar from Tianjin. Well, viewers, we're just getting news that the Prime Minister is going to be addressing the SCO's opening session in very, very short amount of time. And I want to go straight across to Siddhant. Any ideas what the Prime Minister's speech is going to touch upon, Siddhant, before I open the floor up to some of our guests to get their perspectives?
Well, Rahul, the most important thing, perhaps what I could understand, could be Prime Minister's message on cross-border terrorism, because this would be for the first time that Prime Minister would be speaking at a multilateral forum after Operation Sindoor, and perhaps let's not forget that Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif will also be there on the table. So we could expect, and perhaps all eyes are going to be on Prime Minister Modi's address to the plenary session of SCO Summit, where he could give a strong message on cross-border terrorism.
Right. Thanks indeed for that quick update. Let me bring in Professor Chireni. Thanks very much, Professor, for being up so early in the morning and joining our broadcast. William Yang, researcher and analyst, Northeast Asia at International Crisis Group, also there with us. Colonel Rohit Dev, defense expert. Thank you for making the time so early in your days. Professor Chireni, how do you view the Prime Minister's interaction at the SCO and India's own association with this organization?
Well, for Prime Minister Modi, being at the SCO provides an opportunity to meet with some key partner countries. For example, the Central Asian states. He met with the military leader of Myanmar. Myanmar is a very important neighbor of India. Historically, it has been a peaceful neighbor, never posed a security threat to India. So the SCO is serving as a useful platform for the Prime Minister to exchange notes with key countries, including with China. And of course, today's meeting with President Putin is very important because Russia and India have an enduring partnership that has withstood fundamental changes in the world. This is one of the most enduring partnerships between any two countries in the world. And I think that partnership will continue to remain strong in the coming years. But as you know, Rahul, that India is the odd man out in the SCO. It's not a partner country of China's Belt and Road Initiative. All other member states of the SCO are part of the BRI. India is the only full-fledged democracy in the SCO, and the increasing anti-Western orientation of the SCO is at odds with the subtle pro-West tilt of Modi's foreign policy. In fact, India has signed all 4 foundational agreements that the U.S. maintains with its close defense partners. So it's paradoxical that in recent weeks, the U.S. India relationship has virtually unraveled. The dramatic downturn is in stark contrast to Trump's first term, when he brought this very relationship with India to a new level. That was the best period in U.S.-India relations ever. And yet, in the second term, within months of his coming to office, Trump has changed the entire U.S.-India dynamic.
Yes.
And that has made Modi's presence in the SCO even more important.
Thank you, Professor Chireni, for giving us that perspective at the very start. William Yang, researcher and analyst at the Northeast Asia at International Crisis Group, is also here with us. Mr. Yang, thank you very much for joining us. Let me just quickly ask you, look, multipolarity and strategic autonomy apart, as Professor Chireni was saying, India is the odd man out. So obviously India brings credibility to this organization. But there is also the Chinese dominance of this particular organization that India will always be wary of and wouldn't want to easily cede space to. But there's also connectivity and energy. SCO discussions on Eurasian connectivity and energy security resonates with India's long-term needs. So there's, the Chahabar initiative, there's the INSTC access to Central Asian hydrocarbons, etc. Do you think that this will help, this sort of forum will help, and these interactions will help India diversify its energy supply chains and, of course, its trade? Can their differences sort of be papered over and this entire grouping be stretched together through trade?
definitely the intention, including for the Chinese part, because if we look at the Chinese President Xi Jinping's readout from his meeting with Prime Minister Modi yesterday, he specifically highlighted the need for both countries to prioritize bilateral trade, economic relationships, and he specifically also mentioned that if both sides can actually focus more on the positive aspect of the relationship rather than the conflicting areas, then he believes that the relationship could be positive. I think it really seems like Beijing now is identifying the fact that it doesn't need to be on good terms with one country or one partner on all things, but rather, as long as both sides have enough consensus and willingness to actually prioritize an area that both sides clearly have a need and their interests are aligned, then they can actually start to push forward with the relationship. And I think that's exactly what has and what is happening with India, is that both sides are now feeling the heat from the tariff pressure coming from the United States. And so they have the interest of also seeking a new opening in the strained bilateral relationship with each other since 2020. And before the tariff war, there's already a series of months of preparation for and paving the way for the turning down the heat on the border issue. And I think now the bilateral trade, the development of the Eurasia connectivity, like you said, and the energy development, and just I think overall bringing the whole region together, finding that one platform and one goal that SCO can actually start moving forward in a substantive way. I think that's going to be the biggest outcome and the goal for this summit, and we are likely going to see China and India, I think, providing all the partners in the organization options rather than just, like one, country dominating. I think India now clearly understanding its weight and also its presence and how it can actually play an important role to the other member states other than China.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be very interesting to see.
Well, you said that it's also going to be an outcome, this cooperation, but as of now, it could also be a challenge. And Colonel Dave, the reason I'm using that word is because the original reason why the SCO was set up was to counter terrorism and build inter-security dialogue. That has remained an elusive goal. I mean, Pakistan is in the room, just as India is in the room. You also have other transgressors. I mean, China has also sort of not been extremely, how should one say it, recalcitrant when it has come to stepping on India's toes and India's territorial integrity. So how does the SCO sort of conform and renew its pledge to its original tenet when you have so many contradictions?
Right, so let me just put up the 2 or 3 pointers for your consideration. First is my personal belief that the Prime Minister of India is in, China, primarily because of what is the bond between India and Russia this time. And there is a larger play at hand where finally Putin will stay back for a couple of days to attend that ceremony, and he will nudge the Chinese towards a certain direction. And obviously it puts some calm over Pakistan as well. So I think that is the bottom line why our Prime Minister is there. But having said that, I'm not a pessimist. So let me pick up the nuances from what President Xi has said. The first of his 4 principles he's highlighted is strategic communication and rebuilding trust. So President Xi knows that there's a trust discord between India and China, which needs to be rebuilt. And then he suddenly evokes the civilization ethos of both the countries, saying we are the 2 greatest civilizations. So cultural exchanges, cooperation, people to people connect. He's asking for that. And then he comes on to a very nuanced view of mutual benefit, and the word used is win-win situations, right? To creating those economic adjustments and addressing each other's concerns. He's not called for an all-out resolution of the border dispute, but he has also then nuanced about multilateral cooperation. So if you see President Xi's 4 pointers, they actually say that yes, there is enough space for us to cooperate, while Prime Minister Modi has been absolutely firm. His 3 bullet points till now have been about cross-border terrorism. He's
I'm
also
just going to have to
spoken
take
about
a very short break. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. I have to take a very short break. I'll come right back to you after this short break. Viewers, we're back in precisely 2 minutes. The Prime Minister expected at the venue now, anytime. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first. And expects America and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Welcome back. You're watching rolling coverage of our focus this morning on two very critical engagements that the Prime Minister is going to be involved in. The first, of course, is the SCO Summit, and my colleague Ravinder has given us this beautiful view of this entire plenary hall where I am located to bring you that story. And on those screens, we're going to see those visuals very soon of the Prime Minister entering the plenary hall, greeting, of course, President Xi, and then, of course, making his address. And Ravinder and I will be here to bring you that and break down that speech for you. But more than that, we're also here this morning because the Prime Minister will be meeting President Putin. And let me tell you, and I want to bring Siddhant Mishra into this very quickly. Siddhant, the Russian envoy on RIC ties, which is Russia, India and China ties, has come out and said that we're witnessing a formation of qualitatively new system of international relations. This is going to set Trump on fire. It's going to trigger him, isn't it? But more on that just in a few moments. If you can just give me a perspective on what Mr. Mikhail Ulyanov has said exactly, and how do we look at this?
Well, Rahul, I will add more context to what the Russian envoy said. So in fact, from last 2 years, if I say so, Russia has been trying or perhaps pushing for RIC format meeting between Russia, India and China. In fact, many times their envoys, their officials have proposed this idea of three countries coming together on the tables for discussion. Perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, that last RIC meeting happened in 2019. Point number one. Point number two, Rahul, in fact, we were discussing yesterday also that how Putin, after landing, he spoke to Chinese media and said, and brought BRICS, and he spoke about BRICS unity, etc., etc. So, Rahul, one thing is very clear from what Foreign Secretary said yesterday, perhaps the statements, the readouts from the Indian side, that as far as tariff is concerned, this is something which India wants to handle this issue bilaterally with the United States. In fact, Indian side made it very clear that the meeting is not directed towards third country. In fact, Rahul, Brazilian President Lula has really been trying hard from last 1 month to get a joint statement from the BRICS leaders on Trump's tariff. But it appears that the Indian side has not shown interest in that proposal. Yeah.
This is a photograph that Mr. Ulyanov has tweeted, and he's tweeted someone who says multipolarity is coming. Multipolarity is coming. And then Mr. Ulyanov goes on to say we are witnessing the formation of a qualitatively new system of international relations. So this really is that photograph, and that photograph shows President Xi clutching the hands of Prime Minister Modi with President Putin looking on. And this is, of course, from the BRICS, I think, of last year. And it's from Kazan. And that's what I'm being told. And he goes on to then talk a little bit about the fact that we're seeing a new non-West collaboration, which means that India and Russia and China are going to continue to exercise their autonomy, diplomatic autonomy, economic autonomy, and of course strategic autonomy. And I want to quickly go across to Professor Chileni on this. Professor Chileni, one can belabor the point that there are differences between these countries, but the optics are certainly going to play a part. Okay, we've just lost him, but Colonel Rohit Dev, let me bring you in. Yes, there are differences between India and China. We have come back after a prolonged period, a hiatus really, of a diplomatic breakdown, but the optics are sending a message. There is no doubt about that.
Rahul, I think it's beyond the optics now, because there are prudent decisions to be taken in geopolitical alignments. Like you mentioned, energy security, healthcare, pharma trade has been on the table with Prime Minister Modi speaking to Egyptians, Maldivians, the SIA region presidents, and also, interestingly, he took out time for even a country, our neighbor and friend, Nepal as well. So you understand what Prime Minister is doing. He is trying to stitch the right accords to make sure that the energy security of India is taken care of in the long run. There are no pressures of the United States which can impinge that. B, as far as Sino-Indian is concerned, we both have no option but to mend a few fences and build a few new bridges as well. And I think that emanates from the common talk. Yes, both leaders will try to avoid their own, pain points of border tranquility. So that will be spoken about. But you heard the Prime Minister saying very clearly that for the last few years, we have been okay at the border in terms of maintaining peace. But that hawkish attitude, which has been there from both the sides for the last 4 years, will continue insofar as the border is concerned. So I don't think so there's going to be a resolution. And believe you me, I mean, having seen China for the last 30 years and been there, I think it's not in Chinese interest to resolve too many border issues with India as yet. And while they did it with the Russians a few years ago, to a large extent, it came from a position of power and strength. Currently, it is not looking at the same way.
Yes.
Cross-border part also takes a little bit of a comma and will not reach a full stop, is because there are Chinese interests in Pakistan. To be able to call out Pakistan on a stage like this directly will be a thing which probably the Chinese premier will not be able to say in so many words. But yes, the Prime Minister of India is at full liberty to talk about cross-border terrorism, to talk about bilateral trade, investments, and how the SCO can align for future trade, security, and energy needs as well, and put on that the caveat of healthcare and pharma, which is going to be a big thing in the future as well, given the fact that these patents from the Americans, 625 billion worth, will go down in a year and a half, and China and India are going to be the major players there as well, and these are the benefactors. And also, I think there is a stitch in line for the 75th year of our diplomacy. Right.
Yes.
Please.
That's right, and that has been also referenced, and I'm glad that you sort of led on to that, because I just want to draw our attention, viewers' attention, to this cartoon that has appeared in the China Daily, and this is front-facing the editorial that is also playing on what Colonel Dev was saying. So here you see doves, the trade dove, the peace dove, and the energy security dove, and the cooperation dove, all of them being released by the Chinese people and other world leaders at the SCOs. So very interesting that the Chinese are leveraging this platform to send a message that they are part of the solution and not the problem, as we're seeing right now. And it's America that is actually sticking out as a country that is becoming a part of the problem. So it's interesting how the scales in PR terms are turning as America resorts to hard power, which is what she was doing a few years ago. And now, of course, the Chinese are resorting to soft power, which the Americans were adept at all this time. And here you can see is the headline, Neighbors Cooperative Pas de Deux will be salient boom for Global South. And this is a larger editorial which picks up from the Xi-Modi meeting. It says President Xi Jinping met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin. This meeting, building on their successful dialogue in Kazan in 2024, represents an important moment for China-India relations. Welcome and comes at a significant time, and it goes on to elaborate why this is so. So very clearly the optics here are very redolent with a high sort of wax that is being put on this particular summit, and also of course this meeting. So it's very fascinating. There is of course this cartoon, and then there is this editorial, and then of course you have this massive photo spread, and you have on the back of that the meeting with Prime Minister. So getting a lot of prominence. Clearly the Chinese are also now beginning to think that they need to be more invested perhaps with India, because in the long run it will only be a win-win, as President Xi has said. But of course all of that will be measured really by Chinese actions. As I said, one of the interesting aspects of the SCO, viewers, is that it was founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the SCO has adhered to the Shanghai spirit, a set of principles centered on mutual trust, mutual benefit, equality, consultation, respect for diversity of civilizations, and pursuit of common development. Here there are two or three contradictions, because mutual trust can only come when a neighboring country makes it a point to try and ensure that the territorial integrity of its neighbor is maintained and respected, and that the internal affairs of that country are not impinged upon. Well, the Chinese have not respected India's territorial integrity. They constantly make claims on Indian territories, on Indian states, and as you also know, as far as the Brahmaputra is concerned, which is known as the Sangpo, on the Chinese side of the fence, they are working right now as we speak on a massive hydroelectric project, which is bigger than the world's largest, which also happens to be on the Yellow River in China, called the Three Gorges Dam. So, and river, as you know, diplomacy is acquiring a criticality of its own. We've seen how India has leveraged the IWT to put additional pressure on Pakistan. So as long as China continues to sort of impinge on India's territorial integrity, it becomes a problem as far as building mutual trust is concerned. And of course, respect for diversity of civilizations and pursuit of common development, that's also problematic, because Pakistan is in the room and it looks upon India-Pakistan ties zero-sum game. The Pakistanis have a revanchist view of India's civilizational history, etc., etc. But we'll very quickly be bringing you footage, the opening footage really of the plenary session that is going to begin any moment. The Prime Minister will be speaking. His remarks will be extremely important. He will focus on terrorism, something that of course Pakistan will wince at, viewers, because the Pakistanis have used an insidious ploy to bleed India through 1,000 cuts that Colonel Dave was also talking about. So all of that coming together, these pictures, viewers, will be obviously supplemented in just a few moments with the Prime Minister's arrival, and then him taking the stage after introductory remarks by President Xi. So we're expecting that to happen. Remember, this time there are a large number of outreach countries too. So you have 20 countries, which is a big number, and 10 international organizations to consolidate consensus of cooperation and promote the spirit of the SCO. We'll take a very short break, viewers. When we are coming back, we're going to bring you some of those inputs. Don't go away.
Brought to you by This is News 18 Network. Asia's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first, and expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area has been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister Modi is expected here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, after which there will be once again a bunch of speeches. Prime Minister will have... Welcome back. Very quick update. We're just hearing that the SCO leaders have begun to arrive at that meet venue, which is right next to us, just across the street from us. And the Prime Minister is going to be addressing that gathering very shortly. I want to go straight across to Siddhant. Siddhant, what can you tell us about this? There are pictures coming through now.
Well, that's right, Rahul. In fact, in some time from now, the plenary session of the SCO Summit will commence, and Prime Minister Modi will be delivering a strong message on cross-border terrorism, Rahul. And Rahul, as you were pointing out, India's relations with China, and India made it very clear yesterday that it is not directed toward any third country. So it's very important to put out India's position as far as tariff issue is concerned. To the best of my understanding, India so far wants to handle it bilaterally with the United States. In fact, President Lula of Brazil has tried to get a joint statement from the BRICS country to condemn Trump's tariff. Perhaps India has not shown much interest in that proposal. At the same time, yesterday also, when Prime Minister Modi met President Xi, both leaders discussed regional and global issues. In fact, Foreign Secretary yesterday highlighted that tariff was not discussed in detail. The global and regional issues were indeed discussed, but also both sides discussed how to navigate this this emerging economic challenge. As far as Russia, China and India trilateral is concerned, Russia has really been trying hard from a very long time to set up trilateral between the three countries. Last it happened in 2019.
Okay, just very quickly, I want to draw our viewers' attention to what we're seeing on the stage. There's Prime Minister Modi with President Putin. So already you can see the warmth between them. They're there on stage, and there are, of course, President Xi also. So that's the triage, viewers. That's the triage that everyone has been talking about, that Mr. Ulyanov, who is the Russian ambassador for RIC, has also referred to. So very consequential. Let me bring in Mr. Wang, who's been there with us this morning. Mr. Wang, with these pictures coming in, a lot of talk about this new triad. Of course, India doesn't want to be seen as anti-West. We may be non-West, but not anti-West. So this is going to be a tightrope walk also for New Delhi.
Yes, indeed. I think, like you said, I echo with the previous speaker, who I believe that what India is really focusing on trying to do right now is to create a little bit of the wiggle room for itself, both when it comes to with the United States, but also, at the same time, bridge the gap between itself and China, so that it actually has more options to maneuver around and actually position itself, I think, in a more unique, and also, I think, like you said, strategic autonomy is very important for India going forward. So I think what we are likely going to see from the outcome of this summit is that India could emerge as this new player in the multipolar world order. So, unlike in the past that India is tightly on the US side, a very strong presence in the Quad, India might actually reposition itself a little bit, not really pulling out of the organizations or alliances that it already is a part of, but at the same time promoting itself as one of the players in a potential multipolar world that could also fit into China's interests. And I think that might actually be a new ground for both countries to seek, additional collaboration going forward, if not completely fundamentally realign its relationships together.
That's very interesting, yes. Whether this will be seen as an outflanking maneuver in Washington, of course, remains to be seen. But at this moment in time, India is walking the tightrope. There are areas of convergence, we've spoken about them, but there are also massive areas of divergence with the SCO members, as you know, viewers. And let me just try and talk a little bit about those. There is, of course, the overwhelming China factor, border disputes, CPEC going through POK, China's attempts to dominate the SCO, limit perhaps India's space there. Those are issues that play out in the background and obviously do have an impact on India's view of the SCO. Then there is, of course, the Pakistani factor. The presence of Pakistan became a full member according to that status is exactly the same year as India. So it was seen as a bit of an hyphenation, which didn't go down very well with New Delhi. India has always tried to resist that hyphenation. Pakistan has always tried to use this forum to bring up bilateral issues, tries to do that at every forum, from the United Nations to, of course, this one. And there's, of course, the Russia-China duopoly, which is distinctly anti the United States. And that becomes also problematic when you have the photo ops of the kind that we're seeing right now, where the Prime Minister is holding a sort of informal chat with the president of both Russia and China. And there is a connectivity dissonance. Remember, while India will benefit from increased trade dependencies on some of its neighbors, specifically Central Asian republics, which are energy rich and which have rare earth materials, there is a connectivity dissonance because through all these countries, the BRI, which is the Chinese initiative, that cuts through. So there is already competition there. The Chinese also have a focus on Afghanistan, which allows India to build some amount of strategic depth against Pakistan. But with the Chinese aggressively now engaging Kabul, that restricts India's space there. So India has to compete there with China. Of course, to our eastern shores, there is Bangladesh and Myanmar, again, an area of intense competition between these two principles. So if you really look at it from that perspective, there are divergences, and it can become difficult for India to navigate these very disparate waters in some ways or the other, especially when it comes to these competing interests. But very quickly, Mr. Wang, do you think internationally, and specifically in Western capitals, in Europe, as well as in Washington, the coming together of these three nations, albeit under the rubric of the SCO, but in Tianjin nonetheless, will be seen as an outflanking maneuver by someone like Mr. Trump, who sees the world in a binary?
I think it could potentially actually inject some room for pushing President Trump to recalibrate his position and approach towards, I think, India in particular. Like you said, I think some of the issues that underpins or still underlies these relationships still, it is going to be very hard to actually resolve. And I think in addition to the all the issues that you have raised, I think the competition in the Indian Ocean region, in fact, is probably even a bigger concern for New Delhi going forward. So at this point, I still look at the Prime Minister Modi's decision of attending this meeting, appearing in these photo ops as a big diplomatic signal to Washington, and kick the ball back into Washington's court and see how it decides to proceed. Obviously, I think if Donald Trump decides to double down rather than easing the approach or adjusting the approach towards India, I think India still has options on its own hands to decide how to proceed forward. And that then, the doubling down could then, I think, cement a more longer term fundamental shift in India's side. And that, I think, is going to work against the US in the long run. So it's now really up to Washington to decide how it actually is going to adjust or handle the relationship with India going forward.
Well, of course, the first response from the Trump regime has come via an individual called Peter Navarro, who's the White House senior counselor for trade issues. And of course, we're speaking, and President Xi has begun his address to the SCO delegate members, as well as, of course, the permanent members. And of course, his plenary address will set the tone, will focus on trying to build the SCO beyond what it originally set out to be. But Peter Navarro coming out with an outlandish remark, setting really up the day in some senses, and we are waiting now to see whether the State Department or even the White House is going to take offense at what has been said. Navarro uses caste to divide India, Brahmins profiteering and Indians suffering, he claims. Can't understand why the Prime Minister is in bed, as he says, with Putin and Xi, who are authoritarians, and so on and so forth. I mean, this is pretty outlandish, but should we go straight across and listen in a little bit to what President Xi is saying? We're just going to bring you this.
构建更加紧密的上海合作组织命运共同体。下面我们开始今天的会议。
So let's very quickly, we're going to try and get you a rough translation of what President Xi has been saying. But let me just quickly, as we wait, of course, for the Prime Minister to speak, let me just go across to Siddhant very quickly. Siddhant, just put in context now the next steps, because the Prime Minister's address is going to be closely watched. This is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It is decidedly filled, the room is filled with authoritarian leaders who see themselves as inimically displaced towards America. The Prime Minister will have to chart these very sort of sensitive diplomatic fault lines as he begins his address. So this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be watched, let me tell you.
Well, that's right, Rahul. In fact, ahead of the plenary session, a powerful imagery coming from the SCO Summit venue, where three leaders, President Putin, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi, met for the second time. Last we saw these pictures, these visuals in Kazan on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit. At that point in time also, Rahul, BRICS Secretariat released multiple pictures of these three leaders at a banquet together. Now this is for the second time that at the SCO Summit, these three leaders could be seen speaking to each other in a very comfortable setting, very candidly speaking to each other, and after which the three of them went for a photo op. Rahul, also very important to highlight, for the longest time in Russia-China relationship, Russia has been the dominating country. But now scenarios have changed. So it is also very important for Russia to make sure that India continues to be an important member country in the groupings like SCO and BRICS, because Russia needs India's support, because Russia understands this, that now Russia is no more the dominating player in Russia-China relationship. So it is equally important and very important.
Let's. Very important. I didn't mean to cut you off at all, Siddhant, but let me just quickly go across to Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat who joins us, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former DG Infantry, Indian Army and security expert. Both the gentlemen need no introduction. Thank you very much, and thank you for making the time so early in the morning. But can I just have those pictures once? And I just want you to, viewers, have a look at this. Here is the Prime Minister, and he is chatting informally with President Putin. And then, of course, he's joined by President Xi, and they have a tete-a-tete, very important. And there is, of course, the lonesome figure, diminished figure of Shehbaz Sharif, just passed him by very coldly, not even a glance towards him. There you can see him, viewers. He'll come right up, and you can see that there's Shehbaz Sharif looking on like he's some retainer, in fact, and, a gate crasher. So that's very, very interesting. I think I'm going to be sent those visuals, and we're going to use those, of course, very, very close in pertinently. But I just want to bring in Mr. Dogra. Mr. Dogra, this is an important forum, and the messaging from here is really critical. The optics are critical. I'm not saying that, sometimes it's the optics that outshine the words, but there you can see the plenary. It's on behind me, Mr. Dogra. If you can see that, it's on the screen. You can see a beautifully laid out space. It's right in the hall next to us. It's their Bharat Mandapam here in Tianjin, so to speak. And President Xi is speaking, and the Prime Minister will be called up very quickly, very shortly, in fact, to speak. But give us a quick idea of what do you think is going to be the Prime Minister's focus, and how does this tie in really with India's diplomacy?
Well, I think as you started by saying that visuals are important, yes, indeed they are. Because this image, which you put on the screen for the viewers, is going to be seen and observed not just by us in India, but across the world. Because Trump's actions have brought this, I would say, bonhomie even closer together than it would have been in normal circumstances. So Washington, maybe not Trump, but rest of Washington, their observers would definitely be noting this very carefully. And maybe that might be the start of a new relationship between Washington and New Delhi. Who knows? As far as Prime Minister's speech is concerned, yes, of course, terrorism would be a focus of his speech, because please remember, this is for your viewers, that the entire Operation Sindoor started with terrorism. So India has a huge issue on this score, as indeed China should, because China's engineers and staffers are victims of terrorism in Pakistan by Pakistan's own people. So China would listen carefully, but India will focus sharply on terrorism. The second thing is India will also bring in some issue with regard to multipolarities in the world. India is already one of the multipolar poles in Asia, so that is not an issue at all. But multipolarity in the world and ordering of the world, not a new order, but slight tinkering and changes in the world where they are needed. Because, for example, are France and England any more qualified to be members of the Security Council at the UN? Are they more important in every which way, be it defense, culture, economy, or stature in the world than India? So these are the issues, I think, which will be part of the focus of Prime Minister's speech. Let's see what else he has in his bag, because Prime Minister is known for his surprises and pleasant surprises often.
Very quickly, I want to go straight across now to Sanjay Suri, who joins me from Washington, D.C. I stand corrected. I thought he was in London earlier. So, Sanjay, this is a very important photograph of the three leaders. they're conferring. There's clearly a great deal of ease and comfort between all of them, despite, of course, the elephants in the room, which are, of course, some of the border disputes that have lingered on. But nonetheless, optically, this is sending a message, and this triage is a stinging rebuke to Trump's Manichaean unilateralism and perhaps a delusion that America calls the shots globally.
You know, Rahul, it's becoming more and more strange here in Washington by the day. And the way Washington is viewing what is developing in Tianjin was revealed rather dramatically through the latest we've had from Navarro. And Navarro is the one who has been speaking really for the government while Trump has gone into an uncharacteristic period of silence. The latest from Navarro is a suggestion. He has said that the Indian Prime Minister should not be in bed with Putin and Xi. India is a democracy and therefore it should alter course. Now, speaking of political beds for a moment, as he has pointed to, was it not Trump who invited Putin to the US in recent days, laid out the red carpet for him, proposed to do business for him? Was it not Trump who said that there's no need for ceasefire because Putin can have strategic objectives, which means the war continues, the fighting continues, the killing continues? And was it not the Indian Prime Minister who opposed aggression and violence in that region and did so in Putin's presence? Then, following on from this, we have more from Navarro. He is calling, in fact, for a caste revolution, says, and he addresses the people of India directly through Fox News, saying people should rise against Brahmins because this is the right thing to do. I mean, is this guy real? The question is really what is coming out of Washington? This is the US government. Look at the level of this government now. Look at the level and the quality of the expressions coming out from Washington, D.C. of all places. The level of sophistication we expect from the US has vanished. We are now hearing language that is very, very strange indeed. And I cannot conclude that this is the last of it. Trump has gone quiet. He has not spoken since the cabinet meeting on Tuesday, which was nothing really but an exhibition of sycophancy. And no doubt Trump will also want to cut deals with China. He's been speaking of that repeatedly. He has said that Xi is a friend of his. He likes him very much. And the 90-day period for dealing with China was extended. So the US is itself finding time to do more dealings with China. Is the US not a democracy? These disconnections and these allegations, this wild language from Washington is becoming very strange and clearly, at the least, incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible indeed, Sanjay. But look, here in Tianjin, the focus right now is in this, on this particular plenary session, where you might be getting the audio through. It's leaking through my speakers, where President Xi is speaking and addressing the gathering. He's outlining, of course, the vision for the SCO. Of course, some of these countries have differences, but there is this picture, and I've tweeted that picture, and perhaps you can have a look at it. You should see the extent of ease between these three leaders. They're all together, they're all clutching hands. There's a joke that is being shared. The Prime Minister is making some sort of a remark, and everyone is sort of laughing. And obviously, there is clearly a decision that has been taken by the three RICS powers to send a message out that they are not going to be dictated to. You can have the most foul-mouthed interlocutor sitting in Washington, but India is not going to take its directions from Washington, and that must count for something, Sanjay.
And that is a reassuring message coming out of Tianjin, because Washington has made assumptions that it will control this space, it will control all spaces, that Trump will decide what Modi does or say. He will also be able to manage Putin, manage Xi, and the sight that these three countries are dealing with each other very convincingly, very eloquently, as you are pointing out, is something that would most certainly worry Washington, given Washington's present aims. And to be certain, we can expect, as the next few steps from Washington, some moves, some statements intended to sow discord between these three, and no doubt Trump will come up with something along these lines in the days to come that will seek to make a schism, if you like, between what he sees as a budding and a dangerous alliance. And that is going to be something that India will have to watch out for very carefully. Also, necessarily Xi and Putin. The question here and the test will be the solidity of this SCO-like, BRICS-like grouping in the face of temptations, at the least, that the US will lay out, that there will be deals to be done. It's a huge market, that Trump will cut a deal with Putin, he'll cut a deal with Xi, and they're best off dealing with him rather than grouping among themselves. That will be the challenge, and the test of this camaraderie that we see and that you're pointing to really will be where it stands in the face of the next steps from Washington.
Absolutely. I'm also seeing this photograph, Sanjay, which also will spark conversation. So the three leaders, and this is the front row, they're walking on a red carpet into the plenary hall. And the man in the middle is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. To his left is President Xi, and to his right is President Putin. And they're entering this massive plenary hall. It's almost as if Bharat is the bridge between the West and a resurgent Bharat, and of course a resurgent East, as it takes its place in the sun. So this is an absolutely a brilliant photograph that is taken, and it is so symbolic of the shifting of the geopolitical order. Sanjay, how do you look at this just in terms of optics?
Well, the optics are really very encouraging indeed. These are optics, and if action were to be consistent with these optics, then this is a challenge to the assumptions of control that Washington has. That challenge is about time. It's about time we had that assumption challenged, and this is a very promising sign. This could be seen perhaps by cynics as an occasion that may come and go, but there are enough indications that this is beginning to look like a reset. And a reset is not magical necessarily, but certainly the beginnings of a reset that has the potential and the promise even now to go a long way beyond the optics that you are pointing to and witnessing. And the question there will be how firmly the networking and the connections that are being made now can really be perpetuated, can be given longevity, can be given substance, so that this is not something that just comes and goes, and there are so many summits that come and go. This certainly has the promise to be more than that, and there's good reason to be hopeful that it will.
Let me very quickly show you also these photographs that have appeared on the screen. You can see Shehbaz Sharif standing to the side, a desolate onlooker, as he sees the world's powers connect. This tells you a lot. The Prime Minister hasn't even glanced Shehbaz Sharif's way. Neither has President Xi. Neither has President Putin. Just walked straight past. That's one photograph. Then, of course, there is a photograph of the Prime Minister in a bear hug with President Putin. So, if anyone believes that the Prime Minister has surrendered India's diplomatic sovereignty, they need to see these pictures. Specifically, if we're talking about observers in Washington, as Sanjay Suri was highlighting. And another picture, of course, is the three leaders of what many people will now undoubtedly say is the new world order which is rising. And India is at the fulcrum of that, viewers, as we pivot away from a Western world order framed by the West, and in particular by Washington. So this is a very, very significant moment in world history. And I'm not trying to overstate it by making grandiose suggestions about the fact that all these countries have now are on the same page, etc., etc. No, every country has problems that they need to resolve between them, but the way in which you resolve them now counts for something. And of course, this is not an era for war, as the Prime Minister has said. So war, conflict cannot be a resolution mechanism that can be adopted. But certainly, viewers, diplomacy between mature players who have a lot at stake is the way forward. Only countries that don't have much at stake, don't have a bright future, will resort to violence. And this is defining the new world order. And Sanjay has put it eloquently, saying that, look, at the end of the day, there is going to be now an important coming together of what is known as a new rising sun. And that rising sun is beaming straight out of the east. The world order is being reshaped, it's tilting, it's changing. We don't know what the future holds, but we can certainly tell you that it will not be at the cost of the West retaining its supremacy. That is now history. And I just want to once again go across to General Kulkarni for his point of view. General Saab, this is a reordering, and there's no way that we can ignore these pictures anymore.
Thank you, Rahul. And no doubt about that. You know, the world order is at crossroads. And at the point of time when America is burning bridges, here is building bridges. Here you find multilateralism against the unilateralism. So you find a lot of churning that is taking place. And this particular aspect of churning will do good. Because obviously, 23% of the world's GDP, 43% of the world's population in SCO, you find this 23% of the world's GDP will go up to 33%. Major contribution India. Where India, to my mind, is a swing state, a pendulum, which swings in a manner because India has technology, India has capital, India has the ability to absorb, India has all of it that is required. You find Russia, energy, you find China, technology, capital, you have India, which has all of it growing. And that is what makes world of a difference. That is why America is really worried. America must learn management. They have indeed gone wrong. But we have to manage men tactfully. Rather than having any tact, they've gone totally crude. And the ability not be able to take the frustration can be seen in America. And that frustration is not good. We must go together. We must de-hyphen it. There's no doubt about the relationship of America and our relationship in SCO. Notwithstanding all that, there are no permanent friends. There are no permanent enemies. There are permanent national interests. But that's not the way. In 55 minutes, a bilateral meeting does not change world. But notwithstanding, this is a good beginning. This is a beginning. If there is peace and tranquility along our LAC, I think that's a huge difference it will make to build good relationships. And SCO, as it started in 96, as part
some
of
breaking news coming in, sir. Some breaking news. Very interesting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has put out a tweet, and this is the tweet here, viewers, and I'm going to hold it up to the camera. This is very important. That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying interactions in Tianjin continue. This is very important. Interactions in Tianjin continue, exchanging perspectives with President Putin and President Xi during the SCO Summit. That's one of the photographs of the Prime Minister in the middle with the two leading powers in this part of the world. And then, of course, there is this very important conversation that is taking place. Look at the body language there. That's the Prime Minister. He is making a point. So perspectives are being exchanged. Who is the elephant in the room they're talking about, viewers? I would love to have been the fly on the wall here and have lent a ear to this conversation. These three people, without interpreters, are talking, they're confabulating. This beats just about any long-term engagement that you can have at a bilateral level, because this is completely in confidence. Three leaders speaking one language, trying to get on the same page. This really is, in live time, viewers, a reordering of the consensus globally. And it's happening even as the Prime Minister, very conscious of imagery, has put this out under his own handle. So this is very significant. people in the West are going to see the Prime Minister having tweeted these two photographs. As you can see, viewers, both these photographs from his own handle. This has not gone out from MEA, this has not gone out from the NAMO page, but it has gone out from Narendra Modi's own handle, and it is a message. It's a very, very clear message to the world, specifically to the West, specifically to Washington, specifically to Trump, if Trump is listening, that India is going to exercise its strategic options, it's going to diversify its interests, and as General Kulkarni was saying, there are absolutely no permanent enemies, there are only permanent opportunities, and how well he put that. And this is what this photograph is signifying. So the Prime Minister saying, through his own handle, interactions in Tianjin continue, exchanging perspectives with President Putin and President Xi during the SCO Summit. Now, remember, coming into this summit, President Putin had given an interview to Xinhua news agency, and he had talked about how BRICS can come together and make a huge difference globally. And that will trigger Mr. Trump, there is no doubt about that. And she urges making a global governance system fairer and more equitable. So this is also something that President Xi has said in his address. So the stress on the words, global governance system fairer and more equitable. Who, viewers, without taking names, is making the global governance system unfair and inequitable? That's the question that you can spring forth from this particular tweet that has been put out by President Xi. Also, President Xi has emphasized support for a multilateral trade system. Multilateral is the word that he has used. So President Xi emphasizing this term. Why? Because the Americans want to dictate terms to the global South, want to dictate terms to the non-West. They want to dictate terms in how trade should happen, what are the rules of trade that should be followed. But President Xi coming out very clearly and saying that there should be a support for multilateral trade system at a time when the WTO, when the United Nations are failing. Sanjay, I just want to come to you, and Siddhant also, for perspective. Sanjay, first to you. Important statements. The Prime Minister putting out this tweet from his own handle, and that's got to count for something.
It certainly will, Rahul, but while you are seeing all this before you, please don't forget to thank a certain gentleman in Washington who has done so much to make all this happen. The fact is that this is going to be a coming together that's not likely to just be frittered away or likely to just disappear. Putin has not taken orders clearly from Trump. Prime Minister Modi hasn't. Xi has seen the tariffs on China go from 10% all the way to 145, down to 30. And when Navarro adds in the other tariffs, the fentanyl tariffs, he adds it up to more than 50. At the same time, fresh threats from Trump that he may make it 200 if something doesn't happen his way. Xi is not going to accept a position for China as a yo-yo on Trump's ordering. This is a very clear shift that all the countries, all these three countries have made individually and are now making collectively. And let's not be ungrateful and let's not forget to thank Trump for this.
Well, I love the way you put it sarcastically across. Yes, we have to thank Trump. That's also the overriding sentiment. Siddhanta, very, very quickly, are we expecting any reactions coming out of MEA on that statement that has been made by Navarro? What are you hearing? And after that, I'll take a very quick break.
Well, right now, Rahul, we've been told that there's going to be no statement coming from Ministry of External Affairs, at least for today, because most of them are busy in Prime Minister's visit, but definitely may not be today, but in days to come, MEA may not be directly countering what Peter Navarro has said, but definitely we would get to hear something from them.
Okay, well, we're going to be looking at that. We're going to take a short break very shortly. But Siddhant, I just wanted to quickly come across the very fact that the Prime Minister has tweeted this from his own handle is a message that is going out. And it'll also be, of course, commented upon domestically. Yesterday, there was so much commentary that was coming from the opposition, which was at some levels or the other taking potshots at the Prime Minister for interacting with President Xi without actually turning the screws on China, etc., etc. You heard all of that. But this is both domestic and international signaling, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Rahul. In fact, the optics is very encouraging, but at the same time, talking about the interest, Rahul, then Russia is a time-tested partner of India, and China is the biggest neighbor of India. This is also very important to highlight. So it is very important to improve, to maintain ties with Russia and also to improve relations with China, and it's in India's interest. Also, very important to highlight that yesterday when Prime Minister Modi sat with President Xi, perhaps the border question was discussed. The fundamental issue is still remains the border
I'm going to have
issue.
to take a very quick break. We'll come right back, Siddhant, to you, because we're going to be building up, of course, to the Prime Minister's speech, and after that, the interesting meeting that's going to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. Stay with us, viewers.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first, and expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area is been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister Modi speaking. Viewers, let's go straight across to the SCO plenary hall. Okay, the footage is right behind me, and if my colleague here can show you, viewers, that's the Prime Minister speaking. So this is a picture that is coming straight into our hall. It'll probably be broadcast in a short while to you. There's the Prime Minister speaking. Over his shoulder, of course, are members of the PMO's office and other members of the Indian delegation. To the Prime Minister's left is a very important media advisor to him, Mr. Joshi, Mr. Hiren Joshi, and there are others, of course, and the entire group of interpreters are at the back. So the Prime Minister making that address from his position, and in just a short while we're going to have that live feed, and the Prime Minister is going to stress, as he has always done in this particular gathering, on the importance of developing inter-trade links, diversifying India's interests, and of course, most importantly, on the issue of terrorism, which plagues most of the countries in this, especially cross-border terrorism. So you have the Prime Minister there talking, and in just a short while, viewers, we're going to get you that that feed. The audio will come shooting through, and I just want you to get a sense really of this hall, and you can see everyone's turned to the screen, everyone's listening very intently to what the Prime Minister is saying. I'm a little further away, so I'm not very close to the speaker, but right there in the foreground, you can see a large number of journalists from other countries noting what the Prime Minister is saying. There's a long shot now, and you can get a better sense of where the Prime Minister is sitting. So you can see straight on around, if that were a clock, then the Prime Minister is at about 1 o'clock in that clock, and that's where he's seated, and that's where he's speaking with members of the Indian delegation, and he's addressing this entire hall. And from the indications that we are getting, the speech is going to be focused on terror. Let me also quickly bring in Siddhant on this. Siddhant, you've been speaking to MEA insiders. This speech would have been prepared keeping a large number of cues in mind. What do you make of the preparation that has gone into this address?
Well, that's right, Rahul, and it's very important to highlight that since the very beginning, India has been reminding China that cross-border terrorism is going to be an important issue for India during the SCO Summit. In fact, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Rahul, when he went to attend Defence Ministers' meet at that point in time, since cross-border terrorism was not mentioned in the joint declaration, he refused to sign the joint declaration. After him, EM S. Jaishankar went to China in July, and in fact, he also gave a very strong message and stated India's position on cross-border terrorism, both during his meeting with the Foreign Minister Wang Yi of China, and also at the time of speaking at the SCO Foreign Ministers meet. In fact, when in August, when Wang Yi came to India, he was again briefed on India's position both by NSA Doval and EM S. Jaishankar. So we could expect a strong statement coming from Prime Minister Modi on cross-border terrorism, and perhaps that a portion of that statement could definitely become the part of joint declaration if joint declaration happens.
Well, these pictures, as you can see, viewers, have been first broadcast into the media center here in Tianjin, and therefore you're not getting a live feed still. That'll be deferred live, and it'll come to you in a few moments, and you're going to see a lot of people sort of crossing, and that's because this is a busy media terminus where media from all across the globe is focused, and they're all at this moment watching those visuals coming through. There are a large number of others who are reporting on it. There are others, of course, who are taking notes to file their copies. There is a bunch of print as well as, of course, broadcast journalists. But let me just go straight across to Mr. Dogra. Mr. Dogra, the Prime Minister's speeches in the past have focused on a gamut of limited issues when it comes to the SCO. Do you think he's going to widen the ambit this time?
Well, since in our discussions also, your interactions with other panelists, world order has come in repeatedly. Let me just clarify that world order is a big thing. It includes Bretton Woods 3, it includes the entire UN system and many more. So it's not the world order that is going to be changed. What will be changed and should be changed is the global high table, where, as I said earlier also, England and France should have no place. So I think Prime Minister's, one of the points of focus might be that the world is changing and we must also adapt accordingly, meaning thereby that the high table must be rearranged. Second is terrorism. There's no doubt at all that Prime Minister is going to focus very sharply on terrorism, and perhaps bring in Operation Sindoor just to send a message to Trump. And I agree with you that Prime Minister will not diffuse the entire content of his speech by taking on too many things, but focus on a few selected areas. So terrorism is certainly one. The global high table could possibly be another one. Third is the global south, which he has always been championing, starting from the COVID vaccine and so on. So I think he'll put in a word about that also. But I don't expect that messages to the statements coming out from Navarro, who's a maverick in any case, would either be responded to even indirectly in Prime Minister's statement or by MEA, because it is best to ignore a person like him rather than give him more fuel for provocative statements. So all in all, I think it'll be interesting to watch what Prime Minister says, and thereafter what Shehbaz Sharif has to say on some of these issues like terrorism, because Pakistan claims it's a victim of terrorism. So it's going to be an interesting day ahead.
I just wanted to draw your attention, Dogra Saab, to a couple of other things. President Xi has condemned Cold War mentality, blocks confrontation and bullying tactics. So he's clearly making, as you know, a reference indirectly to President Trump. Then there is the fact that he's emphasizing support for a multilateral trade system. Obviously, you know, something that the WTO is failing to address, as we all know. Also, of course, there is this talk about unequivocally he stands against outside interference. The SCO stands against outside interference. Do you think the Prime Minister will be in the same ballpark with some of the sentiments that he expresses in this speech, which we are just going to listen to?
Well, I don't think he'll sort of repeat or emphasize the points entirely as Mr. Xi has made, but there is no doubt that WTO is suffering because of America's resistance and America's growing aversion to it. But as far as interference in affairs of the other countries is concerned, India has a standpoint which is quite similar to what, as you said, President Xi has spoken, because that's a matter of concern even with regard to developments in Bangladesh for us, where America is supposed to have interfered in a major way.
Okay. Yeah, do stay on with me, Mr. Dogra, because I'm going to have to take a very short break. We'll be right back to you and get a sense of your comments on what the Prime Minister has eventually said. We're coming right back to you, as don't go.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first, and expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area has been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister Modi is expected here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, after which there will be once again a bunch of speeches. Prime Minister will, of course, be speaking, and from the little we know, he's going to be addressing the elephant in the room, which is terrorism, cross-border terrorism and security issues. He's going to put that front and center as India's perspective. Now remember, the SCO till now was very much in India's peripheral vision, wasn't really something that India was committing itself to, because as you know, the politics of some of the countries, their framework, political framework, their polity doesn't sort of coincide with India. India being a democracy, these countries mostly are authoritarian countries, and therefore India sort of wanted to keep an arm's length, but now see. Viewers, these are the pictures of the morning. This entire interaction between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, a bear hug to start things off, holding hands, and then they meet President Xi. They're the three of them, that's the triad. They're holding a quick tete-a-tete, informal conversations. The Prime Minister tweets all of this. Of course, he tweeted photographs. Things are being said, and there are giggles and laughs, and it's a very easy, comfortable atmosphere there. These three know each other. They've been in power for a long time. The Prime Minister, the Indian Prime Minister, of course, knew President Xi even when he was Gujarat Chief Minister, so their ties go back a long way. President Putin has been in power for over 20 years. The Prime Minister knows him well too. The Prime Minister, of course, into his third term. That's, of course, the family photograph, but this has been, of course, put out now officially, so you can see this is the conversation which is going to set tongues wagging globally. And there's been a lot of attention from the global media on how India is pursuing this visit to Tianjin and how India is sort of positioning itself. And there you can see it's clearly positioned itself in the thick of the action this morning. That conversation continues between President Putin and the Prime Minister. And clearly that is already building up to their own summit meeting, which is going to take place in about an hour. That they continually talk, and there are now interlocutors around them, interpreters around them, and there's, of course, President Xi, who joins again. So this conversation, this informality will be studied. The optics will be dissected at length. And then, of course, we will also be listening to the Prime Minister and try and understand what the Prime Minister's focus was in that speech. So Rajiv Dogra, let me come across to you. What do these pictures tell you as an observer, as an insider at one time? What do these tell you really when it comes to the body language that you're witnessing between these three leaders? Now, I know that there are, of course, divergences and critical issues, and one shouldn't jump the gun and overhype and etc., etc. But, you know, we're a TV medium, and the Prime Minister tweeting these visuals, he's not doing it because he wants the world to know. There are other channels in government that can put that out. But clearly he's meaning it because he wants to send a message out. What is that message?
Messages directly to Trump. The message is also back home to India that India counts. These are the twin messages. But more important, what you said, Rahul, is that let's not be cynical about everything. Let us take these pictures and these visuals for their face value. It could have been any of the other 20 leaders who were there, but it was Mr. Modi, Mr. Putin and Mr. Xi who got together and had a very, very friendly conversation on whatever subject, be it jokes or be it just exchange about each other or welfare or whatever. Whatever be the subject, the fact is that they were smiling. And for Xi to smile conveys a lot, because normally he does not smile. He maintains a slightly grim posture unless he has to convey something. So these pictures conveyed certainly something. Secondly, coming back to the earlier conversation where we picked up three themes from Xi's address to the SCO, and one of that was against intervention in other countries' affairs, internal affairs. His reference, if I am not mistaken, was to the developments in Venezuela, where America is sending in some of its troops and China has reportedly sent in some of its ships. So that situation is developing. Obviously, China will not get into a direct confrontation in a faraway land, but that seems to have been at the back of Xi's mind when he talked about America's intervention in affairs of other countries, which incidentally America does habitually, not just in recent past, but for many decades, starting from World War II, immediately after World War II, when it got involved in Korea. So there are a number of messages going, but I think overall India should have reason for satisfaction that these three countries are getting together and talking in a friendly manner, as these visuals have witnessed.
Well, whether the past trust deficit impedes on the future remains to be seen. One can't be too trusting of anybody in the room. As Rajiv Dogra has also pointed out and General Kulkarni pointed out earlier, yes, there are permanent opportunities and those need to be grasped. So we can thank, as Sanjay Suri said a little while back, Mr. Trump for bringing these three countries together, perhaps in a deeper understanding of issues. But fundamentally, this is an optic exercise, and that's how it's going to be perceived. Substance, we will get to later, but at least as of now, they're committing themselves to exercising their own autonomy, and that's an important message. We're going to take a very short break, by which time we'll have the Prime Minister's speech, and it'll be very interesting to dissect it with Rajiv Dogra and General Kulkarni and our other guests. Don't go away, viewers, stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first, and expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area is been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister... Well, viewers, we are here in the media center, and the Prime Minister's address is finished. It's about 10 minutes long, and he's addressed the entire plenary session there, which is still continuing with the leaders of Kazakhstan now speaking. But fundamentally, we are still awaiting word. We've sent word out to the MEA to expedite the release of that text of that speech, or even the video so that we can play it. Akanksha, let me go straight across to you. What is the MEA saying about when they're going to be putting out that speech and the text of that speech, and what are you hearing is the overarching theme of that address?
Right. Rahul, important to highlight right now that right now, perhaps we are still awaiting an official word to come out from the MEA as far as the transcript of Prime Minister's speech is concerned. But I just want to highlight that the SCO has already laid a founding foundation for the way we have seen international relations undergo this paradigm shift, something that the Chinese president also has highlighted, that we unequivocally oppose external interference. And when you're looking at external interference, one can't help but also draw comparisons between the SCO Summit and a failed Alaska Summit that took place just days ago, which is where Vladimir Putin himself was also hosted by U.S. President. So you can expect the U.S. President to, in fact, be very frustrated at the moment. The feelers of which have already started coming out from the White House, as Peter Navarro has lashed out at India, accusing us of bedding the authoritarians as if they were not doing so, given that China happens to be still one of their largest bilateral trading partners. I also want to remind our viewers that during Trump's previous presidency, China happened to be their largest bilateral trading partner in the year 2018. And talk about Russia, they were also importing Russian nuclear items as well, and not to forget the fact that EU happened to be one of their largest exporters of Russian gas. And time and again, we've been highlighting that hypocrisy. But to take that point that was earlier being made by Ambassador Dogra forward, he made a very crucial point about Venezuela. Remember, Iran is also a part of the SCO grouping, and we've seen how Iran had been hammered by the United States just days ago. So yes, this is indeed, as President Xi said, a new setting of international relations.
Well, India has to, of course, be well within its own guardrails. It realizes that there are fault lines and it can't be seen as anti-West. So India will have to navigate these waters carefully, and that's why it's very important to hear what the Prime Minister has to say. And we're going to be bringing that speech to you in just a few moments. We're going to take another quick short break, viewers, and we'll come back and we'll get to the analysis also on the back of that. Rajiv Dogra Saab as well as General Kulkarni all with us, and so are some of our reporters who are going to give you perspective.
What are you watching? This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first. And expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area is been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister Modi is expected here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, after which there will be once again a bunch of speeches. Prime Minister will of course be speaking, and from the little we know, he's going to be addressing the elephant in the room, which is terrorism, cross-border terrorism and security issues. He's going to put that front and center as India's perspective. Now remember, the SCO till now was very much in India's peripheral vision, wasn't really something that India was committing itself to, because as you know, the politics of some of the countries, their framework, political framework, their polity doesn't sort of coincide with India. India being a democracy, these countries mostly are authoritarian countries, and therefore India sort of wanted to keep an arm's length, but now sees some amount of benefit by aligning with some of these countries, because India wants to also diversify its trade and its supply chains. Why does it want to do that? Because of the overhang from the tariff pressure that is being applied on India by Washington. And of course, Trump has taken out his tomahawk, so to speak, and is trying to use that to beat India into submission. That, of course, is playing out in... Viewers, a very warm welcome here once again from Tianjin. We're at the media center where the Prime Minister has just stopped speaking about 10 minutes back. His speech was about 9 minutes long. It was preceded by President Xi Jinping's speech, where President Xi Jinping made some very important points that, of course, will resonate around the world. We're still awaiting the transcript of the Prime Minister's speech as well as the audio. We showed you the pictures. It was a stage much like this, and I think we've got the visuals to show you. But the visuals of the morning, really, viewers, have come from the events that transpired just a few moments before, in fact, that particular speech, where the Prime Minister was framed by President Xi on one side, President Putin on the other. The Prime Minister himself has tweeted these images. He's also tweeted a video which we've put on air for our viewers to see. And you can see that this is the rearrangement of the world order as we know it. Here are three leaders who represent the non-West countries. Two of them frame their politics as anti-West. Of course, India doesn't. India is the democracy. But you can see these pictures. There's President Xi, there's President Putin, and there's an Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. All of them know each other quite well, as you know. They go back a long time. Prime Minister Modi knew President Xi from when Prime Minister Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And of course, over the last 10 years, these leaders have met at least 4 or 5 times. There has been a bit of a ebb in the ties of recent, and of course, we are trying to improve those relationships. Anand Narasimhan joins us also from New Delhi in the studio. Anand, over to you.
Well, morning, Rahul, and morning to our viewers. It's been quite an interesting development, morning this last 4 or 5 hours, Rahul. 2 significant utterances or instances. One, the pictures that you were talking about, and the other one that is the comments that come from the White House special advisor. Now, there are multiple ways to look at what Peter Navarro has said, but clearly America is rattled. America is trying and drum up a certain level of frenzy about this, but clearly what one can see is that America is rattled. The other thing, the bonhomie between the 3 leaders, especially the way Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeted Vladimir Putin, and the 3 people standing there and engaging along with their interpreters. This is not just about regional cooperation. This is also sending a message back to Donald Trump, saying that the more you try and push us to a corner, the more we are going to organize ourselves and push back. Is that fair to read in that manner?
Absolutely. There's when those pictures were coming through this particular venue, a large number of reporters from all countries were running to the screen, and they were trying to catch a closer glimpse, because this is the rearrangement really of the global order. It's been dictated for so long from the West, from Washington, D.C. after the Second World War, as you know, Anand. But it's a clear message that is going out that, look, we won't frame our outlook anymore. The countries of the East, the global South, will not frame its own politics, its own geopolitics in the laws and the rules that have been dressed up by the institutions of the West. So there has been a lot of talk, as you know, Anand, about the unrepresentative nature now of the United Nations, the WTO, which are not open to the concerns of the global South. So this particular meeting, this particular summit is an important staging ground really for these three countries. And look, it's not just that photo of the Bonhomie. As they enter the plenary hall, you have the Prime Minister in the middle, suggesting that, look, India is now, Bharat is the fulcrum of this new global rearrangement. I won't call it, a complete overhaul of the global order. We're still a few years, maybe a few decades from that point, but certainly a rearrangement in the manner in which geopolitics is going to be conducted, and also significant expression or symbolic expression of the tilt now in geopolitical power, in the way it's flowing in the world. So these countries have differences. That's not paper over them.
Yes.
But nonetheless, they're making an effort to send a message. So that's fundamentally where some of us are looking at this from.
No, what's the buzz on ground, Rahul? You've been covering this continuously. You're seeing the developments happen on ground. With these leaders, the way they are meeting, the way they are engaging, are these nations going to be able to set aside their differences and work towards economic cooperation? Because right now, more than weaponizing arms, it's trade that's being weaponized. And all these nations depend on each other, especially Bharat. The way that we are developing and we are growing, we realize that for the smaller technologies, for some essentials, we are dependent on China, because China is way ahead. China itself has not seen a certain amount of growth. It can only absorb a certain amount of debt. If there is a huge slowdown, that's huge pressure on Xi Jinping. Russia, on the other hand, the more it gets isolated by the West, it needs its regional partners to engage in trade. And the rupee-ruble trade keeps the dollar out. So there is also this entire slow progression towards the de-dollarization of the entire geo-economy. These are all multiple dynamics. And you've got a headline with you. Yes.
Yeah, so, from the ground, you're absolutely right, Anand, that, the SCO needs to become a viable platform. Right now, there are just too many differences for it to become a viable platform. One of its defining principles is building mutual trust, and also, of course, cooperation and security issues. With Pakistan in the room and some other countries who don't quite see the world in a manner where everyone should have a win-win equation, obviously that becomes a bit difficult. But if you really look at this newspaper, this is the China Daily. It's the most circulated newspaper in the English language in this part of the world. You look here at the bottom and you see that the bilateral equation, that those conversations that happened yesterday, a meeting that went on beyond its stipulated time by 20 minutes,
right,
is very prominently featured. And there's a whole editorial insight on this, and that editorial is here. If you look at that, and it says, neighbors cooperation, pas de deux, will be salient boon for global South. So a great emphasis is being put on this equation between New Delhi and, of course, Beijing. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves.
Correct.
It's very difficult after typically these, high optic meetings between the Prime Minister and the principal of China to sometimes get swept up in the bonhomie. And then, of course, reality bites us. And I think we've been here about 3 times already. There have been false starts. But this time, I think, as you were saying, there are different pressures. And those pressures are making these leaders a little more pragmatic, and therefore perhaps wanting to come together. And President Xi, if you just heard his message, talks really about securing the interests of the global South. So he's pointed out that we will not broach any interference from third powers in our affairs, and we would like to conduct our affairs bilaterally. That is also what was expressed by the two leaders when they met yesterday. And there's been a significant realteration of the language. So earlier, they said, let's not our differences turn into disputes. But now they're saying that we don't see each other as rivals. So fundamentally, if they can walk the talk, there's going to be transformation.
Well, you've had an early start and you've been holding fort for a while. So if you want to take a short, dip out and then coffee break and then perhaps join us back, you're most welcome. But if you are feeling up for it, Rahul, would like you to stay on the conversation because General Pandey is with us and Professor Swaran Singh with us. So you're saying something?
You know me, we worked long enough together. I'm the eager beaver. I'm always up for it. So
then stay on. So then, fantastic. So General Pandey is with us and Professor Swaran Singh with us. General Pandey, Rahul is on ground. He's spoken with Chinese reporters, senior reporters from CCTN. He's looking at the China Daily. He's also tracking what's happening. And these pictures speak for themselves. Professor Swaran Singh and General Pandey, good morning and Jai Hind. General Pandey, your thoughts first up.
Yeah, good morning. And firstly, I could see Rahul. His eyes are looking actually tired, right? While he's very used to holding nights after nights, and we saw it during Operation Sindoor time. But coming to this point here, this SCO, the bilateral issue, very unfortunate that today India has got a great chance to project itself because Modi is the only one in that entire SCO meeting who is not hemmed except for the tariff which has come from and we look at it as an opportunity. It is very important for him to show success in this meeting because of his internal pressures and the external environment which is pushing him into a corner because he stepped out too early, too fast, right? In a variety of, on the territorial part, on the land borders, on the seas and everything. And of course, the debt and so that is one part. Look at Putin though. The second most important person in the SCO when it was actually formed was Putin, and both it was China centric, but both were very important players. Russia is again today into one corner and is fighting with his back behind the wall. Possibly the entire Western environment is against this one individual, not even I'll say the country. The only person who's there has got some power say is Modi. But what is happening? The media today is watching how many minutes of meeting happened. 40, 55, 60, 61. So it is a pressure on Modi, Prime Minister, to come back with some very credible outcomes, which doesn't happen because the outcomes have already happened. This was 1 year long process, started October last year. 10 months have passed. Number of things have happened in 10 months. For actually continue to engage with China. So you have de-escalation having taken place, disengagement having taken place. You got with the Wang Yi coming in, Mount Kailash Yatra had already started. 2-3 very important parts have already been put across. But everybody is now focusing on the security part of the bilateral and SCO, which is going to be extremely difficult. Please look at everyone. There are about 24 players, the leaders who are there. 10 of the member countries, 2 of observers, and 14 I think are 12 or 14 are the dialogue partners or something like that. Each one of them has got a conflict going either on the border or within the country. Are they challenged? You look at Myanmar, you look at Pakistan, you look at
Azerbaijan also.
All of them are conflicted. So while internal and external dynamics are playing there in terms of security environment, the Indian media and the political establishment is asking Modi to focus only on border, right? And our border issue, and unfortunately I am coming from the military background, so possibly it may not be very palatable to everybody, but I look at it that should he hold hostage development of 1.4 billion people to what niggles we continue to have on the border, or else we continue to prosper and progress. And I think I've spoken on your channel and of course with Rahul also, when big nations talk to each other, they continue to stab, parley, use weapons, do side shows and inner shows.
That is geopolitics.
That is geopolitics. But they continue to engage in terms of trade. Look at US and Russia. In spite of last 3.5 years, the trade continued without anybody knowing or talking of it.
Correct.
While they may hold you hostage as India, because Trump wanted to be nominated for Nobel. But the fact of the matter is, Putin came out on the stage and said, in last 8 months, 20% of trade has gone. EU is engaging with Russia while pumping Ukraine with arms and this thing. So when you want to arrive as a big nation, responsible nation, you have to understand that you need to shake hand, continue to shake hand while continue to do other things in the business. Security gets subsumed in trade and commerce, which is larger requirement for 1.4 billion people of our country. So weaponizing is not only trade is getting weaponized, technology is getting weaponized very
Actively and fast,
actively.
yeah.
And even politics. Please understand, with the Soros things happening, and you see what yesterday Navarro made mention about India, that Brahmins are making money, and
this is a typical Soros narrative, or
Yeah.
even the deep state, Soros-backed deep state entering into the White House. It's a very interesting turn of events, but it also highlights, General Pandey, the desperation. How is the American reaction being? Rahul is here. So how is the American reaction being read on ground, Rahul, by the grouping that is present there in Tianjin? How are they reading the way the Americans are reacting? And then Professor Swaran Singh, I'll bring you into this. Yes, Rahul.
Well, I've been interlocuting with, of course, ME officials, and at this moment they don't want to comment on somebody like Navarro, specifically because of the tone he's chosen. I think General Pandey has made some very interesting comments there. But the Indian government has made it very clear that right now they're not going to take the bait. They're not going to get into that. Trump loves theater, and he wants to give himself an opportunity to react in a manner which others will not be able to, counter. So he's itching for New Delhi to perhaps be provoked enough, take the bait, and say things that he can seize upon and position as, look, India being unreasonable. But I can tell you that there has been a huge conversation in this particular hall amongst journalists, and some of them come from countries where it is state media. So they are really the spokespeople for their countries, and they talk about how India has shown the way, that Prime Minister Modi has shown the way to the rest of the world how to actually conduct diplomacy at a time when America is flexing hard diplomatic power. It's a strange inversion, because over the last few decades it was the Chinese that were exerting hard diplomatic power, and there was a term for it also. But it's the Trump who is now borrowed or taken from the Chinese rule book, given up soft power and adopted this hard carapace as he's going into the world and trying to dictate terms. But these are the pictures, and just look at these pictures. These are being now put out by government. So this is a deliberate attempt at sending out a message, Anand, and these pictures show you the three leaders. And look at this long deliberation between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. If this is not going to get Washington's goat, then nothing else will. And that just happened a few moments before they lined up for that. But there's Prime Minister Modi who strides in, and you can see that all the two leaders first engage in a sort of deep conversation, and then guess who comes in? And this triad could have been with others, but it wasn't. It was only these three leaders that actually met. So this would have been coordinated also, perhaps. And this message is going out, and the interpreters then follow in to basically translate for everybody. And there's such ease here of body language, despite the differences. I mean, we're coming off the Galwan Heights, the chill at the Galwan Heights, but look at the ease.
True. We'll do a deep dive on that in just about 2-3 minutes. Let's just get Professor Swaran Singh in and his thoughts. From the India point of view, Professor Saab, even Bharat has a point to prove. Bharat is facing the highest amount of tariffs in this region, perhaps, or among the current set of nations. After China, Bharat has been singled out. There is a huge pressure coming in from the West. On the other hand, we are coming at the back of not interacting with China directly in the last 7 years. And we are on the cusp of a growth story. ये बस मिस हो गई तो हम पूरा मिस हो जाएंगे. That's how critical this is, the next 5-7 years. So, from Bharat's point of view, what is our net takeout beyond the optics? We'll come back to the optics in a bit, but yes, strategically.
I think seriously, China can be a useful partner if we can cultivate and manage the irritants. In that sense, already a lot of conversations are already taking place, as you know, between various Indian private companies to look for joint ventures with the various Chinese companies, and we are in fact facilitating and relenting on our tightening of regulations on Chinese investments. We have already been easing the visa again, first with technical staff, now even with managerial staff of Chinese nationals. The trade is sought to be balanced by encouraging China's production in India under Make in India for make for the world, etc. So, because China is a world leader in manufacturing sector, between 30 to 34% of global manufacturing happens in China, and currently 2 to 3 dozen sectors in technology where China is taking a world lead even over United States can potentially be something which India can use in this coming decade to catapult its manufacturing sector. You would remember same was the story of China. China was producing and sometimes still continues to produce for Western companies. At some stage, experts used to say China's world trade actually is only 44% Chinese. Rest is all Western trade produced in China and going around the world. So that kind of partnership between China and India is a possibility. Something is moving in that direction. But let me underline just one point. I agree with Rahul. India's response to Trump team has been that we are not going to take the weight. We are going to showcase how India has several other takers. So Indian Prime Minister is in Beijing attending 3 levels of meetings. In bilateral meeting yesterday, he already underlined that we need to focus on trust and managing of the border. And today in Trilateral, there is a meeting of President Putin, President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi. You remember they met twice in June of 2018. And then India had moved into quadrilateral security framework from 2017. So Russia and China already have no limits partnership. It's only the India which is the new actor drifting towards that trilateral once again. That's what makes India attractive. India is the largest, second largest economy in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, fastest growing economy in among major economies. That's what makes India very attractive to these countries. And the fact that Shanghai Cooperation Organization has moved not just in numbers expanding of members, but agenda as well, moving away from limited bandwidth of energy security, terrorism, separatism, extremism, etc., to now larger global geopolitical issues. And right now, given the Trump tariffs, which are against all the dialogue partners and all the members of SCO, economic issues are going to be important. And I think that is where the post-China is trying to project SCO as the world's largest regional organization, as the new anchor, as the new alternative for global stability, quote unquote. And in the bilateral meeting with Indian Prime Minister, he also got that language kind of agreed upon, that India and China will work together for global stability. We will see India ensuring mention of terrorism in Tianjin declaration. And Chinese would love to see that it is shown as an anchor for global stability, which is where India will step in and agree on that in that sense. So there are different levels, but India is kind of a new, attractive, big player in the game.
Right.
And that is where I think that visibility is very much useful for India to showcase. India has so many other takers, other alternatives. And we are not going to take the weight and not talk in the language that the Trump team and Navarro are talking.
Right. Prime Minister's speech, the 9-minute speech and what he said, these pictures, let's deep dive into that. The other thing, viewers, Europe is also not very happy with the Trump administration. There is an FTA or a CETA on the pipeline just around the corner with Bharat. There is greater engagement that is happening despite what the European Union has promised Donald Trump. There is greater engagement that's happening with China, with Russia. They still have their energy dependencies. Slowly, gradually, do we see America being actually isolated? And there is huge pressure on Trump, because if what Peter Navarro's utterances are reflecting, then his MAGA base has been infiltrated by the Soros-led deep state, which is not traditionally MAGA in its idea. Then, this is another picture, important, that Putin and Prime Minister Modi just walked past Shehbaz Sharif. There's no acknowledgement of that man, either by the US or by the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So Shehbaz Sharif has egg on his face on both sides, because America is engaging with Field Marshal Asim Munir, and Bharat and Russia are looking past at that point, walking just past him, and he looks on. So a lot of optics in play. Let's try and understand these pictures. Rahul is back with us, and then he can weigh in on that. Let's just do it here and look at these pictures here on this wall. If you can call on these pictures, viewers. Okay, let's go there. Okay, they're here. Now, this is the first part. Shehbaz Sharif looks on. Trump, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi just walk across. Now, as they walk past him, he's watching. Now, can he say or do anything? Frankly, this is just that moment, and it's a blur, just like Pakistan is in the larger scheme of things, just a blur. So let's move past beyond this and look at the language between the two leaders. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Xi Jinping, and President Putin. One of the pictures that Rahul was talking about, and we'll try and play that out, is when the two walk across to greet each other. These are that. It's not a compulsive hug that which I have to do for the picture. There is genuine admiration, bonhomie, and also it underlines the aspect that President Putin did call Prime Minister Modi, just like President Zelensky did, after their meeting with the Americans. And that is reflective here. The other part, and Rahul, this has really got traction, that it was President Xi Jinping who in April actually wrote to President Draupadi Murmu. So there they are, laughing, talking with each other, having a nice conversation. They both understand each other. They have their interpreters, but both of them, all of them understand English. They all can communicate without an interlocutor or an interpreter there. There you go, all three of them surrounded by their core, and then there are pictures being taken. The Chinese are taking pictures, the Russians are taking pictures, everybody is taking pictures. And the three leaders are standing there and having this conversation. And it's President Xi Jinping who has his back, President Putin, Prime Minister Modi, they are talking to each other, and then there is expression. And it's not 4 or 5 seconds, let's just show an hour. They're hanging on. They're having this discussion here. And then they're speaking, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is engaging with the two leaders. Now, optics-wise, this is important, Rahul, but we've got to look beyond the pictures. This does not mean all is well. This just means that all can be well, right or wrong. And then we'll bring it back to General Pandey and Professor Saran Singh. Yes, Rahul.
You know, there's so many possibilities and opportunities. These pictures, and I want to just begin with the first. You see, you must also credit President Xi here. He's taking into account Indian sensitivity. So if you see, Pakistan has been blurred out, as you say, in this particular meeting. In past instances, the Pakistanis have tried to turn this particular forum into a platform for them to internationalize our differences, that is the bilateral differences between India and Pakistan, and project them onto the format and cloud basically this entire interaction. So that's not happened. You saw Shehbaz Sharif there looking like a forlorn, diminished figure as the principles of the world walk past him. They don't even glance. There's not even a turn around to say, acknowledge the man. He knows his place. He's standing there with his hands in front of his body, and he is just looking on. He's just an onlooker. Pakistan is an onlooker looking from outside within. And this is, of course, a huge difference. Secondly, you talked about those important moments that Prime Minister shares alone with President Putin. And if you see, they first come together, they hug, the cameras are all around. And don't forget, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has actually tweeted that photograph. And he has talked about how the bonhomie is continuing, how informal interactions are continuing. So he has chosen to put out that photograph. And then there is this hand-holding that happens, and they walk towards President Xi. Now, as I said, there are 22 other SCO leaders. This triage could have been formed. There could have been a group conversation. No. President Xi comes to the two of them. They stand together. Their interpreters come in. So clearly, they were wanting to express certain opinions to each other. They do so. The Prime Minister and his office have tweeted that interaction, the complete video interaction, which we will be playing out, or perhaps already playing out. And this suggests that there's a realignment of priorities in the global south, and a reordering really of the high table of global diplomacy, where these three nations, this triage, have decided that, look, let's look at the past with maturity. This is not an era of war. Prime Minister has already said that. He's probably going to reiterate that message to President Putin, maybe even whisper it into his ear and said, look, let's look for a solution which will make, of course, him actually the linchpin of the peace effort and not Trump. And that would be only a fitting outcome. But we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. That's a long road. But fundamentally, Anand, you look at these three leaders and you see that there is promise here. If only they can work together, they can solve some of those issues. Remember, China has solved some of its border disputes. 7 with 8 countries, the land border disputes have been solved. This is the only outstanding one. And you have to ask yourself beyond the point why this is the case. So
I think one of the key things...
We also had a past.
You know, Rahul, one of the key things we need to learn from the Chinese is foresight. is to look ahead rather than in the near term but in the long term. We've started doing that under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but strategically we need to think much longer ahead. Now here's the reason why I say that. We'll try and see if our team can pick this out. Zhou Feihong, the Chinese ambassador to Bharat, on the 2nd of April or in April 2025, he put out a long tweet where he said that President Xi Jinping has written to President Draupadi Murmu on marking the 75th year of China-Bharat partnership. But he said that this is the time for regional cooperation. This is the time to set aside differences and look at greater cooperation on security, trade, technology and advancement of two nations which are civilizationally connected. This is what Zhou Feihong had tweeted in April, just around the time that Trump's tariff bogeys had happened. And China was at that time, if we remember, facing about 145% of the tariffs. And then obviously Trump scaled that down when China said, we are not going to give you the rare earth magnets, etc. for your automobile industry and we'll cripple you. He backed off. But President Xi Jinping and the President's office in Beijing had already reached out to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and via that message was also sent to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the equations had started easing from then itself. So it had been initiated by Beijing. Wang Yi coming, yes, the leaders conversing with each other, him meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, all have happened between April and August. So there has been a preemption that this is how Trump is going to behave with this tariff. This is what can happen, and it is imperative that nations who want to move away from the dollar, move away from the American hegemony, create an ecosystem or a trade system of their own, will have to group together. Trump lashing out at BRICS, Trump lashing out at nations, were all indications the Chinese had picked, General Pandey. They had picked and they made that movement. Bharat should have also read that and said, all right, we need to start hedging our bets and looking beyond America as an option. Not wait till about July, August to say, acha kuch ho jayega, settle ho jayega. Fair or unfair?
Yeah, I think Bharat was doing, it was not waiting. There is our perception because everything what the bureaucracy or the government doesn't have to come out on the media. They started engaging and widening. Why do you think the British FTA came through straight away? Why do you think that we are so far ahead onto the FTA with the European Union? There are a number of... Please understand that last year itself, or rather last to last year, the global south was actually brought into the center stage as G20 by the Prime Minister himself. So, you know, what China is not doing, I will rather put it across that is learning from our present government and continue to start looking at things slightly differently. I'll just take on what Rahul, I need to give credit to Rahul, that in the screen you see principles of the world, right? It's a big statement which he makes. I think it is very well articulated. The fourth principle is missing out and playing golf, and he's swimming somewhere in the White House today. Look at European Union. They're out of the picture altogether. The British, who control the hegemony along with the Americans, are out of picture. Actually, when you look at the world today, it is there. And when you look at the number of people in terms of population base, about 40% of population today is being represented in SCO. You look at RIC, and the second point which Rahul mentioned was about, I think you also mentioned about the Trilateral. Please understand that RIC is a very, very important major chunk of BRICS. RIC itself is a big chunk.
So RIC is Russia, India, China for our viewers.
Russia, India, China. And RIC, this Trilateral continues to be a very, very important part of SCO as well. So when this Trilateral moves into these very, very important combination, it controls a large number of engagement which are taking place. So a line which yesterday Z brought out was very important, that he said that we need to start leading for the peace, prosperity of the world today. And that is where I am quite surprised that why doesn't Trump and in the administration lead into this, that you are ceding space to China, which you could not cede space in the territorial and sea waters. But today in the world hegemony, you have, while, you know, please understand that America is not out yet. They are combined. If you take out China and you go to from 3rd to 10th economies, this entire set of economy put together is still short of the American economy. Yeah. Is that big. So is the case in terms of leverage. So they are losing out, they are ceding space to China, which they should not have done by this very silly tantrums on this thing. I just want to add one more little point. What is important when you see this bonhomie of the Prime Minister with Putin is that while they had an engagement and talk, they have continued to speak to each other about Ukraine-Russian war. Zelensky, after having spoken to visiting White House after the Alaska meeting and prior to Modi's coming across for SCO, had a chat with the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
What happens that in this one day, Prime Minister able to structure a trilateral or bilateral between the two?
Yeah.
You know, I am actually very, very curious if this happens. It actually deliberately to actually punch a hole into this whole Trump controlling thing may become a very significant development in terms of what happens in the world order
in this
today.
case, I don't know, General. My understanding is very limited. But will Bharat only ask them to engage further? Because at one point, both nations are at a place where Russia is not ready for anything more than the land. So they are going to continue to hold that particular 20%, which they believe natively, ethnically are Russians, and we need that strategically for access to the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. Those 2-3 ports are important, and those warm waters are important for Russia's survival. So there is a no negotiation there. Until there is a Zelensky who moves out of that space, or somebody, Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। एससीओ, एस सिक्योरिटी, सी कनेक्टिविटी, ओ अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ एस यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर भी आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। कनेक्टिविटी दैट बायपासेस sovereignty, losing trust and मीनिंग। एक्सेलेंसी, तीसरा स्तंभ है ओ यानी अपॉर्चुनिटी। अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर कोऑपरेशन एंड रिफॉर्म। 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ है। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया जाए। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसे देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एक बार होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलने की होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi there speaking about security, connectivity and opportunity, and underlining and mentioning the Pahalgam attack there, saying that security and separatism are two big concerns. Rahul, somewhere it looks like his office is already anticipating what the opposition would say. There are a lot of memes, a lot of jibes. The Congress has tweeted, Jairam Ramesh has said, Prime Minister Narendra Modi Bharat has been accusing China of its double standards and double speak on terrorism. Now Prime Minister tells President Xi that India and China are both victims of terrorism. If this is not so-called the elephant capitulating before the so-called dragon, then what is it? And then they further asked about Operation Sindoor and the fact that will President Xi be questioned about China openly helping Pakistan. But the Prime Minister has spoken about both terrorism and separatism affecting nations and affecting security. And Xi Jinping saying interference will not be tolerated.
Yeah, more than that. I mean, in this particular address, you just heard the Prime Minister saying connectivity that bypasses sovereignty loses credibility and trust. This is a straight message to Beijing on President Xi's face in full hall, where he says that, and remember, BRI passes through Aksai Chin. So, the Prime Minister also yesterday has been very, very forthright on where India stands on terror. This was communicated. In fact, if you read the fine print of the MEA release on the conversations, terror, cooperation in regional terror, all came up. Even the tricky issue of international terror financing was brought up. The entire larger context that you just pointed out, and most importantly, if we think that China doesn't take a strident position in Kashmir, for example, we told them very clearly that we see Taiwan not in the same framework as the Chinese do. So, I mean, what more plain speaking? You see, Rahul Gandhi's foreign policy obsessions cannot become the obsession of the nation. If he wants the Prime Minister to stand there and, sort of roll up his sleeves and make comments like Trump and Navarro are doing, well, that's not the Prime Minister's style. India doesn't descend to the level of gutter diplomacy. We keep it, we take the high road, we address issues in a manner, and this is true. I mean, who came up with the phrase Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai? It wasn't the Prime Minister. This was Nehru's legacy. It was Nehru who went blindsided into a relationship only to be jilted. Other Prime Ministers have made concessions to Pakistan on terror. Have we forgotten Sharm el-Sheikh? Have we forgotten Dr. Manmohan Singh? Have we forgotten the inertness of the Congress-era UPA government after 26/11? So, I mean, I don't want to get into, a particular sort of diatribe and get into this sort of narrow political sort of point scoring that the Congress is habitually now beginning to sort of pull up. I can understand that obviously it has come out of a period of sustained iciness between the two countries. We know that Galwan was a hiccup. I think the Prime Minister and others have conveyed. And remember, this outreach was begun in Kazan, not by the Prime Minister. This began from President Xi's office, from his desk. And we have only followed. And we have decided to take China at face value. And in any case, effective backroom diplomacy between the two sides has resulted in at least a process of disengagement. Yes, there has been no redeployment as such. We still have 50,000 troops, and that question was asked. But it's an ongoing process. Let's give it time. At least they've agreed to having transparent mechanisms. So,
but in the modern day, look at America and China. America and China, they are up against each other when it comes to security and when it comes to the arms race. But they are also engaged in each other, that both are buying each other's debt and both are so heavily invested in each other in terms of trade. So somewhere nations have to look at this separately. The other part that you said very clearly, that Bharat does not descend to a gutter level diplomacy, because you get into the gutter, you get your Gireban dirty. So that's something which Bharat has also avoided, General Pandey. This whole talk, and also this whole talk about Russia, India, China coming together, they've come together here. But there is a lot more before a trilateral meeting happens. There is a lot more before just the RIC bloc comes. The other thing we got to see is, we are not against the West. Bharat is not saying we will stop engaging with the United States or we'll stop engaging with anybody else within the US administration or in the West. Bharat has a problem with what Xi Jinping called out: bullying, weaponizing tariffs to the detriment of your own citizens and also to global trade. General Pandey.
That is, while Rahul is totally on fire by using words like gutter and stuff like that, he's in total angry mode. But the bottom line comes out that I think this present government is actually behaving like punching above its weight in terms of engagement, what is required to be done. Look at the silence from the government of India towards what American Trump sidekicks are making statements in the public domain. Absolute silence. And in a cycle of 24 hours or 48 hours, you just have a MEA statement coming out and either negating or affirming or maybe condemning, single liners. But please understand, coming from a military professional, it is important to understand that niggles, challenges in borders, in exports, imports of defense equipment to your enemy nation cannot stall larger progress, right? We are behind the curve from China, from the world, at least about a decade and a half, 2 decades. We are into a catching up mode. Today, what do we require from China, which we aren't getting from the West?
Correct.
We need the tech. We need that FDI and telecom sector, which is dying. We require the rare earth, the magnets which are available with the Chinese. We require the technology for tunneling. We require anti-dumping laws to be effective. There are so many other facets which we need to continue to look at while we revive our pharmaceutical this thing. So who needs whom? Truly, today, actually, when you look at in the paradigm of trade and commerce and looking at the interest of 1.4 billion, we cannot continue to get into argument with what Jairam Navesh is talking of, that the Prime Minister was in double speak yesterday in the bilateral. So today the Prime Minister has come out so openly, brazenly, it cannot be much more assertive when he talks of terrorism as a huge challenge for the entire community in the SCO aspect. And the second statement which he makes, and which is totally directed towards China, that when you have connectivity which bypasses sovereignty, it's a major statement. Can you get much more brazen than that. I think in a diplomatic environment, you just, as what Rahul said, you can't just roll up your sleeves and get into a fisticuff. But yet, while having this, having said this, you need to continue the way Americans, we're just talking about it. You look at the Americans, they continue to fight with Russians, with Soviet Union erstwhile. Why is not everybody asking Prime Minister not to talk to Americans? Because even Americans are supporting the Pakistanis.
Yeah.
In Operation Sindoor, post, pre, during, they had assets there in that country, right? So this whole honor, that is how
I think
world
the panic
engages.
button came from the Americans because they had their assets and because they wanted to use Pakistan for some of their own geopolitical considerations that unfolded
If you
about
look at the Americans kept quiet here. The entire money funding weapon was directed towards us.
Correct. There is a lot to say, but again, Bharat is saying we are always part of the SCO. We will continue to engage with leaders here, just like you continue to engage with leaders elsewhere. This is not saying that, okay, it's this one because we want to rub America to dust. No, that's not the case. Bharat says we will engage on fair terms. Don't bully us. Engage with us rationally and we'll engage with everyone rationally. And that's what perhaps Prime Minister Modi's message is, that we want to engage with everyone positively without compromising on the nation's sovereignty and its core populations, core workers, core farmers, core small industries' interests when it comes to dealing with America. And the tariffs have been called by the appeals court itself as unfair. We're going to take a very short break. Request all our guests and also Rahul to stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first. And expects America and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area has been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister Modi is expected here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, after which there will be once again a bunch of speeches. Prime Minister will, of course, be speaking, and from the little we know, he's going to be addressing the elephant in the room, which is terrorism, cross-border terrorism and security issues. He's going to put that front and center as India's perspective. Now remember, the SCO till now was very much in India's peripheral vision, wasn't really something that India was committing itself to, because as you know, the politics of some of the countries, their framework, political framework, their polity doesn't sort of coincide with India. India being a democracy, these countries mostly are authoritarian countries, and therefore India sort of wanted to keep an arm's length, but now sees some amount of benefit by aligning with some of these countries, because India wants to also diversify its trade and its supply chains. Why does it want to do that? Because of the overhang from the tariff pressure that is being applied on India by Washington. And of course, Trump has taken out his tomahawk, so to speak, and is trying to use that to beat India into submission. That, of course, is playing out in different ways. We said yesterday that after the meeting with President Xi, there is going to be a reaction coming from Washington. We were expecting Trump to get onto Truth Social and start tweeting. It might still happen. But in the meantime, we've had live from Tianjin, viewers. Today, the media center is where we begin our telecast from, because just behind me, across from me, is the massive plenary hall. It is right behind me, Prime Minister speaking. So this is a picture that is coming straight into our hall, and I just want you to get a sense really of this hall. And you can see everyone's turned to the screen, everyone's listening very intently to what the Prime Minister is saying.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
That's a very important and consequential statement coming out from the Indian side. Differences should not be allowed to turn into disputes. It's been said before, but also a very important phrase, which was that we don't see each other as rivals. Both countries have said this. Of course, it's easy to get swept away by the rhetoric, but it does appear that China is also coming to this conversation with an open mind, as so is India. And of course, in the backdrop is Trump's tariff tyranny and his view of the world, which is extremely unilateral, that puts America center and first, and expects India and China and other countries to sort of conform to his very, very unitary view of geopolitics. But right behind me is this center, which is already throbbing with activity. I'm just going to ask our VJ to look across from us, because we can show you these pictures, very consequential pictures. Why? Because in just a few moments, the 25th meeting of the Council of Heads of States of the SCO, as well as the SCO Plus members, will be meeting. This was, of course, founded in Shanghai in 2001, and the Shanghai spirit kind of underpins the cooperation that the countries strive to achieve here. There are 10 permanent members or full members, and these 10 members include India. India, of course, came in a few years ago at the very same time that Pakistan joined the STO as a full member. Before that, we were observers. But the reason we are starting here and not outside that beautiful building is because that has been locked down. This entire area is been locked down. There is a security grid in place because Prime Minister...
Back live on our continuous coverage on the summit of the year. Some amazing visuals, pictures that can speak 1,000 words and open to multiple interpretations. A rattled America through its special advisor to the White House, making utterances that only further send bells of perhaps alarm that perhaps Trump's Oval Office has been now infiltrated by the deep state, Soros thinkers, and those who are trying to push a particular narrative against Bharat. The utterances of Peter Navarro will be dissected through the day. Many experts are already commenting on it, and the certain references that have been pulled up also highlight who is trying to push and peddle this narrative. Bharat, meanwhile, officially continues to remain unrattled, unfazed in this entire effort to try and provoke a reaction from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who in his opening address just a short while ago underlined at the SCO Summit in Tianjin, underlined S as security, C as connectivity, O as opportunity, saying very clearly that separatism is a threat, terrorism is a threat, respect for sovereignty. You can't build connectivity without respecting a nation's sovereignty. I think the biggest underlying there over the BRI and a message to Xi Jinping over BRI and the CPEC very clearly saying any nation's sovereignty should not be challenged or impacted just because you want to create a connective ecosystem all around you. And the Chinese string of pearls does affect the regional security and connectivity and, more importantly, the sovereignty of many nations. Let's just quickly listen to what the Prime Minister said before we take the conversation forward.
सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मिले समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही SCO चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। connectivity that bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning.
Some important aspects underlined by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He doesn't shirk away from calling out terror in the neighborhood, mentions Pahalgam openly, that Bharat has been a victim of terrorism, and said that terrorism and separatism are challenges in this region and we need to try and attack. There can be no backing of terrorism or terrorist activity. Secondly, he turns around and says connectivity at the cost of a nation's sovereignty is a breach of trust. It reduces trust and also efficiency. So we cannot afford to try and tread over the sovereignty and national interests of nations to build connectivity. But he also says there is a need or a project, a corridor, a north-south corridor via Afghanistan to connect the rest of Asia. He also says that the UN needs reforms. We can collectively push for UN reforms, and the SCO is an effective model. Ambassador Ashok Sajanar is with us and General Pandey with us at this point. General Pandey, Ashok Sajanar ji, namaste. Ashok Sajanar ji, is Bharat looking weak? Is Bharat compromising on, or is Prime Minister Narendra Modi compromising on Bharat's interests? How would you see the bonhomie between Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Putin, President Xi Jinping, and juxtapose that to the utterances of Peter Navarro?
Yeah, thank you very much, Anand, for having me on the show. I think definitely to respond to your first question, it is not looking weak. I frankly don't know where this question is coming from because if anything, I think India has been growing, India has been rising, and particularly notwithstanding in the face of challenges that have come India's way, not of its own making, but the manner in which India has stood up to those challenges, confronted those challenges. I think it has won the respect and admiration, not only of the people of India, but of the whole world. So I don't think there is any question of India looking weak. You see, as far as its economy is concerned, it's doing, it's very strong. Not only the earlier statistics we have, fourth largest economy, getting on to be third largest, fastest growing major economy, 7.8% GDP growth in the first quarter of this financial year. India cannot be looking weak. And the manner in which India stood up, right now it is standing up to the United States, our comprehensive global strategic partner. But before that, 5 years ago, it stood up to China. No other country after 62 had really stood up to China in that way. And China has had to retreat in terms of disengagement, and now we are getting on to de-escalation and de-induction. And so India is taking the world at its, the manner in which it wants to, in a spirit of equality. It is not cowering down under pressure of any sort. And this is what we saw, number one, with Mr. Xi Jinping. So you asked, how do I see that? A very welcome development, but I'm looking at it very cautiously. I'm not saying it's a reset. I'm not saying it's a start of a new chapter. I'm not saying it is transformative, but I'm saying it has potential. It has huge potential if both the countries, particularly China, recognizes that it is for its own benefit of the region and the world, if relations between India and China are not only normalized, but also grow and are promoted. So I think that is one on yesterday. But it is a very welcome development because two countries, big countries, large territories, large population, large economies, India getting onto the third largest economy, also large militaries, very powerful, and exercising strategic autonomy. If they come together, I think it is better for their own people, economies, etc. Now, the images coming out this morning from Tianjin, I think they are absolutely stunning. because it is not only that the three leaders are coming together. Mind you, Anand, there are not only the 10 SCO heads of state and government, there are 14 dialogue partners, there are 2 other members. Out of that, only these 3 congregate. And not only do they congregate, but you look at the body language, you look at the chemistry, you look at the rapport between these two, and the comfort level that these 3 leaders enjoy. I think this is going to send a huge message not only to Mr. Navarro, but definitely to his boss also in the White House. And, he will realize, as many others in the world have realized, that you can't force India to do something. Its exercise of its strategic choices is very dear as far as India is concerned. It will not do anything under pressure.
Right.
So I think they might be forced to have a rethink on how to proceed forward. But definitely, and now the meeting with Mr. Putin, I think that will be another powerful message to the global community and particularly to the United States.
The 4 pillars of Purusharth, viewers: Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. Let's focus on Artha, because a nation is strong when it is economically strong. Wealth also generates a certain sense of power, and it also gives a certain level of respect. And only the strong are spoken with. Veer Bhogya Vasundhara. Our scriptures very clearly outline the principles of statecraft. Security is paramount. At all points in time, you need to keep even friends and adversaries diffused and dependent, while engaging with them constructively for furthering the creation of wealth, while ensuring welfare of the people. Now, from Kautilya, or even before that, Bhishma in the Mahabharata, while explaining this to Yudhishthira on Rajatantra and Rajavidya, this is what he had explained. Now, this is all there, but to put it into effect is not easy, General Pandey. Because we are in a different world, a world that responds to instant triggers, just like the triggers that are coming from the opposition, triggers that are coming via memes on social media, triggers that are coming via the likes of the White House, Peter Navarro, and the tone that they are adopting vis-a-vis Bharat.
So, firstly, wish Anand I had met you slightly more earlier. I could have got far more educated in terms of the knowledge which you actually have and throw out so easily. Not so easy to actually this thing, but look at what has changed. And again, I don't want to get into the political or sound like somebody who follows a political system, but today India, last 2 days, the bilateral conversations were different than the SCO conversations. And this is what, unfortunately, today's people who want to bring down and keep the Indian elephant down want at the local level to be pitching at. So this conversation were totally different. When he is talking to Z as one-to-one, the conversations which came out were totally different. And today when he is making a larger point where the nations from people like from Pakistan, from Turkey, and other regional people who are not so aligned to our this thing are listening, and he's talking a different conversation. So this is the deafness which has come about, and change which has come about in last about a decade, and surely in last about 5 years. I'll just very quickly talk about what has happened. Look at on the Russian oil, right? Europeans, Americans, everybody pushed the country, but he seized that opportunity to go ahead and continue to remain engaged with our longest strategic partner ever, not only enabling and helping him, but also becoming a pivot for using the Russian oil to our advantage, to our ensuring our infrastructure and the money which comes. It actually feeds into our economy in so very well manner. Second is, Sindoor happened. In Sindoor, while we targeted Pakistan, but we still continue to engage with the Americans who wanted to exploit that advantage for themselves. And nobody is talking about it, right? Everybody is talking about the defense equipment which has come from the Chinese and the support which the Pakistan has got. But you please look at it, what the Americans have done in past, but yet we continue to remain engaged, and not a negative word ever has come about as a personal thing from the Prime Minister's office, which is surely a huge magnanimous gesture. Otherwise, he could have also gone on to fight like Navarro and Trump, what they are doing, which is not very, very this thing. So, What I'm trying to say is that India today continues to move like an elephant, unconcerned about the barbs which are coming about. But when that opportunity comes, it transforms into tiger to snatch that opportunity. So COVID happened. Straight away we became the eye to be beholden to the global south. When G20 happened, we seized that opportunity to get the global south onto the table. And very interestingly, yesterday's comments of Z is trying to appropriate global south, right? Which was actually the initiative of Prime Minister Modi last year. Look at the transition which has happened, right? So these are things which, the other part which I must talk of is Galwan. You know, it is first time ever, everybody kept on talking of growing trade with China. The first time ever the Chinese have blinked.
Yeah.
It was in Doklam. People didn't know much about it, but at Galwan, the Chinese blinked. Last year in October, they disengaged. It has never happened. So we don't celebrate success, but we actually want to cry over little failures. But the trade continuing to grow. After all, we just can't start behaving like small countries, right? You are a big nation. You are the fourth economy, powerful economy. He's leading a nation of 1.4 billion. Which is 1/6 of the world population. And when you tie up, and yesterday I think the Z mentioned 2.8 billion, third of the humanity resides between the two countries which are oldest civilization ever to exist. They need to walk together. Z knows very well that India never had the expeditionary look, you know. We are not going to go beyond into the South China Sea or this thing. We don't have much interest.
We are not expansionist in our design.
Which we are not. He understands. And possibly he has now reconciled to the fact which comes out with what you talked of, the letter which came out to President Murmu in April, which is a significant shift. And therefore, I think, I believe that
can they work without affecting the star? You know, interestingly, the old archives are now out from the 50s and 60s. And somewhere at that time, the reports suggest that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had a choice to choose between Arunachal Pradesh and Aksai Chin. Bharat today has given a choice to the Chinese. Either you choose to respect our sovereignty or no, and we continue to confront and it continues to hurt you, while we will have to grow and we will grow somewhere or the other. But that doesn't mean that Bharat is not dependent on China. Viewers, the numbers show our imports have only grown in the last 7 years, but the number of items that we are importing has come down drastically. So we are only importing what is important for us as a nation because we still have not reached a level where we are in a place of complete Atmanirbharta. No nation will be. We have to play to our strength, and we've got to continue to engage with nations, security issues or not, strategic differences or not. Big news coming through on that front. From Tianjin, Russia President Vladimir Putin's message at the SCO. On the Ukrainian crisis, he said Russia adheres to the principle that no country can ensure its security at the expense of another. He's further added that the Western attempts to draw Ukraine into NATO are a contributing factor to the Ukrainian crisis. Putin also hails Bharat's role in resolving conflict, saying Russia highly values the efforts of China, Bharat, and other partners in resolving the situation in Ukraine. Rahul Shivshankar is joining us. Before Rahul speaks, viewers, please understand, Ukraine means borderlands. And it was deemed or named Ukraine because it was supposed to be the border to the erstwhile Soviet Union. And one of the long-time issues for President Putin has been, even when Crimea was annexed in 2014, was the progression of NATO to eastward, despite there being no more Warsaw. Rahul Shivshankar, he's perhaps underlined the same thing again.
Yeah, but of course the context matters, and his views are completely taking on the United States from an SCO forum. So this is the first time we've heard any leader within the SCO speaking at the plenary session, making a direct reference to the manner in which America is sort of persecuting this entire effort at trying to engineer peace in Ukraine, saying that Russia will not be dictated to, number one. Number two, crediting India for making, including China, for making efforts to try and bring about a resolution of the crisis. Now, what has Donald Trump been saying? That India is actually part of the problem. It's not part of the solution. Here, Putin is saying India is part of the solution. And this is very, very crucial. I don't know if you saw this report, which was put out by, in fact, a Ukrainian oil analyst firm, energy analyst firm in Ukraine just yesterday, which suggests that Ukraine has upped its purchase of diesel from India by 15% in just 1 year. So India is keeping the lights on, the fires burning in Ukraine by supplying them fuel. So India is not profiteering for its own good. It is helping European Union, it is helping Ukraine and the citizens of these countries by making their lives easier so that their products are cheaper, so that inflation remains within a band that is tolerable. Without that Indian support, that would have been the end of the EU war effort, which is a combined war effort, let's not forget, against Russia. There's a unified front that Russia is up against. And it has always viewed, as you also said, that particular territory, which was named really after a Russian word called borderland, as a buffer zone between its sphere of influence and Europe's sphere of influence. And it's the Americans that started in 2000, or a little before that in fact, to try and rope in Ukraine into the NATO sphere of influence, which was seen as a direct interference in the territorial sovereignty of Russia and its sphere of influence, and of course an attempt to tilt the balance of power in Europe, which was seen as a massive provocation. And this was building up over the years. There was also regime change that was instituted by, in fact, the U.S. and the NATO bloc in Ukraine. And it was known as a revolution about 15 years ago, which led to the emergence of people like Zelensky, who were seen as puppets by the Russians of the NATO cat's paw. But the fundamental point is the first allusion in the SCO, in Tianjin, amongst this forum of leaders, to the United States in direct terms, and that entire peace process, which was initiated in Alaska. It is actually Putin who is going to be spending an extended period of time. He hasn't spent this much time in any other foreign country as he will be in China, because he moves on to the Great Parade in Beijing, which is going to be celebrating the victory over the so-called fascist powers. So clearly now, Putin is positioning the SCO as an anti-American platform. India, of course, is going to be wary because it's the bridge, as General Pandey has been suggesting, between the West as well as, of course, the East. India has to be careful about not allowing this sort of formulation to lead to further antagonisms. It's got a great relationship with America just beyond the tariffs issue. There is a lot. In fact, just about a week back, there was a +2 conversation that went on between the two sides. So, look, Trump is an aberration. Hopefully, we'll be able to sort of see him off, and we'll bring back this relationship to even keel. But in the meantime, we need to be careful about where we put our foot.
It's not the opening attack and the first 10 overs that the openers have to see off of on a test match, and you've got to survive that. This is another 3.5 years. So that lasts about half an hour to 45 minutes or maybe an hour. The first hour of play, but this is about 3.5 hours.
If he's not going in for another, I mean, Trump is a lame duck in the next 18 months as we go into what is known as a midterm.
So that's
his
true.
Influence will wane. The courts are again railed against him.
Yeah, but he does not care at this time around because he's not looking for a return. But perhaps the likes of Vance and Marco Rubio, and they will all be worried, because if there is a Republican continuance, then there has to be some amount of policy, and this is totally shaking things up. And the utterances of Peter Navarro today, last evening or this morning, are totally contrary to what the MAGA-based narrative is, and in fact, quite a sad state of affairs there, or maybe an indication that there are others who are now calling the shots within the White House, who have infiltrated even the Republican and the Oval Office at this point in time. Rahul, thank you for your thoughts. I'm just going to take it across to General Pandey and also Ashok Sajanara, and we'll circle back to you in about 15-20 minutes. So take that well-readed break, and then we'll come back to you, Rahul. Thank you for that. Amazing coverage from Rahul, Palki, the entire Network 18 team on ground in Tianjin, so kudos to them. Also, viewers, we have to understand, as I take it across to Ambassador Sajjanar and General Pandey, in my very, very limited and humble submission, there are perspectives. When I traveled to Moscow, Ambassador Sajjanar, I saw a perspective which is very different, not colored by Western media and Western narratives. It was purely from a Russian perspective and what Russia needed to do to survive and do for itself. Just like there is a Bharatiya perspective, there is a Western view of Bharat and there is a Bharatiya view of Bharat. Just like there is a Western view of what NATO is doing and there is a Russian view of what NATO is doing. NATO was formed historically to counter Warsaw. But there is no Warsaw for the last 20 years, 25 years plus. But NATO continues to expand. And this has been an issue. What is a Western entity doing right at the doorstep of Russia? If is Operation Sindoor, in conducting Operation Sindoor, does Bharat become the villain? Or does Bharat become finally accounting for the number of atrocities and the cuts that Pakistan has tried to inflict on Bharat? That perspective, perhaps viewers need to understand that there are always two sides to the coin, and from where are you looking at? And President Putin has only been underlining this since 2014 and even before that, be it Obama, be it Biden, be it Trump, multiple times he said the same thing. You don't come to my doorstep, you stay away from me and keep Ukraine neutral. Don't get Ukraine into NATO, let Ukraine be neutral, I won't interfere, you don't interfere, and keep this off. This has been his position. And Russia needs the warm waters, the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea, otherwise they have no way to trade because they are surrounded by icy seas on all the other borders that they have with the sea. Even on the other side, the Pacific, Alaska, this is geographical, sir. Please correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding of this. And then let's judge whether Putin is right or wrong in trying to invade and move into that region, Donbass, which has never been part of Ukrainian authority. They've had their own regime and they've had their own government and they largely speak Russian there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anand. Your knowledge is very vast, boundless. So, you don't really need to be so modest and humble when you say that, is my understanding correct? Because I think everything that you have said is absolutely on the dot. And, this has been the challenge. Not today, but it has been a challenge from a long, long time. And I will very quickly, share a personal experience also with you. This is the challenge that the news media, whether it is in print, whether it is electronic, whether it is now social media, etc., it is all dominated by the Western agencies. So, basically it is the sort of echo chamber that you hear. All that they are saying, it is being repeated by the sister agencies and organizations. So that is what you will hear. That is what you will hear about Bharat when you go out. Because this is what I remember, in my travels now over the last several years, and particularly over the last 3.5 years, it is still the same question. Why is India importing oil from Russia? Why is India not condemning Russia? And you make all these arguments to them as to how India is helping out the global supply as far as in keeping the prices under control as far as petroleum products are concerned. But they will not be convinced. The personal experience I was telling you, Anand, was I remember in the 1980s when I went on my first posting to Moscow. And we had been really brought up on articles and writings in the Newsweek. And
we've got a big update, Ambassador Saab. I'm interrupting you. We've got a big update. We'll try and go back to Rahul also on this. The Tianjin Declaration of the SCO Council of Heads of States has been signed and adopted. Siddhant is just getting us this update, and this is big because the last time around the SCO did not agree. Bharat did not sign on the document because there were certain references, but now the Tianjin Declaration of the SCO Council of Head of States has been signed and adopted. That's the big update that's coming through. Akanksha Siddhant getting us these details. And this then becomes significant, Ambassador Sajjanar. That means Bharat has signed the draft. Last time Bharat did not sign because there were certain references that Bharat took objection to. This time it looks like very clearly those references have been moved out. Ambassador Sajanar.
And references which we wanted as far as Pahalgam is concerned, possibly at least if either directly or tangentially, there is a reference to that. Because, last time also, Anand, your thousands of viewers and listeners should be careful that when India did not sign, when Bharat did not sign on the dotted line, that document was not accepted. It was not adopted. So, it works, SCO works by consensus. So this is what happened at the Raksha Mantri meeting, at the defense ministers meeting of the SCO countries. And when India objected and Mr. Rajnath Singh, he put his pen down saying, I'm not going to sort of, put my name onto this declaration.
Right.
The declaration went into the dustbin. It was not accepted. It was not adopted by any of the countries. So
Right.
it's not as if India did not sign and the other countries went ahead with it. But this is important, which
Right.
means that, India's concerns on the issue of terrorism, they have been fully or adequately reflected as far as the declaration is concerned.
Right. I think we've just got a copy of the declaration. I'm going to check if we can get Akanksha or Siddhant to try and break this down for us on the wall. This is a long page, long discussion. The UN has, it speaks about the UN, it talks about the member states reaffirming, member states advocate respect for the right of peoples to independently and democratically choose their own paths of political and socio-economic development, reaffirming commitments to the goal of SCO principles, the Shanghai spirit which embodies mutual trust, mutual benefit, equality, mutual consultation, respect for cultural diversity and the pursuit of common development, and will consistently deepen cooperation in the interests of security, stability, sustainable development and SCO region. So this is the first few pages, few lines that I am reading. The member states reaffirm universality, indivisibility, interdependence and interrelatedness of all human rights, as well as their commitment to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, and oppose the application of double standards in human rights issues and interference in the internal affairs of other states under the pretext of protecting them. So, and there is also a mention of drug trafficking. The members of the member states reaffirm their determination to continue the joint fight against terrorism, separatism, extremism, as well as against the illicit trafficking and narcotic drugs, psychotropic substances and their precursors, arms smuggling and other forms of transnational organized crime. So they have talked about drugs. Siddhant is joining us. Siddhant, Bharat has signed the Tianjin SCO document. It is important. Any mention of Pahalgam? I'm just reading through this document that you've shared, but it talks about separatism, it talks about terrorism, and it also talks about double standards, and non-interference. You can't interfere on the basis and giving bahana of human rights into the affairs of other countries, because that's also got to be respected. Yes.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, if you remember when Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh went to China for the defense ministers meet, at that point in time, the draft which was handed over to him did not had mention of Pahalgam attack, and perhaps that became the reason that India did not sign the draft and there was no joint declaration. Now India has signed the draft and the joint declaration has been adopted, and this joint declaration, in fact, we have managed to access the draft, and it very clearly says, Anand, that member states strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on 22nd April 2025. In fact, they expressed their deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the dead and the wounded. They further stated that the perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. Now, this particular line, Anand, perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attack must be brought to justice, is the line which was adopted by UN Security Council on 25th of April, right after the Pahalgam terror attack. The same line has been used in the SCO joint declaration. In fact, it is also important to highlight, Anand, that this particular draft declaration also mentions Jafar Express on 11th March and Khuzdar incident in Pakistan on 21st May 2025.
So the passage, so they mention Gaza, they mention Palestine, but they have also mentioned Pahalgam. There was also a push to try and mention Balochistan and the Baloch Liberation Army. That clearly has not happened. That was also a point of difference because that was the Pakistani narrative that was attempted being pushed. And this time around, clearly Shehbaz Sharif being given the snub, Pakistan being given the snub by Xi Jinping yesterday and also by President Putin today visually, but in the document also. And Pakistan has had to sign this.
Well, that's right, Anand. That's absolutely right. In fact, last time around, Pakistan opposed the mention of Pahalgam attack during the defense ministers meet, and the draft which was handed over to the Indian side did not had mention of Pahalgam. This time around, India very successfully asserted its position on terrorism. In fact, Prime Minister Modi gave a very strong statement on terrorism during in his address at the plenary session. In fact, he said that terrorism should not be accepted in any forms and manifestation. In fact, he also did mention, and very important to highlight, Anand, he said that how India has given efforts to fight Al-Qaeda. Now, why Al-Qaeda has been mentioned by Prime Minister? There's a context to it. Because Al-Qaeda, India's, if you talk in Indian context, then Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed are the two terror groups which have been targeting India. But Prime Minister mentioned Al-Qaeda because Al-Qaeda was the enemy for the West and for the whole of the region. Despite that, India gave efforts to fight Al-Qaeda. So he wanted to prove this point that India never differentiates between good terrorism, bad terrorism, your terrorism, my terrorism. Terrorism is terrorism and it needs to be condemned in all forms and manifestation. Perhaps that was the reason that Prime Minister mentioned about India's efforts to fight against Al-Qaeda.
But clearly the word, it has been worded in such a way that it somewhere does not openly mention Pakistan. It mentions the Pahalgam terror attack, but it does not mention Pakistan or the TRF or the Lashkar. So these organizations are not mentioned, but Pahalgam attack has been condemned. So and that's what it says, that the perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. So that's where it stops, but it does not talk further beyond that. But it's significant. General Pandey, Siddhant, just stay on with us. Yes, General Pandey, would you like to weigh in on this?
I think I was actually not. I was not actually thinking that so much of detail will come about on a joint declaration where 26 countries are involved, and surely 10 countries are involved after what happened in July, where the defense minister had refused to sign. But more importantly, I think the line which they have added, that the perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks should be brought to justice, I think is very, very symbolic, very strong worded statement. And I think it will possibly shut a lot of dissonance which is coming from our country, that people, why is terrorism not talked about? I think the next part which they have added, a cross-border movement of terrorists, I think that amplifies a huge segment. They don't have to name out Lashkar.
But here is the addition. Member states also strongly condemned the terrorist attack on the Jafar Express on 11th March and in Khuzdar on the 21st of May 2025. They have expressed their concern. So that part also gets added. Ambassador Ashok Sajanar?
But that is... okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I don't think it should be seen as a balancing. Because as far as India is concerned, it has had nothing to do with the Jafar Express or the other attack that is mentioned there. They are independent, they are terrorist attacks. Okay, that is what Pakistan claims. So, okay, let it be there. But as far as this is concerned, we have always maintained that it is being engineered and fomented from across the border. That it is organizations like Lashkar, Jaish, and its offshoot like TRF. Now, Anand, you mentioned why TRF not mentioned, why Lashkar? I think it would have been expecting too much really to pinpoint a finger at one of the member states of SCO and say that, you have been involved in that. So I don't think that was really, even in the United Nations, it has not been accepted. And I think basically the point, Anand, that India would have made is, let us pick up the language from, as Siddhant was saying, from the 25th April statement of the UNSC, because that has been accepted and adopted by the UNSC, so no one should have any problem. I think if by that time The United States had sort of recognized TRF as a terrorist organization which was responsible for Pahalgam, and it had found its way in the 25th April declaration. Then we would have been able to get it because, we were just transporting what was adopted by the UNSC into this. So I think this is a huge win. This is a huge victory. It should be seen as that. We should not really sort of focus that why is TRF not mentioned, why is Lashkar not mentioned? Because I think in a multilateral setting, Anand, it will be not only difficult, absolutely impossible to get, the whole organization pointing fingers at one of its own member states. So I think we should be happy, and we shouldn't really see Jafar Express and the other as a balance to this that India has had to give in something. No, it's not a given by us because neither has, Pakistan, of course, might be saying that India is involved in Balochistan and all, but the world doesn't buy it. But in this case, the world is quite cognizant that the cross-border terrorism into India is basically coming from Pakistan.
No, but there's also condemnation of Israel's attacks on Iran. So there has been condemnation of that too. So how would you want to collectively view that? I'm just going to read it from the document, how the paragraphs have come, viewers, just for clarity. Yes, the member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable, and call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists, with a central role of the United Nations by fully implementing the relevant UN Security Council resolution and UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy in accordance with the UN Charter and the principles of international law in order to jointly combat all terrorist organizations. They stress the importance of by adopting consensus and a comprehensive Convention on International Terrorism. Member states strongly condemn the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on 22nd April 2025. Member states also condemn the terrorist attacks on Jafar Express on 11th March and Khuzdar on 21st May. They express their deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the dead and wounded. They further stated that the perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. The member states, while reaffirming their firm commitment to fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism, stress the inadmissibility of attempts to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. Palki is also with us from Tianjin. Palki, Bharat also signing the document at SCO. What is your take on the document and, of course, the overall reception that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Bharat has got at SCO this time?
We'll start with the document. I would say it's a big win for India. It's something that India has been pushing for. Terrorism has been at the front and center of India's push for what the SCO should be doing and saying. And this is an organization that was set up to ensure regional security, among other things. And Prime Minister Modi, in his opening statements, also said that double standards on terrorism would be unacceptable. Remember, in the defense ministers' meeting earlier this year, India did not sign the joint statement. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh did not sign it because there was no mention of Pahalgam, even though Balochistan, the train hijacking and the extremism was mentioned. So this is, I think, a big win for India. India pushed for it and it found mention. Member states strongly condemning the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on April 22nd, 2025. Interestingly, it also says, Anand, that the firm commitment to fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism and stress that double standards will be unacceptable, calling on the international community to focus on this, attempts to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. And this is, I think, a clear reference to what Pakistan has been doing. So a good one for India. Apart from this, I think the mood has been largely positive. While India has shown its desire to work with partner countries, including China, and is working on a cautious reset, India has also been able to establish its own unique position when it comes to terrorism, of course, and even multilateralism. While Xi Jinping spoke about multilateralism and Cold War mentality and how it will not find takers in today's world, it was a dig at the West, and they're talking about the larger SCO ideology. But India is focusing on implementation. India is focusing on reform, perform, transform. Those were the words that the Prime Minister used. India is talking about global governance and execution and delivery. So there is a distinction there in how India is projecting it, while the Chinese side is looking at this forum as a larger sales pitch for the BRI. India focused on the north-south corridor and connectivity and not debt traps. So I think it's a very, very interesting, nuanced and clear position and iteration of India's position on how the world needs to move forward. We need to look for alternatives, but alternatives that work for everyone and not just a few players.
Well, the Prime Minister said, Palki, the connectivity at the cost of sovereignty erodes trust and efficiency. So was that an open message to China on the BRI and CPEC?
I would say it was. It was a very clear message. India is not a signatory to BRI, and that was one of the points of sticking points between India and China, leading up to which we saw the Doklam clash in 2017. So yes, BRI has been a point of contention, and the Indian side has once again reaffirmed its position. Remember, this is also a different China from 2017, Anand. This is a China that is not seeing the kind of growth that it would like to see. This is a China where the top leadership is also coming under some sort of pressure, where the property sector is in decline. They have a bunch of challenges, and the American relationship is also in the doldrums, even though they've got some sort of a reprieve on the tariff front. So this is a China that is very keen to work with India, and you see that in the press coverage here. We saw the China Daily. President Xi Jinping had multiple bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the summit, but only one meeting made it to the front page, and that was the meeting with Prime Minister Modi. So it's as important for China as for India, and we're seeing that in the approach of the Chinese side, in the way they're engaging, and I would say that accommodating India's position and concerns.
Now, what is being made of this interaction, the trilateral interaction? Talks of a trilateral agreement or a conversation and a meet soon is being talked about, RIC conversation, although Bharat is saying there is still a long way to go. But the West will be watching, and somewhere it was intended for the West to see.
Of course it was, and the pictures speak 1,000 words, as they say. The meeting between Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi, the handshakes, the hugs, the smiles, they do send a very, very strong and clear message to Washington. And you can see the rhetoric from Washington also becoming more shrill and becoming more absurd by the day. And it shows the frustration. But I think Trump's attempt to get leverage through tariffs has backfired spectacularly. And the countries that he's tried to punish or sanction or tariff are now coming together and exploring alternatives that are not waiting for Western sort of approval before they go ahead. So RIC may not happen tomorrow, but we are heading in that direction, you could say, and there is a lot that India, Russia and China have to work together on and explore, and there's a lot of points of convergence at this point. Thanks to Donald Trump, to a large measure.
Now, Peter Navarro's bluster aims to try and portray Bharat as part of the problem with respect to Ukraine. President Putin has said Bharat and China are part of the solution. I'm very clearly saying that he's leaning on them to resolve the Ukraine issue than anybody else.
I think Peter Navarro basically exposes America's lack of understanding of India in particular and the larger situation in general. I mean, it's like I said, heading towards absurdity, the kind of statements coming from these so-called advisors to the White House, and they should worry about the people advising them. But that said, on the larger Ukraine issue, the two parties involved in this conflict, Russia and Ukraine, are constantly engaging with India. The Ukrainian president called Prime Minister Modi just ahead of his bilateral with President Putin here in Tianjin, and that shows that the parties that really matter, the parties which are part of the conflict directly, are confident of India's position, and India's position has been consistent throughout, that this is not an era of war, that solutions cannot be found on the battlefield, and both sides need to sit together and talk. At the same time, India is not taking sides that would suit the Western agenda. India is on the side of what is right, and that is something that India has expressed consistently and repeatedly. In fact, in the run-up to the Alaska meeting, President Putin briefed Prime Minister Modi. Then we had conversation between Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi. Again, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. So both sides have kept India updated about where this is going. I think the American intervention at this point is just a lot of surround sound and noise.
Important that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and a lot of the other leaders, including President Xi Jinping, talked about bullying, and they've also talked about reforms, UN reforms. Now the Charter has also said, reaffirming the importance of establishing an SCO development bank, the interested member states decided to establish it and intensify consultations on a range of issues related to the functioning of this financial institution. This is significant, Palke, because President Xi Jinping has been pushing for this for a while. The UN reforms, and that the SCO can become the template for the UN for reform, and member states can push for UN reforms. There's also been a word on the rules and principles of the WTO, damaging the interests of international security, including its food and energy components, negatively affecting the global economy, undermining fair competition, hindering international cooperation and the achievement of UN SDGs. Members oppose unilateral coercive measures, including those of an economic nature that contravene UN Charter and other norms of international law. So this is again somewhere highlighting that there are major reforms that are going to be pushed by this consortium of nations, along with perhaps a heft of the Global South and the Africa group of nations, perhaps.
I would say there are two parts to this. One, of course, India has been part of the growing group of countries that are looking at exploring alternatives to a dollar-led global economy. That is very much a fact. It won't be easy, it won't happen overnight, but if this is how America chooses to proceed with its partners and rivals, then this is going to happen at some point. And we've seen in the past that Donald Trump has clearly targeted the BRICS. He's not said very much about the SCO. Post this, I'm waiting to see what sort of statements come from the White House and how do they choose to target or not target this group. That is one, and this is the direction in which the world is heading for sure. But on the point of UN reform, I would like to say that for India, UN reform would start by widening the number of permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, and there is one roadblock for India in that group, and that is China. So when a group like the SCO, which with China as central to it, talks about UN reform, then they need to walk the talk. Then they need to make sure that UN reform happens in every way, and not just in ways that suit China. When China shields Pakistan on terrorism at the United Nations, when China vetoes moves against Pakistan at the United Nations, so that should also be a part of UN reform. So I think India would take it with a pinch of salt that yes, we need UN reform. I think everybody agrees with the larger idea, but are you ready to push for the reform and work towards it, even on issues which do not suit your larger agenda? That is something that needs to be seen.
Well, but Bharat has a position on the veto powers itself that only 5 nations cannot control, and especially when they are not even the top 5 economies of the world, a lot of them are not as significant geopolitically as some of the other nations. Should we even have veto powers? Finally, interesting pictures. Last evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and let's just go to those pictures and get Padki to weigh in and our guests before we have to close or take a break before the top of the hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Xi Jinping walk past Shehbaz Sharif. And then you have President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking past Shehbaz Sharif. So suddenly has Pakistan just become a blur there? Or does everyone now realize that Shehbaz Sharif is not the man worth engaging with?
Well, the second point I would add more weight to, that Shehbaz Sharif is a placeholder, really. And the Chinese know this more than anyone else. They've been engaging with Pakistan for the longest time. It is virtually a vassal state for Beijing. At the same time, they know that they can choose to ignore Shehbaz Sharif at a platform like this and yet engage with them because the money for Pakistan comes from China, the development aid comes from China, the diplomatic cover comes from China, the weapons come from China. So Shehbaz Sharif will wait his turn if he has to. But it does send for us looking at it from India, it makes for very interesting viewing, and that is how Pakistan is being treated. But I think beyond that, we have to look at the larger point that Pakistan and China do have what they call an iron brotherhood, and that is not being diluted. In fact, China has invested in Pakistan so that India faces a two-front challenge militarily and in terms of security. And I underline these points, Anand, because while we are looking at these two countries working together and we are talking, all headlines are speaking about a reset, it's very important to bear in mind that the fault lines very much remain, and a reset cannot erase history. And we need to proceed with caution. We need to make the most of what this opportunity gives us. But we need to bear in the back of our minds that this is still China and we've burnt our fingers here before.
True, and it is to collaborate where we need to, cooperate where we want to, and confront where we have to. I think those three C's have to be there when it comes to China, and Bharat needs to follow that map and that strategy going forward. Let's hope we've all wisened up in terms of how to deal with this nation that also had the foresight to re-engage with Bharat and perhaps looked ahead to saying that there are going to be troubles and there are going to be headwinds and the region needs to cooperate better. Palki, thank you for your inputs. Good to have you there in Tianjin along with Rahul Shivshankar. We're going to take a very, very short break on our coverage. When we come back, we'll have more guests and continuous conversations. So that's the picture. Shehbaz Sharif, perhaps in Pakistan politics, is irrelevant. These two people, most relevant. President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi sitting together in the same vehicle ahead of the scheduled bilateral, or have the conversations already begun? Very, very important conversation. And the messaging is loud and clear. Someone in the Oval Office is watching and there will be a reaction. For every utterance that is coming out from the Oval Office, there is a picture that is the response. Not words, but deeds, and perhaps moments like these. Stay with us.
Brought to you by This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद।
Good morning to our continuing coverage, and that image sort of defines what is happening there in Tianjin. It's a major reset in the diplomatic alignments that are happening in India and around our region, maybe infused by a dose of Trump pain because of the tariffs. But that picture of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin traveling in the same car, much like President Trump and President Putin traveled in the same car ahead of their Alaska summit. Now, just ahead of their bilateral meeting on the sidelines of the SCO Summit in Tianjin, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin traveling in the same car to the destination where their bilateral meeting is going to happen. That meeting has been delayed by over an hour, but huge shifts happening in Tianjin. This will have big consequences, not just for this region, not just for these 3 countries involved, India, China and Russia, but certainly will have repercussions in wider Asia. And also there will be consequences that the White House will be very, very closely monitoring. You could argue that President Trump is the man who pushed India into this corner. He's the one, because of the unreasonable and unjustified oil tariffs, he's the one who forced India to move in this direction, where today you have from earlier today in the morning, you had the images of Prime Minister Modi, President Putin and President Xi Jinping of China coming together. You can call it a photo op. It's more than that. These are power pictures. These are pictures that will be consumed across the globe, in London, in Paris, in Berlin, and certainly in Washington. And this is, in a sense, a reply to the continuing almost attack dog kind of attacks that you're seeing from various aides of the White House, from various aides of President Trump. This is clearly sending out a diplomatic message, loud and clear, to global capitals that there is a major reset happening as far as the Asia-Pacific is concerned. India, China, Russia coming together, that accounts for more than $35 trillion in the global economy. This would be a significant chunk of global GDP, of global trade. More than $5 trillion of merchandise trade is what these three countries, just exports alone, they bring together to the table. More than $30 trillion of GDP economic power is what these three countries bring to the table. But a significant diplomatic reset is happening, and it will have consequences. No one's saying that this is going to be a partnership without any bounds. Of course, there will be impediments. Of course, there will be speed bumps. But this is a major diplomatic shift that is being captured in the pictures that are coming out from Tianjin. What may this mean for India's relations with great powers in the world, whether it's Delhi's relationship with Washington, Delhi's relationship with Moscow, and certainly Delhi's relationship with Beijing? I want to go across first to Rahul Shivshankar, my colleague, who's in Tianjin. And what a momentous couple of days it's been, Rahul, because yesterday you had the bilateral, went on for an hour between India and China, and for the very first time in a joint statement at the end of that meeting, they referred to India and China as partners and not rivals. And today you have these pictures, first of the three leaders of India, China and Russia coming together, having a moment, handshakes and hugs and discussing something. And then now this photograph that we are splashing on our screen of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin in the same car traveling together to the venue of their bilateral meeting. Rahul.
Well, the optics are very promising. There has been a realignment really on the global high table of diplomacy, of international diplomacy. That's what one can take away from here. This photograph of the two of these leaders, and remember, this photograph is being circulated by the Indian government. The Prime Minister himself, from his own handle, Zaka, has tweeted photographs of himself with President Putin and, of course, President Xi. And this photograph, just look at it, just look at the details of it. This is, we're told, Putin's own car, which sort of travels with him all over the world. It's bulletproof. So in a sense, it's a metaphor for bulletproofing their relationship from Trump's tyranny. This is a message to Trump on a day when one of Trump's key aides on the trade issue, Peter Navarro, has gone completely doolally. There's no other way of saying it. In a conception that he has borrowed straight from the worksheet of those that want to drive a wedge in Indian society, Peter Navarro has picked a leaf and used caste, the original fault line in our country, to try and divide the people. This is direct interference in the internal affairs, domestic policies of our country. And whether the MEA reacts or not, it tells you that there is now pretty much an unstated war been brought about by President Trump and his team, and I'm sure President Trump is on this, to New Delhi and to the east. And the global south countries are sending a message from here. And if you saw that framing, the three lead poles of this part of the world, the principals standing together, exchanging pleasantries, at least sending out a message that, okay, we've got differences. We realize that we've got areas that we need to finesse. But the point is that we are looking at permanent opportunities, not just the past. So fundamentally, we are coming together. We're going to set aside our differences because each one of them in their own ways, in their speeches, if you've noticed, has talked about external interference in their trade outlook and their fiscal financial, economic, and strategic autonomy. All three have touched upon that.
All right.
In fact, the Prime Minister has even related the exposition of trade ties to, of course, peace and stability. So very, very clearly, Zaka, this is a message that is coming out of Tianjin. Tianjin has become the epicenter of this, I won't call it still a reset, but certainly a shift in the momentum of global geopolitics today, and that Western framework that has been constructed with America as the lead pole of what America feels is a unipolarity is being tested by the BRICS coming together in this very, very optical power play.
And it's certainly, you know, if anyone has to blame himself for it, it is Donald Trump. It is his unjustified, unreasonable oil tariffs that's pushing India to the corner of China and Russia. I want to go across to Palki Sharma, Managing Editor, First Post, is also joining us live from Tianjin. Diplomacy, you know, there's obviously what is said in the joint statements, Palki. There's what is said in passing through the texts of these joint statements. But pictures speak 1,000 words. Maybe it's optics, but the fact is that these pictures, of Prime Minister Modi, President Xi Jinping, President Putin earlier this morning, and now Prime Minister Modi and President Putin in the same car traveling to the venue of their bilateral summit. Just what do you make of this? Is it just optics, or is it somewhere down the line a significant, if not realignment, a certain reset of how global, alliances and partnerships are going to work going forward?
Well, it is optics for sure, Zaka, and very powerful optics. But optics are used as an important tool in diplomacy, as a way to send a message. I mean, you could not have, you did not see these smiles and handshakes between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping, say, 2 years back. So optics do send a message. Yes, I think all sides are cognizant of the fact that officials in Washington, in the White House, will be watching the pictures coming out of Tianjin today, which is why I think they're all like Rahul said, posting these pictures from their official handles to tell the world that this is a convergence of leaders who are trying to build an alternative to the Western-led order. So optics for sure, but optics with a message, and optics not without substance. Because if you look at the joint statement, you see that each side has sort of safeguarded their position, at the same time shown the intent to work together, whether it's the BRI, where India is focusing on the north-south corridor, the Chinese are talking about the BRI and how that is a good alternative at a time when the Americans are scaling back their engagement, or terrorism, a big win for India there. I'm sure you've discussed this, that Pahalgam has been mentioned in the joint statement and signed by all leaders. So India has been able to reaffirm its position. India has been able to keep its interests intact here, at the same time shown a willingness to work with others. And that is a message for sure for Washington.
I want to get one more question to both of you before we go to our guests, and I'll start with Palki. Yes, this is a significant sort of signaling, no doubt about it. It could be optics, it could be more than optics. Like you said, in diplomacy, optics count for a lot. I know people who've made careers reading body languages of leaders, but the point is that how is this going to be viewed in Washington? How is this going to be viewed in London, in Paris, in Berlin, at a time when willy-nilly the onus of peace in Ukraine, the onus of trying to end that war and move it in the direction of peace, India too has been made a party to it by Trump and his oil tariffs. Palki.
I think Washington should see this as a moment to reflect on its actions, on how what was meant to bring them leverage, the tariffs and the sanctions, has sort of backfired with all of these countries coming together. India would not have probably gone this far. If you look at the joint statement, Zaka, India has joined others to condemn Israel and the U.S. and their strikes on Iran, and that is not the kind of language that India would have probably used in the past. It has said that we need to look at the Palestinian cause and we need to look at the Iranians, but words do matter again. So I think India has also shown its displeasure very clearly, very subtly, and sometimes not so subtly. And Washington would be watching this. We are seeing the frustration in the statements of Peter Navarro, which are plunging into absurdity now, talking about the caste issue in India and so on and so forth. So that shows that they've not been able to sort of read the room well, and now the frustration is building up. I wonder how Donald Trump is going to respond to this, whether we'll see posts on Truth Social. He has been very vocal in his opposition to the BRI, saying he's going to punish all those countries, but he's not really said much about the SCO. Maybe he does not know enough about this group, or he does not see it as a threat yet. But after looking at the pictures that have come out of Tianjin this weekend and the statements of the leaders, I'm sure there'll be a reaction from Washington, and hopefully it will trigger some sort of an introspection on what they're trying to do, how they treat their partners and rivals, and how it is not serving their interests, or anyone's interest for that matter.
All right, Palki, thanks for that. Rahul, just going through the joint declaration that's been adopted by all leaders, big win for India in terms of the fact that the Pahalgam attack has been explicitly mentioned. It has been condemned by all members. This was the reason why, when the defense minister visited back in June, the reason why they didn't adopt it unanimously was because they refused to mention Pahalgam. So a big win as far as the issue of terrorism is concerned, and the specific mention of Pahalgam in the joint declaration. Also, as Palki was mentioning, there are other things which are there where India also may have had to compromise a bit, including, the reference to the attack on Iran, the reference to the Jafar Express attack. What do you make of the joint statement, looking at the language?
I think it's a very important document because we do tend to forget that the Chinese have made quite an effort in Tianjin to accommodate India. Now, if you just go by the optics once again, you saw Shehbaz Sharif cutting a very lonesome figure, forlorn figure, as he looked on as the triad came together. Now, there are other countries like Turkey, etc., that have helped Pakistan in the recent past, especially militarily. All of them would have been chafing at the messaging that has gone out with regards to specific reference to Pahalgam. All of them will see themselves as culpable in some way or the other to build Pakistan's capacity to be this agent or agent provocateur of terror in this particular region, specifically against India. So there's a larger message going out from Tianjin that, look, I think we need to start putting the past behind us. One of our affirmative principles is to ensure regional security and, very importantly, ensure against anyone impinging on the territorial sovereignty and integrity of the other country. So a beginning is being made. I just want to add a caveat. Yes, there has been a condemnation of Pahalgam, but has there been action on terror? There is also another statement about terror financing. India is very keen to build consensus globally through the FATF to bring back a sanctions regime on Pakistan. And if somehow or the other we can incorporate major consensus on this issue, we might see progress. So that is another end outcome. But as ends go, we need to define those ends. We need to realize those, actualize those ends. Those ends need to be actualized for this statement to actually begin to assume a more substantive, less symbolic, more substantive, actualized form. That's the test. Whether the Chinese will help India go out to the United Nations to sanction terrorists, etc., that'll be the actual test. Let's see if these countries walk the talk.
It certainly is. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Let's see if that plays out the way India is hoping and has been, campaigning for and lobbying for a number of years. Now, Rahul, we'll come back to you as and when that bilateral meeting begins. We were expecting that to happen at around 9:45 India time. It's been an hour and a half, so it's been delayed. But you could see the images of this is where the meeting is going to happen between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. It's an important, very, very consequential bilateral meeting, not least because Trump and his policies have really sort of tied India in to becoming a stakeholder, if you will, in getting peace in Ukraine. He has basically said that until India puts pressure on Russia, people like Navarro even going to the extent of saying that it's Modi's war. And the statement that he made overnight, which has now gone viral this morning here in India, saying that Brahmins are profiting, it's not just, inaccurate, factually wrong, it is absolutely insulting. And it is, in a way, poking your finger in the internal affairs of India. Such a person has no business talking about what's going on in India. And even as a slight, even as an insult, that is something that is extremely, extremely gravely offensive, no doubt about it. So this the picture on your left of Prime Minister and President Putin sharing a car ride to the venue where the bilateral will happen. And in the bilateral, once the cameras go away, there will be substantive conversations on what is President Putin's vision, what is his timeline as far as getting peace in Ukraine is concerned. Because willy-nilly, like I said, the secondary tariffs, the oil tariffs that have been imposed in India are linked to Russia moving towards a path of peace in Ukraine, whether we like it or not. You could call it unfair, and that's what the MEA has said. It's unfair, it's unjustified, it's unreasonable, all of which is true. But at the same time, it is also a reality that India needs to get rid of the oil tariffs. All right, these are the pictures of both the leaders entering the car. You can see a Russian journalist there shooting this, and in the background you can see both the leaders walking together, President Putin offering the car ride, and then Prime Minister Modi hopping in to President Putin's cavalcade, and then both of them riding off to the venue where the bilateral will happen. I want to now open this up to our guests. Anil Trigonath is a former diplomat. Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan is joining us, former member of the National Security Advisory Board, and here in our studios, former General Officer Commanding of the 15 Corps, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey is here in our studios. Ambassador Trigonath, I'll start with you. I mean, I asked this to my colleagues in Tianjin as well, that look, optics do matter in diplomacy. Pictures speak 1,000 words, more so in your profession, in your world. How will these pictures be viewed? Are they being seen as a fundamental reset of ties in this part of the world between Russia, India and China, or are they just being consumed for the optics that are emanating from Tianjin? Will they be viewed in Washington, in London, in Berlin, etc., as a significant reset of ties, or merely just diplomatic optics that happen on the sidelines of a summit?
Well, thank you, Zaka. In fact, as far as Russia and India are concerned, or President Putin and Prime Minister Modi are concerned, this is no optics. This is very clearly a very substantive, powerful, strategic partnership, which has been in display all along, not from now alone. The fact that the way they were bantering with each other, walking with each other hand in hand, and the three of them were also talking at one time, conveyed a message, very clear message. And this is not the first time that President Putin and Prime Minister Modi are traveling together. If you remember, during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sochi, even though it was a short visit, President Putin drove him personally around in the car for nearly, and spent about 10.5 hours with Prime Minister Modi. So they share a very tremendous understanding and bond and mutual respect for each other, which is what was on display here. So as far as Russia and India are concerned, I can say that it is no optics. Nobody has to read. All the Western countries, including the United States, understand that. Even Trump himself wants to be very pally with Putin, as we have seen it in Alaska and elsewhere. So it is not that this is going to really cause them any star. However, the relationship which is improving now between India and China, that is something that will naturally bring about a concern there in that case. And all three getting together, not in a bloc formation, which has, of course, been very clearly conveyed in the statement, also declaration that was issued, that this is not a bloc. So this is something that is being said here, and that is very important because India does not believe in blocs or anything anti-West or something like that. These are passing phases in every history. We have a passing phase in the US relationship, but I personally feel that what happened between India and the US is actually should be a great eye-opening for us. That dependence on the United States is totally unreliable and can be untrustworthy. They have been always trying to undermine our strategic interests very often, even though saying something different, because we know about what China is. We know about others. But with the United States, if you thought that democracy and also that has all been, so I think it's come as a blessing in disguise. And Peter Navarro type of people are actually cementing that perception.
Okay.
And that is
so let me ask, there might be impediments, General Pandey is here in our studio, there might be impediments and limits, let's say, not impediments, but more limits to the coming together of Russia, India, China. But for now, given the context of the, really troublesome times that we're having with the United States, particularly with the Trump administration, when you have leaders of three big countries meeting like this, there is shared bonhomie, there is a degree of conviviality between the three of them. It may not amount to much. It's optics, no doubt about it, but optics do matter in diplomacy. How and why do you think this is important? Coming as it does, if this were to happen 1 year ago, maybe people wouldn't have paid as much attention, but it's happening now, when the whole world is fed up of these Trump tariffs, and India in particular has been hurt by the Trump tariffs. These pictures coming out of Tianjin now, why are they important, General Pandey?
So, I think I must accept one point that Prime Minister Modi since the time, last about a decade and all, his approach to engage with foreign leaders has been warm, effusive. He's stepped across. He's changed the paradigm of how leaders engage with other leaders. So that is one thing which he has done. But the response which comes out, like the similar response was there in the first Trump 1.0. But this time, post-Operation Sindoor, something has flipped. And unfortunate that Trump has lost the narrative with India. And what is happening, I'll just keep it aside. But this optics is something very significant because two top leaders of the world today are traveling in the same vehicle in a third country. Right? It makes a huge impact. And look at the contradictions. The contradictions are, on one side, the Trump and his the sidekicks are calling for India as perpetuating or feeding into the Russian-Ukraine war. Whereas Russia and Ukraine are having a different voice and chatter on the subject. Zelensky has spoken to Prime Minister Modi at least 3 times, and just prior to his arrival here, he's had a long conversation to urge him to possibly allow for peace to prevail. So, and the release of this information which has come about, the diesel going out to Ukraine, is another major message. So you look at the whole thing that today Putin in his message, he is the only person, possibly leader, who's used the SCO platform to make a conversation about possibly America on this subject, that he's talking of the country should not interfere into security of other countries and such like statement. So I think he's complimented India and China for trying to resolve the conflict proactively. So these are contradictions which are happening. I guess somewhere the Trump administration needs to actually have a hard look that where are they going wrong. And this SCO meeting was decided long time back.
Correct.
But the kind of effort this time Chinese have gone through in last about 3 to 4 months to ensure that Prime Minister Modi comes and attends this thing, and the coverage which has come about into the newspapers. In fact, the only bilateral which has been talked about, there have been multiple bilateral or Z with other countries, this thing. The photographs and the conversations have come out in the front page of this thing. So I think this is one of the rare times where the countries are proactively engaging India to come about. But the sensible posturing which the country has done today is that there are no negative comments, only symbolic messaging which is going out. This, on various tweets and stuff like that.
So if I can ask General Narasimhan, I agree with General Pandey. Obviously, the messaging that's come out, the statements that have come out from the Chinese side, even the Indian side yesterday after the bilateral, very, very positive, very, very encouraging, no doubt about it. And frankly, if these 3 countries come together, and there was this postulation of an RIC, or a Russia, India, China, RIC as it was called, a subgroup within BRICS, to come together. If that were to actually happen, it will be a significant groundbreaking shift in diplomacy. But at the end of the day, General Narasimhan, there are inherent contradictions also, and inherent limits to how far India and China can come together, how far India and Russia can come together. How would you characterize what's happening in Tianjin right now? Is it a significant reset, or is it sending out a message at a time of great global flux that India is not deprived of partners, it is not tied to the West in any form or fashion, that it can choose to be friends with Russia at the same time? The President of Ukraine is calling the Prime Minister of India, saying that please, when you have the conversation with the President of Russia, please impress upon him to move towards the path of peace. So clearly India is also showing that we're not tied to any camp, and we can choose to be friends with whoever we want to be friends with.
Thank you very much, Zaka, for getting me on your show. I think you're absolutely right. The thing that we need to look at is, I want to put a little bit of caution in all this positive statement that are coming out at this point in time. The reason is, if you look at the statement that came out from India and China after the bilateral meeting yesterday, I hardly find anything new in those statements. So all the three mutuals were mentioned, border was mentioned, everything else was mentioned. And similarly, the Chinese also have been mentioning the same thing that they've been saying from earlier. So I don't see a sense of something new that has happened in this bilateral meeting that has come up. So basic thing is both the sides have stated their position. There is some forward movement. People-to-people contacts can increase. 75th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship is come this year, and so therefore some activities will take place. So these are actually cautious steps moving forward. All the same, it is a step moving forward. That is how I think I will see the India-China bilateral meeting that took place. I've not been able to read the joint statement as yet, but one of the headlines that is coming up is that SCO has been able to condemn the terrorism as a subject.
Yeah,
which actually was indicated when Mr. Wang Yi came here, and if you look at the foreign ministry statement immediately after that, they had mentioned that Mr. Jaishankar has raised this in a strong manner with Mr. Wang Yi, and Mr. Wang Yi had accepted that it should be condemned in all forms of terrorism. So I think that is a move forward. Coming to this photographs and all which are coming up of all the three leaders coming up, etc. If you look at the meeting yesterday, when Mr. Modi came in, when Mr. Putin came in and met Mr. Xi Jinping and his wife, you find there's a conversation going on between Mr. Xi Jinping and Mr. Putin. Whereas all other leaders just shook hands, took a photograph and then moved on. Today, this other photographs have come up where all the three leaders are meeting together and spending some time together. So there is definitely a move forward to indicate the kind of cooperation that all the three countries are willing to do on the issues of natural interest, mutual interest for them. So that is something that we need to keep in mind. The other thing is about the Russia, Ukraine and Mr. Zelensky's call, which General Pandey mentioned. This has actually been happening for a long period of time. If you take your mind back, Mr. Modi spoke to Mr. Putin as well as to Mr. Zelensky. So this is something which has been going on, and India has been maintaining that war is not the way, diplomacy is the way, talks are the way. That I think is the message that is getting pushed by India even in these meetings. I think this is the way I see this entire thing happening. Like there is a message which is going out to US that is definitely there. But the point is, as General Pandey mentioned, this meeting was decided 1 year ago.
Mm-hmm.
When this meeting will take place, the movement of the relationship between India and China has been going on for the last about 1 year since we signed the agreement in October 24. So these are all actually things in progress. But I think they are coming to some kind of a culmination here, and a move forward can be expected from this. On the RIC, I think we need to have our expectations a little calmer. Basically, because RIC is a loose kind of an organization. It doesn't have a formal structure. So this is something that I think we need to take it with a bit of caution. I think we have been actually in the RIC. There have been, I think since 2018 or 19, there have been no RIC meetings have been held.
Yeah.
So there have been efforts to restart this process. So that process we'll have to wait and watch as to how this progresses.
No, for China, Ambassador Trigonath, this would be a big coup, because China is very clear in its head about its foreign policy that if there is any great power competition that is going on in the world right now, it is with the United States. It's between China and the United States. They already have Russia sort of in their corner. India, they always considered to be in the American corner. They were very wary about things like Quad, etc. And now, given what India and the US are going through over the last 3-4 months because of the tariffs, the extremely almost hostile statements that are coming out of various aides in the White House, the likes of Besant and Navarro and so on, they would be happy to sort of price out India from the US camp. And even if India is a neutral party, which is not either in the US camp or in the Chinese camp, the Chinese would consider that to be a bit of a coup. Ambassador Trigonath.
Well, I don't think so that they will consider it a coup. They definitely have been also wanting. You see, let's see, both policies of India and China, in my view, are very similar in many ways. One is China wants to keep some kind of a peace for about 20 years so that it is able to displace the United States from being number one. And India wants to have these 20 years of peaceful times to become the developed country by 2047.
Yeah.
So similar policies. So basically, both are attempting to have some kind of a peace and tranquility. The Chinese misadventure has failed. The Indian misadventure has failed. And India is and flopped, and therefore they have decided that there is no point continuing on that path of friction. And this is what happened in Kazan eventually. After Kazan, we have seen that the frequency of interactions between the Indian leaders and the Chinese leaders has been quite significant. And there have been step-by-step approaches that have happened. In fact, just a few days ago, before this meeting, we have the WMCC and then the special representatives meeting between NSA. Now, at that time, it was very clearly institutional mechanisms have been outlined to deal with the border issue, how we are going to resolve it, how we are going to solve it, which are the kind of experts group will meet. So, which has been halted for a very long time now. So this is something I believe is definitely a desire. Secondly, both of them understand that Trump is an aberration in the US politics. So it is not that India is going to just jump over with happiness towards China or not. We will have to be very vigilant now. Chinese have shown their teeth. The Americans have shown their teeth. So now we have to see how we are going to grit along these kind of equations that are going to emerge.
Okay. I'm going to take a break. When I come back, I'll come to General Pandey as well as General Narasimhan. You know, we did see some significant statements. For the first time, for example, in yesterday's statement after the bilateral meeting, both sides referred to India and China as partners, not rivals. I thought that was a significant statement. But at the end of the day, as my colleague Rahul Shivshankar was saying a moment ago, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So you've had the first step, which is disengagement at the border. But what about the next two steps? De-escalation and eventually de-induction. You still have 50,000 troops on either side of the line of actual control. That is not a normal relationship. You need the armies to go back to their barracks, as it were pre-2020, pre-Galwan. Do we have a roadmap for that? Do we have some concrete details in that direction? Or is this situation going to continue beyond the flowery language that we saw in the joint statement as well as in the SCO declaration that was adopted this morning? I want to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll get both the generals and their thoughts on that.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति शी का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सीलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा
Welcome back. We're still in conversation with our guests on some significant developments coming out of Tianjin, China on the SCO Summit. I want to ask General Pandey here, we saw significant statements both yesterday after the bilateral between India and China and today again at the SCO when the declaration has been adopted. But beyond the statements, India and China don't have a normal relationship. We still have troops on either side of the LAC. There were agreements of 93, 96 which were violated by China. What is this new normal that we are moving towards?
So please let's draw reference to the engagement between the Americans and Soviet Union and thereafter with Russia. While they kept on fighting for space, controlling the space which was required to be managed for their security considerations, their trade continue to increase. Like Americans, when they are engaging with the Chinese, the trade continues to go along. The Taiwanese have got invested so much in China, so is Japan, so is Philippines. So when you are actually engaged, you need to look at the interest of 1.4 billion people rather than get stuck onto the boundary question. But yes, internal politics drives that you need to keep on harping on resolution of border situation. Similarly, if you're going to stall talks and trade because somebody is giving weapons and support to the Pakistanis who are actually in contest with us, possibly we will be hemmed that we will not be able to sell our defense industrial product to anybody in the world, right? Can India go towards an isolation? It's not possible. So I think what the Prime Minister is trying to do is manage the issue of the border subject. We have gone quite ahead. You know, after 5 years, after nearly 4 years, we are able to carry out disengagement. To say that de-escalation and de-induction will happen immediately is a matter of a debate, because I think we have lost total trust in what Chinese are capable of. Therefore, for us to actually trust them is going to be very difficult immediately. It will take some time to happen. But are we going to stall the trade factor? We need huge number of stuff from the Chinese today, right? You look at the rare earth material, magnets, you require tech, you require infrastructure, you require FDI to be fed into our telecom sector, the tunneling, equipment which is required. There are huge things which have to be required. Otherwise, what will happen is that if we continue to stick to issues at the border itself, right, we will find that we are getting behind the curve, which we are already, right? But herein comes the caution that beyond the photo ops, we have to understand that these are actually people coming together. But actually how they are going to be rolled out over a period of time is matter of detail, which you'll only see coming out later. But the caution remains for India that for us, America continues to be a very, very important strategic partner. We just cannot do away with it. And the Chinese also possibly understand that.
Okay, General Pandey, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for this extended time that you've given us. I want to get a quick word from General Narasimhan as well on this point. You know, India had been saying, and I think the External Affairs Minister made that clear some time back, that look, we don't have a normal relationship with the Chinese, and we can't have a normal relationship until the border becomes normal. Now, we've started one part of the three-part process of disengagement at the border that was agreed to in Kazan last year. The other two parts still remain. And as General Pandey said, I don't see that happening in the next few months. It might take much more time. But at the same time, India has also agreed to sort of ease restrictions when it comes to visas, direct flights, resuming the Mansarovar Yatra, possibly moving in the direction of greater trade engagement with China, more investment from Chinese firms, etc., something that was stopped after Galwan happened. Do you see this as okay in a sort of parallel track, while on the one hand we will continue to press for resolution of the boundary issue, other parts of the relationship cannot come to a standstill?
3 points I want to mention. First point is, we have never said that we will put the boundary issue, resolution of the boundary issue as a prerequisite. We have said maintenance of peace and tranquility along the line of actual control is a prerequisite. These two are two different, hugely different things. So we never said boundary issue it should be resolved before we progress on the other matters of the relationship. That is point number one. Point number two, even in that foreign ministry statement when Mr. Wangi had come here, there was a mention about de-escalation and the discussions going on the de-escalation part. So de-escalation will continue. Simultaneously, we never stopped the investments from China fully. Even after Press Note 3 was implemented in April 2020, approximately 300 plus applications had come from the Chinese, out of which more than 100 applications have been approved for investments in India. So there is a process that is being followed. We never stopped the entire thing. But the problem is that we need to like General Pandey mentioned, we are dependent on China for many of our industries' requirements. That we need to actually ensure that we get it from them. Therefore, we need to actually have that relationship also simultaneously going. Tunnel boring machines, fertilizers, and things like that. is something that we have been saying for a very long time. Plus, the entry of our companies into China has been a major problem. The Chinese have been saying that they will facilitate it, but they have not done it so far. So the proof of the pudding is in eating. The statements have come out, which is very good. Ultimately, we will have to wait and watch as to how they translate on ground. That is extremely very important.
Okay.
In any case, we are not making the resolution of the boundary question as a prerequisite. It is the peace and tranquility along the line of executive control that is a prerequisite.
And to that extent, I mean, to be fair to both sides, after Galwan in the last 5 years, no shots have been fired. Since certainly, post-June of 2020, no shots have been fired. So there is a degree of peace and tranquility. But is it normalcy? No, it is not. We'll take a break. And when we come back, I want to take this forward because, look, what the pictures coming out of Tianjin will be viewed very, very closely in Washington, in Berlin, in London, in Paris, at a time when everyone is trying to move the needle towards a certain degree of peace in Ukraine. The Ukrainians want it. The Americans want it. That's why President Trump had the summit in Alaska with President Putin. President Putin has his own calculations as to the pace at which he wants to move towards peace and what are the conditions that need to be met before the peace agreement can be signed. And India, willy-nilly, whether we like it or not, President Trump, because of his unjustified and unreasonable oil tariffs, has made India a stakeholder in ensuring that there is a degree of peace between Russia and Ukraine. We'll talk about that on the other side as we await this bilateral meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, which was due to begin at 9:45. It's been delayed by almost 2 hours now. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have first pictures and first details of that bilateral meeting between the two leaders.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद से हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। कनेक्टिविटी दैट bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning.
to you. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सीलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद।
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the big SCO Summit in Tianjin. The SCO countries have unanimously adopted a declaration which condemns the Pahalgam attack of April 22nd. But the images from this morning, Prime Minister Modi, President Putin of Russia, walking past other leaders on the stage, including Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, and then reach the end of the stage where the three of them, that is Prime Minister Modi, President Putin and President Xi Jinping of China, have a degree of conviviality. They are talking, there are notes exchanged, there are smiles and laughter all around. These images matter in diplomacy because this will be viewed, may I say, with a great degree of trepidation and suspicion in Washington, in London, in Berlin, at a time when stopping the Russia-Ukraine war and finding peace in Ukraine has become a top priority. Certainly for the West, it has become for the Trump administration, it has become for Europe, but under what terms? And willy-nilly, Trump, with his unreasonable and unjustified oil tariffs, has also put India as a stakeholder in trying to get peace in Ukraine. So that meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is going to be extremely crucial, not least because of India's own self-interest in getting out of these secondary tariffs on oil, the extra 25% that's been imposed by the Trump administration, which many here in India and around the world have said is absolutely uncalled for. So if India wants to escape the tyranny of those secondary tariffs at least. No one's talking about the first set of 25% reciprocal tariffs, but certainly the second set of oil tariffs, if it wants to escape the tyranny of that and the unjustified and unjustifiable nature of it, then it's also in India's interest that there is a degree of peace in Ukraine. I want to go back to General Narasimhan. As we await that meeting, General Narasimhan, India for the longest time, since the war in Ukraine began, has been maintaining that, look, this is not our war. We don't want to take a position on it. We've not voted either for Ukraine or against Ukraine or for Russia or against Russia in the numerous votes that happened at the United Nations General Assembly and Security Council. In fact, India's position was also that, it was the US and Europe that encouraged India to buy Russian oil. But now the very same thing that they encouraged us to do 3 years ago, that is being held against us. And now India has no option but to also double down and buy more Russian oil, because it's not just a question of economics. It's not just a question that it's cheaper than other oil, but it's also a question of national sovereignty. India decides where it wants to buy oil from. And India now has a stake in ensuring that Russia and Ukraine move towards a modicum of peace, if not a full peace agreement. How do you see the importance of today's meeting as we count down to it?
it is a very extremely important meeting. There is no there's no second guessing that. It's a very, very important meeting. And as you are aware that India and Russian relationship has been standing steadfast through thick and thin for a very long time. Whether there is pressure from external issues or otherwise, this relationship has been going on. And India took the principled stand on Russia-Ukraine campaign. In fact, that famous statement of our Prime Minister, "This is not the era of war," is something which is quoted everywhere at this point in time. So we have always stood for the correct kind of thing that we see. And we also actually condemned Russia for the action that they took place in Sumy some time back, where the humanitarian issues were involved. So we have taken a righteous position. I think that has helped in actually many of the countries have come around to our position at this point in time on the Russia-Ukraine campaign. Notwithstanding what the American administration has been saying in the last few days, I think even the Americans understood the importance of India in this Russia-Ukraine campaign. So many statements have come out, even out of US, that India has got a major role to play in bringing this war to an end. So if you put all this together, I think it is a very, very important meeting. We'll all look forward to what is the outcome of this meeting, which is going to be extremely important for not only both these countries, not only for the region, but also for the entire world at this point in time.
I also want to talk a little bit about the joint statement, the joint declaration that's been adopted by consensus unanimously by the leaders of the SCO, which specifically mentions the Pahalgam attack. It condemns it. It also talks about cross-border terrorism, condemning it. And India has also had to make a few compromises. For example, the Jafar Express attack that happened in Pakistan, that's been mentioned in the joint statement. All parties, all countries have condemned that as well. Also, what I thought was very interesting was all countries condemn the unilateral actions taken by Israel and the United States against Iran. Now, these are, again, very sensitive topics as far as India is concerned, but India has also sort of made some compromises there, because the last time when the defense minister was there in Shanghai back in June, India refused to sign the joint declaration because it didn't mention Pahalgam at all.
You are very right. The defense minister did not sign that statement, basically because Jafar Express was mentioned, whereas Pahalgam was given a go-by.
Correct.
So that was not acceptable to us, because our foreign policy on terrorism has been maintaining that we condemn all forms of terrorism. So that is something we need to have that going. So to that extent, I think even if the Jafar Express has come into it, it is another terrorism act that has taken place. Therefore, I think the condemnation is very much in order, because we condemn all forms of terrorism. On this issue of Israel, please understand, we never supported the Hamas action of October 7th, 2023, basically because it was an act of terrorism. So that is something which we condemned immediately after that. However, we also have actually given our own remarks and our own condemnation of excessive use of force in Gaza. So I think we have taken again a righteous position out there, and then see where the terrorism is there, you need to condemn it. Where the excessive use of force is there, like we did in Sumy, we condemned Israel also in that particular thing. So if you look at it from that angle, I think this particular statement will just come up, I think caters for both.
Okay, General Narasimhan, just give me a moment. We're just getting in breaking news from Tianjin. So this all-important bilateral meeting between India and Russia, between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, has just begun. So the meeting has just begun. It was supposed to happen at 9:45. It's been delayed by a couple of hours because the joint declaration, the leader statements at the opening session of the SCO Summit, that took some time. But now we have word from Tianjin that the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin has just begun in Tianjin. In fact, both leaders traveled in the same car. President Putin offered a ride to Prime Minister Modi in his motorcade, and they took the same car, and you saw those pictures earlier as well. Now the meeting has well and truly begun. A whole range of things for both leaders to discuss, not least the secondary sanctions or secondary tariffs on oil, on importing Russian oil that's been imposed on India by the Trump administration, which India has called unfair and unjustified. And of course, the Trump administration has tied this in towards a direction of peace or a path of peace in Ukraine, and to eventually get the Russian side to agree to a peace agreement and to finally put an end to the war in Ukraine. And India has also been made party to it. India has been made a stakeholder to this. So that's going to be one huge issue that will be discussed in this bilateral. Also remember, India has invited President Putin for the annual summit that happens between India and Russia. He's supposed to travel to India later this year. So that again is something the Prime Minister will reiterate, the invitation to visit India later this year for the annual Indo-Russia summit. And more importantly, the direction in which both security relations as well as economic relations are traveling at a time of great tumult in the world because of the Trump tariffs. President Putin had a meeting with President Trump just a few days ago in Alaska. There they agreed that the direction in which it will be moving, the story will be moving, is towards some form of a peace agreement in Ukraine. And India, willy-nilly, like I said, has been made a stakeholder in garnering peace in Ukraine. In fact, President Zelensky had a phone call with Prime Minister Modi just as he landed in Tianjin and just before his meeting with President Putin. Rahul Shivshankar is now joining us live. So the meeting has begun between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. Has been delayed by a couple of hours. What's on the agenda? What's on the talks table this morning for both leaders?
Well, there are 3 or 4 issues. Of course, Ukraine is going to take center stage. We've already had a call between President Zelensky of Ukraine and, of course, the Indian Prime Minister in the lead up to this, where they talked about trying to get India to interlocute on behalf of the West. So that is one definitive pillar of that meeting. The other, of course, is a re-emphasizing and cementing of the trade relationship between the two countries. There are acres of room still for improving that trade relationship in a manner that it becomes more balanced. Over the last couple of years, the shift in the trade relationship has been markedly in favor of Russia, because India has been purchasing fuel from Russia at a huge amount of fuel from Russia at a level that it hasn't been in the past. So clearly there's an imbalance there, and that has to be reset. There's already a commitment that has come from Lavrov in the run-up to this meeting, if you remember, Zaka, where it was explicitly stated that the Russians would open their markets to Indian products. So as India looks to diversify its trade, Moscow is going to be a big market. And, of course, the continued optics that we're seeing are going to feed into this meeting. There's going to be talk about regional cooperation, solidarity, and of course enhancing the strategic and security relationship. So those three big ticket issues going to be occupying center stage in that conversation. But what is very interesting is that the two leaders decided to ride in that automobile that belongs to President Putin. You've got visuals of that. And they left the SCO venue for the Ritz-Carlton, which is a significant gap, about 15-20 minutes, even at the speed at which one of those cars travel, and had a one-on-one. So when I sort of prompted my contacts in the MEA, they said, no one has a clue. The dynamics there clearly overshadowing at this moment, and the suspense will be brought into the room. The delegates are there, and I'm trying to get information as to who is there from the Russian side. Being told that that news will be available. Yes, I've got that news. It's Manturov, Peskov, Lavrov are the 3 people who are there right now. Obviously, Lavrov is a familiar figure, not only globally but also in India. The other 2 are important aides of President Putin and individuals who are close advisors in that cabinet of his. So these are the 3 men who matter, who are in that room. The Indian side represented by pretty much the same troika that was there talking to President Xi. So very interesting conversation. The NSA is, of course, very intrinsically involved in the relationship with Russia, as you know, Zaka, because it is a relationship that dates back to a time when the NSA had a huge influence in building ties in a previous avatar, as you know, with Russia. So there is continuity there. The leaders have, of course, been in power for a considerable part of a decade. Therefore, they have an equation, and you saw the visual representation in form of this sort of bonhomie, which has crossed a lot of unexpected lines. I don't think anyone thought that the 2 would be traveling together to the venue of this meeting, and what has transpired in that car, no one knows. It's very reminiscent, if we can just split the screen and bring out those pictures of Trump and Putin in the beast, as it says. I mean, there are such similes there. So clearly a sign is being sent to Washington, D.C. that, look, your tyranny, tariff tyranny, your attempt to arm twist these two players has not worked. You've got to think of something else. And don't forget, as we entered this Tianjin moment, so to speak, 2 days ago, we were reporting that Putin had given an interview to Xinhua where he had talked about the importance of BRICS as a superstructure which would articulate South-South, the South-South voice and its agenda. And then in his own SCO speech, in that plenary speech, he credited China and India for playing a major role in bringing some amount of stability as well as
all right, Rahul, just give me a moment. We have the live pictures now
architecture of the talks
of the meeting that has just begun. You can see the Prime Minister making his opening comments, President Putin making his opening comments. We're showing this full frame now. The meeting has just begun. We have the first pictures. I'm not sure we have the audio on this. If we do, I think we should play up the audio. But yeah, there is no audio as of now, but I'm sure we will get that in a few moments from now. So you can see a line of officials on either table, on either side of the two tables, of course, led by the two principals. That's Prime Minister Modi on the Indian side and President Putin on the Russian side. You can see the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, to the Prime Minister's right, followed by the Indian ambassador to the Russian Federation. On the Russian side, Mr. Manturov is the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia. Mr. Sergei Lavrov, of course, a familiar figure here in India, the Foreign Minister of Russia, and Mr. Dmitry Peskov, who is the spokesman of the... All right, let's listen in.
Дорогие друзья, мы очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है.
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है.
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Уважаемый господин Прайм-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुँचे. 15 साल हो गए.
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं.
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है.
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है.
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है.
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं.
Это ООН, БРИКС, Группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इन संगठनों में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин Прайм-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं. इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं.
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है. लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं.
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
From President Putin of Russia, let's try and see if we can get the audio of what Prime Minister said. Yeah.
आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीज़ों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है.
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, очень рад вас видеть. И каждый раз, когда я с вами встречаюсь, у меня бывают особые чувства и ощущения, и это дает нам возможность регулярно обмениваться мнениями по разным вопросам.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं. दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है. इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Мы постоянно находимся в контакте, проводятся регулярные встречи на высоком уровне между двумя сторонами. В декабре текущего года 1,4 миллиарда индийцев с нетерпением вас ждут в Индии для нашего 23-го по счету ежегодного саммита между нашими странами.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है. कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं. हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है.
Уважаемый господин президент, это свидетельствует о том, насколько глубоким и всеобъемлющим является наше особо привилегированное и стратегическое партнерство. Даже при самых тяжелых обстоятельствах Индия и Россия всегда шли вперед, плечом к плечу. Наше тесное сотрудничество имеет значение не только для народов наших двух стран, но и для обеспечения глобального мира, стабильности и процветания.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं. हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं. हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे. संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा. ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है. एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ.
Уважаемый господин президент, по теме продолжающегося...
Talking about how, despite whatever difficulties there are, India and Russia have had a special and privileged strategic partnership. It's the 15th year since the establishment of the annual summit dialogue between India and Russia, for which President Putin is expected to travel to India later this year. And most importantly, he rounded off by saying, we welcome all moves, all recent moves at trying to attain peace in Ukraine. So I guess that will be a big point of discussion when the cameras go off and the official talks, the bilateral talks begin between the Indian and the Russian sides. I want to go across to our colleagues. Rahul Shivshankar is joining us live from Tianjin. Palki Sharma, First Post, is also joining us from Tianjin. Palki, what did you make of the opening comments and also the fact that, whether we like it or not, India has now become a stakeholder in finding peace in Ukraine? President Zelensky had that phone call with Prime Minister just as he landed in Tianjin, and now this all-important bilateral is underway between India and Russia.
Right. Very important point that President Putin mentioned here in his opening remarks, Zaka, before I come to your question, is that this is a relationship that is not based on politics but based on trust. And that says a lot about how India and Russia have navigated this very challenging time when India got a lot of virtue signaling from the West on buying Russian oil, and then the kind of pressure that we are seeing from Washington. But yes, to your point of how India has become a stakeholder in this conversation, I think India has always pushed for both sides to seek solutions in a conversation and not on the battlefield. And now, just before this meeting with President Putin, Prime Minister Modi also got a phone call from the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. He went to Ukraine and said what he said and met the children. And he went to Russia, of course, and told President Putin in the past that this is not an era of a war. So India's position has remained consistent. And this conversation is something that will be watched by the world, because the momentum that was built in Alaska with the handshake between Trump and Putin has since fizzled out. If you look at the battlefield, the war has intensified, the strikes have intensified. So the prospect of a ceasefire is no more in sight. I mean, they talked about peace, but there's not even a pause. The war is very much on, and if Prime Minister Modi can push the needle in his conversation with Putin, then that will be a big win for India and a vindication of India's position that we've not sided with either party, we've sided with what is right.
And the comments that we're getting from the White House, from the likes of Besant and now Navarro, is this a sign of growing frustration of the Trump White House that they're not able to get Prime Minister Modi to weigh upon President Putin to end the war? I think that assumption itself is pretty flawed. I mean, Mr. Putin is going to do what he thinks is in his best interest, in the best interest of his country. I don't know if any country has any kind of leverage on him to get him to stop the war. But what do you make of the rather shrill and almost obnoxious nature of the statements that are coming from the White House?
I think the Trump White House got it wrong from the word go, Zaka. When he came into the White House saying, I will end this war on day one, he had no understanding of how complex this problem was. I think he assumed that his equation, or what he thinks is his equation with Putin, is going to sway things in his favor and get Putin to give up the obvious gains that he has on the battlefield. That is not how negotiations happen, especially not on social media. This is a very complex and a very sensitive matter, and Donald Trump blew it away when he scolded Zelensky in the White House. He said there will be no peace unless Putin and I get into a room. And they did get into a room and they did talk, and then he did meet the Europeans, but there is no peace. So I think Trump's desperation is showing in a lot of ways, because he thought that he will be able to make it happen. He's not been able to make it happen. In the process, he's lost a very important partner like India, because he wanted India to admit or to agree that he was instrumental in shaping a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. You've seen how this has flown. So one setback after another, and the statements from Navarro in particular and the Trump team in general show that the frustration is building, because nothing is going the way they would have liked. And I think the GDP numbers that came on Friday were the icing on the cake for India, because 7.8 is not what a dead economy looks like. And if this is what a dead economy looks like, then Donald Trump should worry about the living.
All right. Thanks very much for joining us, Palki. Rahul is also there. Rahul, just in terms of break this down for our viewers, clearly the signaling that's come from Tianjin, I wouldn't want to call this a major sort of realignment or a new troika that's emerging, but these pictures are telling. And, in diplomacy where people spent years and certainly, so many minutes on airtime as well as reams of paper on the newspaper trying to analyze body language and whether leaders are comfortable with each other. This sort of, bonhomie and conviviality between the three leaders of Russia, India and China, how do you think this is going to be viewed in global capitals around the world? Is this a strategic shift, or is this a signaling to Washington that, look, don't push us beyond a point, because we have friends and partners that we can choose from?
I think, Zaka, this is a lot of everything that you've just put forth. I wouldn't call it a triad or a triage. I would call it a trifecta, because here we are betting on outcomes. And three of these countries could potentially be tomorrow the leaders of a new realigned global order, where certain countries that weren't getting their due on the international global stage, or felt that it was tilted in a way against them, the slope of momentum as well as, of course, accommodation, are now finding perhaps a seat. It all depends on, of course, how they negotiate this opportunity. I think someone said that there are no permanent friends, but there are certain permanent opportunities. And if you can build on those opportunities that Trump has willy-nilly handed these three countries, and we learn from our own mistakes and our recent histories, this can become an important new frontier in exerting influence on the way the globe is being shaped by geopolitics and, of course, the interpersonal relations between leaders and, of course, relations between countries. So a lot of promise. That is the spirit which has come through from here in Tianjin. Remember, all these countries are also have their own partnerships. We're being told that as we speak, that in Tianjin, the Army Chief of Pakistan, the self-styled Field Marshal Munir has landed, General Munir, and he's going to be holding talks now, and apparently there might even be a conversation with Putin. So it's not as if all of them are sort of, once again, entering a camp where they're excluding others who they think are problematic. India has not shifted its position on Taiwan. It has engaged Myanmar even on this trip, where, of course, there is another power play going on between India and China. There is Russia that has stakes in Afghanistan and Iran. And all of this sort of coming together doesn't necessarily mean that we have to militate against each other, as they said in their declarations. And you've sort of seen that little shift that has taken place, where at one time we were talking about how we shouldn't let things develop into a conflict. Now we're saying that we're not adversaries. We don't see each other as locked in a zero-sum game. So fundamentally, if we build on this spirit, there is opportunity, but there have been false starts. And I think this is really what Washington is banking on. If you even look, set aside all the offensive stuff that is coming out of the White House, but if you were to narrow focus on some of the more considered statements, they say that India is not a natural partner of these authoritarian nations. We are actually a natural partner with the United States. The United States doesn't have any geostrategic, of course there's geostrategic interest in Asia, but they don't have a point of territorial dispute with India. They've never sort of at any level impeded on India's territorial integrity, which is not true of China, of course. So the Americans will continue to hope that all this talk will amount to nothing, that these countries which are locked in competition in a very active and resurgent part of the world will come into some sort of a conflict, and it'll all sort of dissipate this little block that is coming up. So they're pinning their hopes on that. And believe you me, there's just been a statement that has come out from the American embassy here in India, in Delhi. And that says the partnership between the United States and India continues to reach new heights. A defining relationship of the 21st century. This month, we are spotlighting the people, progress, and possibilities driving us forward, from innovation and entrepreneurship to defense and bilateral ties. These are the words. And it goes on to say, it's the enduring friendship between our two people that fuels this journey. Follow the hashtag and be part of U.S. India WD for our people. I'm sorry, my eyesight is failing me. I can't quite read that fine print. U.S. India FWD for our people. I don't know what that means right now, but I suppose it means forward for our people or whatever. And there is, of course, this has all been issued under the name of the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who has not exactly been a shrinking violet in this sort of exchange with India either. So look at the contradictions that are emerging through. Is this a sign, Zaka, and I throw this back at you, is this a sign of America suddenly recalibrating, realizing that perhaps they've bitten off a little too much, they've created the impetus for something they can't handle, they might get outflanked? I don't know, but certainly the timing of this statement is interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's important. You can see these full-frame pictures again. This is the welcome and the shake hand of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin just before they sat down for that bilateral. We're having these live pictures. Remember, they rode in the same car. President Putin made that offer and they drove in the same car. They reached the venue, which is the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. And as Rahul was saying, it's a distance away from where the SCO Summit venue is. So they rode in the same car, and now the conversations are going on, the bilateral conversations. And it's an important one. There's huge impetus on India as well because of the unjustified nature of the Trump tariffs to try and find a quick peace in Ukraine. But that, of course, depends entirely on President Putin and the Russian military's plans, whatever further gains that they want to make on the battlefield. They believe that the military advantage on the battlefield is with them. They still are yet to sort of seize or capture another 2,500 square miles of the Donbass region, which is in the eastern part of Ukraine. And many would say this whole special military operation, which was launched in February 2022, was to capture the Donbass and make sure that the Donbass is some kind of a buffer state between Russia and Ukraine, because Russia was, rightfully so, some would argue, concerned about the sort of growing tentacles of NATO moving further east, and which Putin and Russia felt that was in violation of many of the agreements in the 1990s when the Soviet Union collapsed, and that NATO had given guarantees that they would not expand into the sphere of influence of Russia. But I want to come back to the point that Rahul is making about the State Department, the US Embassy, in fact, just tweeting out saying that India and the United States are natural partners. So just want to draw the distinction between the response of the State Department over the period of this, really relations going south between India and the United States over the last few weeks. The people who you see the most outspoken, the most obnoxious comments coming from are all on the trade side. They're all advisors on trade when it comes to the US president. So you have someone like a Navarro, who's a senior trade advisor to the president. You have Scott Bessent, who's the Treasury Secretary. You have Kevin Hassett, again, a trade advisor to the president. Those are the guys who, I don't know if they've been deployed to do this or they're just doing this out of their own volition, but certainly they are the ones who are being seen as the attack dogs when it comes to, really pressing the buttons as far as India is concerned. But if you look at the State Department response, and even, dare I say, even the Defense Department's response, it's been much more institutional, much more cordial. You had the 2+2 officials meeting that happened last week. Again, the language was very, very tempered. It would be straight out of what would be India-US playbook over the last 2.5 decades. But if you look at the comments that have been made by the trade folks, whether it's Navarro, Bessent, Hassett, etc., especially when they go up on television, on US television, playing to the domestic constituency, playing to the MAGA base, as it were, it was much more vicious, it was much more vitriolic, and really it was, as New Delhi viewed it, really trying to touch some raw nerves here. So I think that distinction was there, but like I said, the fact that the embassy has put out that tweet just now, even as we're seeing these pictures of Putin, Modi and Xi Jinping coming out of the SCO Summit in Tianjin, it's not lost on Washington. It's not lost the power of these pictures, the very telling nature of these optics. In terms of substantive terms, ultimately what may prevail, we don't know. Whether this can be a strategic reset or a shift in the direction of bringing together these three major powers, India, China and Russia, and whether in substantive terms it will lead to any significant change on the ground, whether it comes to the border issue between India and China, when it comes to the oil import issue between India and Russia, and ultimately whether there will be a peace in Ukraine. All of this in substantive terms, whether anything will change in the next few weeks, that we don't know. But certainly the power of these images will have resonance in the White House. It will have resonance in 10 Downing Street. It will have resonance at the Elysee Palace. This is going to be viewed very, very, with a great degree of not just suspicion, but also, may I say, a degree of alarm, certainly in Washington. So maybe they have bitten off more than they can chew, as Rahul said. But we will wait to see, in terms of substance, how this moves, this troika, as it were, between India, Russia and China, whether or not it actually leads to a substantive change. I also want to go across and get a word from Colonel Rohit Dev, who's been waiting. Colonel, what do you make of it? At the surface, yes, these are substantive images, no doubt about it. The optics is really going to irk a lot of people in Washington, particularly given the comments that we've seen coming from the likes of Navarro and Bessent recently on the oil tariffs. India is sending out a signal that, look, don't push us too much. We have friends and partners that we can choose from, and if need be, even with folks with whom we don't necessarily agree on a lot of issues, like China, for example, we can have, or at least attempt to have, as normal a relationship between two neighbors as possibly two neighbors can have.
Thank you, Zaka. I think let me just put it in 3 or 4 perspectives. Bharat brings a lot of credence today to the SCO itself. The Prime Minister going there himself in person, and I have a hunch that this was pre-planned between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi for him to be there. And follow-up of these meetings with President Xi and the declaration, which also takes into consideration Bharat's stand on Pahalgam and terrorism. I think these are the strong moves, and where not only have we achieved our strategic communication part, which President Xi alluded to yesterday, we've also been able to snub not only Pakistan to a sideline, we are also been able to snub the Trump-Munir nexus, which was trying to evolve post the attacks during Op Sindoor. So I think that is part one. Part two is, I'm quite sanguine that now President Xi will travel for the BRICS summit, in which Prime Minister has already invited him, as per what our information is. And that should be the game changer, because now, while we are the only big democracy in SCO, we will have a collection of better and more robust democracies, including Brazil, South Africa, who will be part of the BRICS summit next year. So the cachet of 40% population of Earth currently will also get enhanced by time we meet in BRICS. So I think these multipolar or maybe minilaterals and multilaterals which are evolving are to Bharat's credence as a tranquility maker in the world. We are the only country today, even if Trump has met Zelensky and snubbed him, even if Trump has met Russia and achieved nothing, Bharat has maintained a very good position with both the countries. In fact, somebody was alluding to that we also import from Russia and export to Ukraine. So I think that is our current stance, and we have said war is not the aim. Now, coming to the larger part.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to ask you about, how the Trump administration, given the flurry of statements that we've seen,
I was coming there.
How will they react to this? Will they further double down and increase tariffs? It's already at 50%. How much more can they go? Or will they say, okay, look, let's call it in back. Let's rein in the horses. Let's try and go for some diplomatic course correction now with India.
There is a huge retarder, if I may say, placed on what has happened in the last 1.5 months. The business community, the councils, the embassy, the State Department, and our folks in the business, arena are looking at something very differently. America has got 3 problems currently, and it's all their problem. The first problem is the first time against the Federal Reserve target of 2%, their inflation has crossed 2.7%. America actually, even if it doesn't call itself to be in a recession, this last quarter ending of America, that is December, and the first quarter next year is going to be very, very telling. In case Bharat acts the way it is acting, China acts the way it's acting, and Brazil does what President Lula has just said 2 days back, if that is bore to the front, America has got huge economic problems. By just calling out tariff, you're not doing anything great. The tariff is going to be imposed on your people. It will be costing your people much more than it's going to cost Bharat. Yes, Bharat has to look at avenues. So our entire Commerce Department, Ministry, and other people in MEA have been looking at this for the last 4 or 5 months. Bharat was sure that we will have to talk about tariff to Trump when Trump comes, which was already a given. So we've been planning these nuances. Last G20, getting Global South in, trying to go to countries we have never been to. I think this has been the diplomatic foray which Team Modi has done very, very effectively to create new markets, new partnerships, new collaborations to manufacture. And that is what we bring to table as an economic growing giant. And I think America cannot do without that. Besant calling something, you think it started with Lutnick. When Howard Lutnick actually made a statement on air in one of the summits of the media, and I was there here listening to him. That was, I think, the point where it all started, where he said that he was trying to dictate that Bharat cannot do defense business with Russia. I think that was the first start point. And today's comment of Navarro, I think it is something that he should be sacked for, because personally and as an Indian, to call us to be in bed with the Russians is something of a quite a very plain statement, lame statement, because USA itself is not only in bed, it's in a jacuzzi naked with Russia and China for the last many years, doing business with them. So they have got no, they should have no gall to tell us and preach to us on that context. And the second part is, he trying to talk about the community angle, and a lot of people are giving spin of Boston Brahmins. Let's make no mistake, there is a deep state propaganda for the last 11 years or 8 years per se. It was very, very dominant during the election time in India. The money flew into India. There were people to create these scuttles and divisive factors. It's something like what happened to US when Trump went out with the BLM. They are trying to create the fault lines in our national ethos, and that is something to guard. It is not one-off. And I think my last hunch is about Navarro is that since Trump is not in that egoistic mind to say sorry to Bharat, I think they might just create a scapegoat in Navarro and probably sack him and to resume the reset button. Could be an angle. I may be wrong about that.
Yeah,
but
we'll see how that plays out. Colonel, thank you very much for joining us. I just want to quickly, before we take a break, take our viewers through the 5 big things that the Prime Minister said today in his opening comments at the SCO Summit. Remember, there's been a joint declaration that's been adopted by all leaders where there is specific mention of the Pahalgam attack. And these are the takeaways from what the Prime Minister said. Number 1, that we faced heinous face of terrorism in Pahalgam. Remember, the last time when the Defence Minister was in Shanghai for the Defence Ministers meeting at SCO, the SCO refused to mention Pahalgam. This time they have. The Prime Minister also said that support to terror by some must be unacceptable. The SCO cannot have this double standard that terror sponsored by some, directed at some others is okay, but it's not okay when it comes to other people. Takeaway number 3, the terrorism issue is a joint challenge for humanity. Remember, China had a problem with terrorism, this East Turkestan Islamic movement up until a few years ago. Afghanistan and Pakistan came together to try and counter that problem. But India has still the problem with Pakistan-sponsored and Pakistan-driven terrorism directed at India. The Prime Minister also said that we have to condemn terrorism in all its forms and all its manifestations. We can't be selective about good terrorists and bad terrorists and condemning certain terrorists and not condemning certain others. And number 5, and I think this was an important takeaway as far as the BRI is concerned, this is a huge priority area for the Chinese, particularly under Xi Jinping in the last 10 years. The Belt and Road Initiative, India is one of the few countries that has not recognized the BRI. The Prime Minister saying connectivity which bypasses sovereignty loses credibility. India has had deep concerns about certain parts of the BRI which pass through Gilgit-Baltistan, which pass through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which India considers it as unfinished business, still sovereign territory, and that India has raised those concerns consistently with the Chinese side for a number of years now, and the Prime Minister reiterating that as well today. We will take a quick break here on the program, but when we come back, we will continue to focus on not just the optics and the pictures that are coming out of the Tianjin summit. Has been a runaway success, no doubt about it. As hosts, the Chinese will be very, very happy at how it's played out for them, as also for India, because given the context in which this summit has happened, in the run-up to it, all the inimical and almost antagonistic statements that came out of the White House and various aides of President Trump, whether it was Peter Navarro, whether it was Scott Bessent, whether it was Kevin Hassett, the Indian side has sent out a very firm but very unambiguous message back to Washington that, look, we have options, we have friends and partners that we can choose from, and even with those countries who we are not necessarily on the same page with, like China, for example, we will continue to have as normal a relationship as two neighbors can have. We'll take a quick break, but news and updates continuing to come through from Tianjin right on the other side of this quick break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में
We've got a piece of breaking news coming through. The timing of this tweet put out by the U.S. Embassy in Delhi, quite interesting, even as a troika of sorts was forming in Tianjin between India, China and Russia. Now the message seems to be clear to the Trump administration. The U.S. Embassy in Delhi has put out a tweet, and I quote, "The partnership between the United States and India continues to reach new heights, a defining relationship of the 21st century." Let me go across to Siddhant, who is joining us with more details. The timing, very interesting. At the same time, also the State Department, remember the embassy reports to the State Department under the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He has been much more measured. The State Department has been much more measured in its comments amid this ongoing tariff tussle between India and the United States. Whereas on the trade side, some of the members of the Trump administration, whether it's the likes of Navarro or Besant or Hassett, have been much more aggressive, almost to the point of insulting India and its leadership and its people. But the State Department putting out this tweet now suggesting that India and the United States are natural partners and this is the defining relationship of the 21st century, something that previous presidents too have alluded to. I think it was President Obama who first came up with that coinage that it is the defining relationship of the 21st century. Trump too attested to that in his first term as president, but of course now in his second term it's a wholly different ballgame altogether, as India and the US are arguably at the worst point of their bilateral relationship in the last 25 years. I want to go across to Akanksha, who is more on this. The fact that it's coming now, just as we're seeing these images of the Troika, as people are calling it, India, Russia and China coming together in Tianjin, what do you make of that? Is the timing interesting?
Absolutely. And remember, Zaka, as several analysts have been maintaining, that what Donald Trump's view is perhaps not the wider view in the United States. And perhaps it could just pose greater trouble for the Republicans in the years ahead, whether that's Marco Rubio or even J.D. Vance. Remember, because he had set new benchmarks for the India-US relations when he visited the United States just months ago, India just months ago. But all of that has been overturned literally overnight by Donald Trump, and the painstaking effort that had gone into this relationship in the last 25 years, as you rightly highlighted, has been dismantled ruthlessly. But like you earlier said, there are perhaps attack dogs of sorts being used by the US administration, primarily at the behest of Donald Trump, and most of them are at the helm of trade, whether that is Peter Navarro or Scott Bessent or even Kevin Hassett. They are the ones who are making these deeply problematic statements every time they go on air, and calling India Kremlin's laundromat, or this as the Ukraine conflict as Modi's war, or India funding Putin's war chest is certainly not going to go down well with India. Remember, as far as war profiteering is concerned, that's not India's headache. Perhaps Lockheed Martin can answer better who's war profiteering with the sale of those defense equipment.
All right, Akanksha, we'll leave it at that. Let's try and put this into context for our viewers. The big bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is underway. Clearly, India too is a stakeholder in a peace in Ukraine, and that is what the Americans have said. That's what the Americans are hoping, that India can bring its weight to bear on President Putin to try and stop the war in Ukraine after what was an unsuccessful summit, let's say it, unsuccessful summit in Alaska, where President Trump hoped that he could get President Putin to agree to a quick peace. That was not to be, and it is the oil tariffs thereafter which were meant to try and put pressure through India on the Russian Federation, on the Russian president, to try and see if he can move in a direction of peace. I want to go across to Velina Chakarova. She's a geopolitical strategist. She's now joining us live. What is the big talking point, you reckon, in the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin? Of course, I've been saying this, that willy-nilly, India has become a stakeholder in moving towards peace in Ukraine. The Trump administration, whether they're factually right or wrong, they have made that the case. I think Trump himself said, if you squeeze Russia's second biggest customer, then they will feel the pain too. And India has been saying that these oil tariffs are unjustified, it's unreasonable, and India is the only country that's been singled out for these oil tariffs. Do you reckon that this will be a big point of the conversation, and India will try to gauge from President Putin what he has in his mind as far as the direction of peace is concerned, and how soon or how slowly we can move in that direction of peace?
Well, this is not one question, but actually a lot of important questions. And I will start first and foremost with the core of the bilateral discussion. I will argue that Putin and Modi, they have certainly elaborated on how to deepen the trade relationship, how to basically the strategic partnership is already at its peak, in a sense of solid ground, and there is certainly more potential to expand from now on when it comes to commodities. You mentioned oil. It's not only about the oil. Russia also wants to start delivering liquefied natural gas, LNG, in the future. It's about trade corridors. Think of the revival of the Vladivostok-Chennai corridor, which has been active during the first Cold War, and now it's becoming more and more relevant. But also, of course, one main goal is how to expand the trade volume while also finding ways for the currencies balance, because as you know, Russia is sanctioned. So the big issue here is to trade in national currencies. These are really pragmatic bilateral issues. Certainly, Trump also briefed Prime Minister Modi on, Putin briefed Prime Minister Modi on the ongoing negotiations when it comes to possible trilateral with Trump and President Zelensky, or ideally also bilateral summit between Putin and Zelensky by the end of this year. We know for a fact that it was Prime Minister Modi who basically said right from the beginning that this is not an era for war, it's not a time for war. And I think that there is a certain potential also for international role involving India. I think that Putin wants also to involve the UN Security Council, to have a UN peace troop on the ground in the future, which might also involve India.
But tell me, Evelina, you know, the images that are coming out of Tianjin and have come out this morning of President Putin, Prime Minister Modi, President Xi Jinping, the optics of it are very, very powerful. If there is truly a coming together of Russia, India, China, that would alter global geopolitics and geodynamics in a way that we haven't seen in the last 20 or 30 years. How do you think this is going to be viewed in Washington as well as in Europe? Because, you know, Europe is also a big stakeholder in what's going on. Do they see this merely as photographs and optics, or do they see this as a significant reset of global power play?
Well, again, we have two different issues, because right now, if we are honest, even the Americans and the Europeans are not on the same page ideologically, or when it comes to realpolitik. Think of the ongoing problems when it comes to trying to find a solution for the Russian war on Ukraine, whether it's about ceasefire or even a peace summit. We've seen what happened with the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin, where the Europeans were sidelined, and afterwards how the Europeans tried to also get engaged by attending a Washington meeting together with President Zelensky. So we have a lot of issues right now between the Americans and the Europeans. I think that on the European side, it's more about the way how they will interpret this SCO summit and the bilaterals happening on the sidelines of the CCO, more as optics rather than reset. I don't think that they really understand what's going on right now geopolitically. On behalf of the Trump administration, there is a clear understanding what is at stake. One big topic is, of course, how to navigate this now increasingly difficult relationship with India, unnecessarily complicated by some members of the Trump administration. I do not agree with their assessment. And now we've heard this morning how State Department is trying to mitigate the problems. Then, of course, it's about the bilateral China-United States. This is the big, big issue. This is the big rivalry of 21st century. And then, of course, we have a rapprochement between Trump and Putin. We have a rapprochement between Russia and United States. All of this put together gives us a very different picture. What is the global frame of what's happening right now? It's, as I argue, actually not a system multipolarity, but it's more about this bifurcation of the global system. On the one hand, we have non-Western, I wouldn't say anti-Western countries, because India by no means is an anti-Western country. It's non-Western bloc of countries from the so-called global South that want to have relations, to shape relations differently, to have more predictability in their relationship for the sake of economic growth, for the sake of trade. and so on. And then we have, of course, the Americans now with Trump administration that is very quite assertive in terms of trying to weaponize any kind of policies. Think of tariffs as a policy towards geopolitical realignment. It wants to pressure both allies and potential competitors towards geopolitical realignment, towards siding with the Americans. And we know that this has backfired, specifically in the case of India. And then we have the Europeans, as I argue, turning into sort of a geopolitical backyard of the current international affairs.
All right, Velina Chakarova, thank you very much for joining us. Geopolitical strategist there with her thoughts on where the story is moving. Talking about the story moving, we now have confirmation from Tianjin that the big bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is just concluded. It went on for about 40 minutes is what we're given to understand. We heard the opening comments from both the Prime Minister and the President a short while back. The Prime Minister talked about how even during difficult times, India and Russia, the partnership has stood the test of time. It's weathered many a storm. He also concluded by saying in his opening comments that he's welcoming all peace moves towards a lasting and durable peace in Ukraine. He has, of course, famously told President Putin earlier that this is not the era of war, this is the era of peace. If we can go across to Rahul Shivshankar, who's now joining us. So it went on for about 40 minutes, is the understanding. It started about noon India time, 2:30 Tianjin. It's gone on for about 40 minutes. And just take us through what you're hearing in terms of the gamut of issues that were discussed in this bilateral meeting.
Well, before they went in, we were sort of told that there were going to be 3 or 4 issues that were going to be discussed. Obviously, this is a comprehensive relationship, as you know, Zaka, dating back to many, many years. In fact, it's one of the most stable relationships that India has had on the global stage for decades altogether. So there is history and there is a huge and deep strategic partnership. So you can expect, because of the principles in the room on both sides, you can expect a large number of issues to have been touched upon. But if you noticed, there was emphasis even in the Prime Minister's opening introductory remarks on Ukraine and the necessity to find ways for a solution. Obviously, India has got injected into this exercise now. It is using its leverage. You've had Zelensky call. You even had in the past President Putin brief the Prime Minister after his interlocution with President Trump. So we can expect that that particular subject would have been discussed. Now, whether it was discussed one-on-one between these two leaders, away from the delegation level talks or not, remains to be seen. That will become clearer once we have the MEA press conference taking specific questions. But there are a whole gamut of issues that have defined this relationship over the years. So there's tech transfers, there's of course the need to once again buffer India's military stocks. That conversation would have taken place. India is also, as you know, scouting around for aircrafts right now to burgeon its flagging fleet. There is also a conversation that is supposed to have taken place on trying to bring balance to the trade relationship, given the fact that India is not going to show any signs of relenting on doing the oil trade, which has been profitable for India in the sense that it has allowed Indians to buy cheaper products. It has not really hurt Indians because it's kept inflation in check. And let's be honest, it's kept global inflation down, which has helped the economies of all the other nation states. And we've had obviously momentum on the back of that. The Indian economy being a very great took a great benefit from it. Unprecedented growth numbers in Q1, 7.8%. Numbers that no one really anticipated, but in line pretty much with the IMF projections. So let's just look at what the fine print is going to be. But generally, those are the areas that we were going to be focusing on. There is also, of course, talk that the 3 countries will be once again in the same room during BRICS. And the Prime Minister has extended an invitation to President Putin. And that's going to be an event that is going to be taking place in India, of course, because it's BRICS presidency this time lands on India's door. And that's going to be an important and momentous moment too.
So just concluding, so the Prime Minister has no more engagements. I believe there will be a briefing by the Foreign Secretary in some time, and you will get a better understanding of, the points, the touch points really for India, both at the SCO Summit, the opening plenary, what the Prime Minister said and what was discussed. Also, what happened in this bilateral meeting, which went on for about 50 minutes, I'm now told, between India and Russia. So how would you conclude? How would you assess what's been achieved in Tianjin these last 2 days?
Well, look, let's take a realistic view of things. There has been, of course, huge momentum, in part generated or catalyzed by the Trump tariff war. So all three big players here in the big tent have decided to, for the moment, set aside their differences, take a longer term view of their differences, set them on a trajectory where there will be convergence at a later stage and work towards, at some level or the other, a resolution of them. But fundamentally, we have seen a shift being declared. Now, I'm not calling it a reset. There has the coming together of what many people would say is a trifecta. Huge opportunities here opened up for the three countries to try and work together and stabilize this part of the world, and through that, obviously, add to global stability. There is also a very important secondary spin-off that all these three countries see themselves as part of a solution to even the crisis in Ukraine. That was made clear by President Putin in his opening remarks to the entire plenary. There has been, again, an important fundamental signaling that has gone out from Tianjin. It's going to be called the Tianjin moment for a little while in time, where we have said that we're ready to work together to signal that the global south has a viable platform like the SCO and beyond, the BRICS, etc., to build momentum towards altering the shape of the conversation globally. And I think that is very important in the face right now of the ossification that has taken place in the United Nations, WTO, and other leading Brookings, the entire sort of order that was put together at one time by the United States. That is going to be challenged, and we have obviously a considered move towards setting up that huge, big, new block of countries in the global south. So whether this is actually something that is doable will depend on the actions now. They've set a blueprint. In the Foreign Secretary's press conference yesterday, a huge number of questions were asked as to where the exact actualized results were in this particular conversation, and we've been told that there's a roadmap. There's going to be a normalization of ties. Let's just hope that the road remains free of bumps, as we have seen in the past.
I guess the road to peace now passes through Washington. It's not so much through Delhi. Certainly seems to be passing through Tianjin. At least these last 2 days it seems so. But thank you very much, Rahul Shivshankar, for joining us. He'll, of course, be there in our continuing coverage through the afternoon, and, of course, at Hard Facts at 9 p.m. tonight, which will be a special edition from Tianjin. But it is a momentous 2 days in Tianjin, no doubt about it. No one quite expected these pictures to come out. The optics were great. It might not be a strategic reset, but certainly the message is telling, and the message will definitely be resonant and heard in Washington, in London, in Paris, certainly in Kiev, Moscow, Beijing, and Delhi, because there seems to be signaling, very clear signaling that is going certainly to the White House, at least as far as India is concerned. Don't push us too much. Don't push us. Don't think that you can, sort of encircle us and put us into a geopolitical corner. We have friends, we have partners, we have leverage, we have strategic depth. And I think to a great extent, what you saw play out in Tianjin, at least as far as India's point of view is concerned, is the flexibility, the maneuverability, and at the end of the day, what India keeps saying again and again, it's all about strategic autonomy. What you saw on display in Tianjin was India's strategic autonomy, for which India has been really made to pay a heavy price through the oil tariffs and through all of these statements that are coming in from the White House. So let's see if there is a recalibration by the White House realizing that they have pushed India too far into the Russia-China box or the Russia-China corner, and therefore a degree of mellowing down from the White House, or you never know with Trump whether he doubles down and increases those tariffs, which are currently at 50 to 100, 150, God knows how much. I want to play out, and I want to conclude by playing out the sound bites of both the Prime Minister and also President Putin just ahead of their bilateral and their opening comments, and also what the Prime Minister said when he had his introducing comments at the SCO plenary, which the opening comments, he talked about terrorism. It's a pet issue for India. It's something that Prime Minister has been talking about for the last 10 years in every multilateral forum that he's attended. Let's listen into those comments, and I'll see you again at 8 p.m. with Brass Tacks.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं, दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे। संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях. Уважаемый господин Премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांत पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े
Hello and a very warm welcome to our very special coverage summit of the year, where we are bringing you all the latest and live updates from Tianjin, where the big bilateral between President Putin of Russia and the Indian Prime Minister Modi has just taken place, and we are getting in breaking inputs. In fact, MEA sources are telling CNN News 18 that after Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin's bilateral talks, MEA has now revealed that there was a frank discussion between both the heads of state. It was held about Ukraine and strengthening the economic ties between Moscow and New Delhi, which was key to the talks that took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin of Russia just minutes ago. In fact, joining me live from Tianjin is Rahul Shivshankar. Good to see you, Rahul. Rahul, to take us through the key takeaways, I mean, if you go by this frank discussion that has been emphasized on, that's also a giveaway of the kind of egalitarian approach that both India and Russia have had through their time-tested ties, and especially in this bilateral relationship.
Absolutely, Akanksha, you hit it on the head. The point is that Indian side sees itself as part of the solution. And don't forget, as we went into this particular meeting, President Putin congratulated, thanked India and China equally for being part of the solution and not part of the problem. Trump has framed India as part of the problem, saying that, look, you're the people who have created this war and the circumstances for this war by perpetuating it and inflicting misery upon Ukrainian people. But Putin sees it differently. He's congratulated both India and China going into this conversation. And the conversation, we can tell you, MEA sources have confirmed to me that the discussions were frankly centered around Ukraine. There were also conversations about strengthening economic ties. Remember, over the last few years, there has been a bit of a trade deficit that's opened up between India and Russia, given the fact that India has been importing huge volumes of oil from Russia. So that's created a bit of an unfair advantage, if you want to put it like that, though of course determined by our need in Moscow's favor. And Moscow has been telling India, assuring India that Moscow's markets are going to be open for Indian products and Indian investments. So let's hope that that conversation goes through. Remember, India needs to broaden and diversify its economic diplomacy, given the fact that we have tariffs staring at us, which will cost us or pet us back by about $40 billion. And those are, of course, tariffs that have come in from America as sanctions. Then there has been an obvious deepening resolve to continue our bilateral equation. Reliable partners is the word that has been communicated to me. That has been underlined. Reliable partners only because this relationship covers a huge gamut of issues, from space cooperation, science and technology, technology transfer, arms, defense, manufacturing in India and of course in Russia. So there are many other issues. There are of course deep cultural connect between the two countries. A large number of Russians come to India, spend a lot of their money and holidays here in Goa and other areas of India and in salubrious locales. There's also of course the focus. Yeah, go ahead. You were making a point. Yeah.
No. Finish the focal points, and then I'm going to also discuss about the body language.
Great. So, you know, the strengthening of the economic relationship is an important signal to DC, and that has featured. So, two areas where Washington, DC thought that they had a monopoly over, the two sides have said those were the front and center issues. So, big signal going out from these two leaders, and of course, the two leaders rode in Putin's car. So there was a one-on-one that no one knows what that sort of touched upon, and that was about a 10 to 15 minute ride, because that's the amount of time it would take from the plenary session, the particular hall here, the massive hall which is abutting this building, and of course that hotel, the Ritz-Carlton. So there was that one conversation that no one is privy to. It's very reminiscent of the conversation that Putin had with President Trump, in fact, when he was in Alaska.
Thank you for reading my mind, Rahul, because that's exactly what I was about to come and draw that contrast to. How do you, as someone who's been there on ground zero, you've been observing the way these leaders are around each other, and much of it is now coming into the public domain. I would personally see this as going beyond just optics. And how do you compare that with a failed Alaska summit? Because the SCO certainly has managed to achieve some forward movement, especially when it comes to the troika of Russia, India, China.
Well, I suppose it depends on the issues on the table. In Alaska, I suppose President Trump was being sort of asked to make concessions that perhaps he wasn't ready for, and at a time that he did not choose. So he wants things obviously on his own terms. There's pressure on Donald Trump to ensure that the Europeans who have come together, who are the principal backers of Ukraine, especially Western European NATO nations, they have a say in the eventual framework under which a ceasefire or even a lasting peace can be pursued or prosecuted, as they say. But fundamentally, the terms of engagement here are very different. India can only be a facilitator. They can only reason with President Trump. It is his decision at the end of the day on how he wants to pursue peace or war in Ukraine and in Europe. So India can only prevail upon, and that's what the Prime Minister's line has been, even at the G20 summit, etc. And before that, he's been making the point that this is not an era of war. And going into that meeting, if you remember, the Prime Minister, when he addressed President Putin, he said that perhaps the time has come now to look at peace as an option. I think that was a direct message that was directed publicly so that it could be heard in Washington, and those who think that Prime Minister Modi's war, Ukraine has turned into Prime Minister Modi's war. So at least the Prime Minister making very clear which side of the fence he's on. There have been, of course, other conversations that have been taking place in the build-up, as you know, to this particular summit meeting between these two leaders. But fundamentally, you're very right. The optics are completely different. There is an iciness that is developed between the East and the West here. The West believes that its framework should guide diplomacy through the world. The Global South believes that there is no place in that framework for their voice, and they need an alternative platform from which they can either defend their interests or project them. And I think that's really what this is about. This is a tussle between a new way which is going to try and reorder the global high table. So that is a fundamental difference in approach. That's where the schism is.
Right.
And how this can be bridged. We're, of course, in a city called the City of Bridges, Tianjin. So if there has to be a bridge, it should lead through Tianjin, ideally, and metaphorically. So that's really fundamentally the main takeaways. Tianjin, very important moment in time where the Global South deciding that maybe the time has come to build on its opportunities, because those are permanent, and try and provide a different alternative to the world on the global stage.
Absolutely, because any foreign policy making has to have that caliber to be able to address the immediate challenges that the globe is currently facing. Going to request you, Rahul, stay with me. There are a host of talking points that we want to touch upon as we bring the latest from Tianjin for our viewers. Now, remember, on the sidelines of the SCO Summit, Prime Minister Modi and the Russian President held bilateral meeting. They've reaffirmed the enduring strength and the depth of the India-Russia strategic relations, something that Rahul was also highlighting. Both leaders have emphasized the multi-dimensional nature of their partnership, which spans critical sectors, includes defense, energy, trade and technology. President Putin described the ties between the two nations as principled, even multifaceted, noting that over the years, the relationship has evolved into a robust framework for cooperation. Echoing these sentiments, Prime Minister Modi also described his interactions with President Putin as always memorable, underscoring the continuous high-level engagement between the two nations. While Prime Minister Modi also reiterated India's constructive role within the SCO framework, that too in combating terrorism and disrupting terror financing. In a notable diplomatic snub, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif appeared isolated during the summit. Let's listen. All right, getting in breaking inputs. In fact, after the bilaterals, Prime Minister Modi has taken to social media to make a very crucial announcement that he had an excellent meeting with President Putin on the sidelines of the SCO Summit in Tianjin. In fact, what we are learning is that he's leaving China now and planning for New Delhi, discussing ways to deepen bilateral cooperation in all sectors, including trade, fertilizers, space, security and culture. We exchanged views on regional and global developments, including the peaceful resolution of the conflict in Ukraine. Our special and privileged strategic partnership remains a vital pillar of regional and global stability. I quickly go across to Rahul. Rahul, the big news coming in is that Prime Minister has emplaned for New Delhi. What is it that you're learning has emerged from the bilateral before he emplaned for Delhi?
Well, the Indians have put out a readout. The Indian government, the ME, has put out a readout. Let me just take you through it. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi met with the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin, China. The leaders discussed bilateral cooperation, including the economic, financial and energy sectors, and expressed satisfaction with the sustained growth in bilateral ties in these areas. So obviously there's a commitment there, Akanksha, to deepening ties and broadening them. Third point, the two leaders also discussed regional and global issues, including the latest developments concerning Ukraine. Prime Minister reiterated his support for the recent initiatives that have been taken to address the conflict in Ukraine and emphasized the need to expedite a cessation of the conflict and find a durable peace settlement. And the last but not least point, number 4, the two leaders reaffirmed their support for further strengthening of the special and privileged status strategic partnership between the two countries, which is, of course, the SPSP between the two countries. Prime Minister conveyed to President Putin that he was looking forward to receiving him in India for the 23rd annual summit later this year. So very, very important announcement then, confirming the news that we broke earlier that Ukraine was, in fact, one of the central pillars around which this conversation took place. The other, of course, being how to find ways to deepen and strengthen the strategic as well as the economic and trade partnership between the two countries.
In fact, stay with me, Rahul, getting in the latest shots from the airport there in Tianjin as Prime Minister Modi waves, looking very cheery and, of course, delighted with the bilaterals that have taken place in SCO. His plenary, of course, also making some very significant, crucial points, especially when it comes to addressing the issue of terrorism. Prime Minister, so to say, has had a very welcoming and a very heartwarming sort of overall SCO visit over there in Tianjin. I quickly want to bring in Rahul, who continues to stay with us. Rahul, for a Trump administration who has been accusing the Prime Minister of funding Putin's war chest, of calling the Ukraine conflict as Modi's war, what do you make of New Delhi's own capability, of Prime Minister Modi's own capability of playing harbinger to peace, given that he's just had a bilateral with the Russian president, and before embarking upon the SCO, he also had a conversation with President Zelensky of Ukraine?
Well, Akanksha, obviously the Prime Minister sees himself as a serious interlocutor between the two sides. He's a bridge. We're in the city of bridges. The name Tianjin means golden bridge. So the Prime Minister seeing himself as someone who can use his good offices and be a channel of communication to try and bring together the diverse points of view, the East and the West, specifically Russia, Moscow, and of course Kiev. And he sees himself as someone who could exert influence on getting both these leaders to perhaps get off the maximalist positions that they have taken and move to the center. And I think if the Prime Minister can do that, then he will be able to upstage Donald Trump of the global firmament as the person who brought these two disparate partners who are, of course, disparate neighbors who are, of course, at loggerheads and, in a war that's lasted almost 4 years now together. And that would be a huge feather in the Prime Minister's cap and elevate his status even more than it actually is on the global stage. But the point is that that can only be a suasive exercise. We don't have the levers to arm twist anyone, and neither do we see relationships with our partners as zero-sum game or as a partnership where one is dictating to the other on how they should sort of conduct their foreign policy. That's the Washington approach, the hardcore, hard-nosed diplomatic approach that Trump has taken on, and he's been so abrasive that I don't know if it's going to be productive. So over to you.
Rahul, you were making a very interesting point earlier during the day, and I was very keenly listening when you spoke about that report which indicated that India is now the highest in fact, Ukraine's one of the top sellers for diesel happens to be India. Take a moment to weigh in on the kind of hypocrisy we are seeing come in from the West, because Russia certainly is not taking objection to India becoming a top seller to Ukraine as far as meeting their diesel needs is concerned.
That's a very good observation you made, Akanksha. Yes, Russia is not upset. And also India, of course, has been funneling a lot of humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Don't forget that. Even, in fact, in Palestine, it's been a contribute to the aid effort. So India is not taking some sort of unprincipled position where it's allowing people to suffer, etc., etc. The spin-off, of course, is that European economies are subsisting. Had they been purchasing oil from the open market and India had not been there to do some of the heavy lifting, oil prices would have spiked. That was the assumption that Biden's administration came to, and that's one of the reasons why now we know they reached out to India to help out. So this was not a natural progression. India only did what they thought the world would be happy for them to do, which is to pick up this Russian oil, ensure that there was no shortage, ensure that there was no inflationary spike, and then use the law. Remember, EU laws itself provide for India to buy oil under a certain cap and sell it. So even the sanctions regime, we have not violated the written letter of the law. You can talk about morality, but then you can't throw morality out of the window just because a regime has changed or an administration has come and gone, and therefore you can suddenly tear up the agreements that you've had with a particular country and then hang them by those agreements. So there is hypocrisy there. There's hypocrisy obviously also at a global level, because you see Europe purchasing doing more volumes of trade with Russia than even India does. The United States, and this was confirmed and never denied by Washington, confirmed by Moscow, that their trade in different commodities, the rare earths, etc., has been ongoing. Then you have the Chinese, who buy much more oil than India does from Russia, and they're using it to obviously, develop their own economy and fuel their own growth engines. So India is being singled out, and this, of course, is becoming an issue where the rhetoric is not matched by the facts on the ground, and that's why it is sounding so hypocritical and ludicrously hypocritical. On top of which, you have people like Navarro who are gone rogue, really, and I would hope that they have actually gone rogue, and it's not really Trump that is actually asking them to do all of this, because if that is the case, we've got a deeper problem. And Trump in office, whether for another year when he's still not lame duck till we hit the midterms, that could have serious consequences for the India-US relationship, because it will inject a level of trust which will take years, in fact, to broach. So fundamentally, the hypocrisy is built in. The moment Washington sort of goes after India, singles it out with sanctions, secondary sanctions, they're now threatening, if you were to listen to the latest unhinged diatribe, to be honest, from Navarro, which is casteist in nature, it would assume that, we're going to be in perhaps for a little more of pain as far as Washington is concerned.
What's vexing is that there's no checking by the US president when it comes to his administration, and especially the ones who are at the hem of all the trade talk, whether it is Scott Bessent or Peter Navarro. But we'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for sharing those very precious and valuable insights with us. Rahul, going to request you to go and enjoy a break, much needed one at that. As we slip into a quick break, stay tuned to our live and rolling coverage on Summit of the Year, which is bringing you all the live and latest details from Tianjin.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। एससीओ, एस सिक्योरिटी, सी कनेक्टिविटी, ओ अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ एस यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with Summit of the Year, our live and rolling coverage from Tianjin. Prime Minister Modi has emplaced for New Delhi, and more importantly, he's addressed the plenary session at the SCO. And what's equally heartening is that he returns with 2 successful bilateral meetings. He's, of course, had several bilateral meetings at the SCO Summit, but the ones which are actually most talked about are the ones that he had with President Xi yesterday and President Putin just a while ago. And bringing us all the latest and live details from Tianjin is Rahul Shivshankar, who continues to stay with us. Rahul, it's also reminding us of what Roman Babushkin had said. And in fact, I'm going to take that word forward with Rahul in just a bit, as far as a Russian diplomat making some comments on 20th of August before Prime Minister Modi and the Russian President's bilateral that took place today. But before we get into that, let's also listen in to the reactions of Prime Minister Modi.
सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए, बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे। संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях. Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
All right, so now Prime Minister did not mince his words, especially when it comes to condemning terrorism. He highlighted the plight of all of those victims of the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack on 22nd of April this year. So let's in fact take you through all those significant statements made by Prime Minister Modi. His plain speak in Tianjin, the first and most critical takeaway was that he said we face heinous face of terrorism at the Pahalgam terror attack. He's also said that support to any form of terrorism must be unacceptable for any country. The third takeaway was that he in fact went on to declare that terrorism is an issue which is a joint challenge for all of humanity, not just for any a particular country. He's also gone on to say that we have to condemn terrorism in all its forms. He's then gone on to talk about connectivity. He's saying that bypassing the sovereignty loses credibility. Remember, that's also a direct jibe at China, especially when it comes to their BRI project. SCO stands for security, connectivity, and even opportunity. And that's how he used the acronym of SCO to deliver those critical points. We must raise our voice against terror financing is also what Prime Minister Modi had to say, particularly alluding to the role that cryptocurrency has been playing, something that is now becoming a menace as far as Pak-sponsored terrorism is concerned. India following the mantra of reform, perform, even transform. He also went on to invite everyone to become part of India's journey of development. That also highlighted India's contribution to the world, to the globe when it comes to development. SCO can serve as a guiding force for inclusive world order is what he said. This at a time when, remember, reforms are being discussed at the UN. Let's also quickly bring you what the big wins for New Delhi have been as far as the SCO Summit is concerned. The SCO declaration has strongly, most importantly, condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. This especially after the defense ministerial meet of the SCO did not make any mention of it in that joint communique. And so SCO called for combating cross-border movement of terrorists as well. SCO has echoed India's line. It says that there have to be no double standards, especially when it comes to terrorism. SCO has a firm determination to continue fighting against terrorism. SCO has also condemned the use of terror groups for mercenary purposes. That's in fact taking a direct jibe at Pakistan. And this perhaps is a massive, big diplomatic win because remember, we have to also allude to what happened in June as far as the defense ministerial meet of the SCO is concerned. The Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh, had in fact not signed that communique only because there was no mention of Pahalgam terror attack. But this time, the joint declaration of the heads of states at the SCO has managed to do that. Let me quickly bring in more perspective from Siddhant Mishra, who joins me live from the newsroom. Siddhant, take us through what a major diplomatic victory this has been for India as far as the SCO is concerned, especially when everybody was talking about how the big elephant in the room, apart from the Trumpian tariffs, is also going to be the condemnation of Pahalgam terror attack, that too in the presence of the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif.
Well, that's right, Akanksha. In fact, from the very beginning, Akanksha, right after Pahalgam terror attack, in fact, there were a couple of meetings between India and China, including NSA Doval traveling to China, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, as you rightly mentioned, EAM S. Jaishankar, all three of them perhaps stated India's position as far as cross-border terrorism is concerned, as far as Pakistan-based terror groups doing terror attack is concerned, Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. So each time around they stated India's position, and in fact when Rajnath Singh, as you rightly said, refused to sign the draft which was offered to him because it did not had Pahalgam paragraph on Pahalgam terror attack. And that was a very strong message which India sent out at that point in time. After which, when EAM traveled to China, in fact, he also stated India's position on cross-border terrorism. When Wang Yi was in New Delhi in August, he was again told about India's position and that there's going to be no compromise as far as India's position is concerned. And perhaps this is the reason that this time around China had to include paragraph on Pahalgam terror attack. Not just that, Akanksha, the second paragraph right after that also mentions the line which was adopted by UNSC on 25th April 2025, right after the Pahalgam terror attack. Perpetrators, attackers needs to be brought to the justice. So it's a big diplomatic win. Many may say that Jafar Express has also been included.
Yes.
Look, there are many reasons to it. Jafar Express was always the part of the draft, and also Jafar Express incident and those attacks does impact Chinese investments in Pakistan as well. So let's not forget that point, Akanksha. Okay, so it also has to do with Chinese interest in Pakistan. Perhaps that is also one of the reasons that it was very much a part of the draft from the very beginning. But India asserted cross-border terrorism, and the message that Prime Minister gave on cross-border terrorism. Very last point, Akanksha, that what I would like to make here is, Prime Minister mentioned India's action against Al-Qaeda. Now, why Prime Minister mentioned Al-Qaeda? There is a reason to it. Because Al-Qaeda was never a direct threat to India. But despite that, India coordinated with the other regional players, with the international players to act against Al-Qaeda. Perhaps the message Prime Minister wanted to give was that there should not be any discrimination. Your terrorist, my terrorist, good terrorist, bad terrorist.
Yes.
The way India acted against Al-Qaeda in coordination with the United States and other regional players, perhaps that needs to be the policy of the other countries for TRF and Lashkar-e-Taiba.
And at a time when the SCO has also spoken about the reform for multilateral platforms, most importantly like the UN, and how SCO can become, or rather play that role model to a reformist approach for a UN. Henceforth, that also includes the approach towards tackling terrorism, most importantly also busting financing, because remember, cryptocurrencies have become a menace as far as Pak-sponsored terrorism is also concerned.
That's right, Akanksha. And also very important to highlight, Akanksha, that in last few years, or in fact maybe in last one decade, as far as the RATS unit of SCO is concerned, it's one of the bodies, I don't remember how I should define this counter anti-terrorism body of SCO. It has done very little when it comes to fighting terrorism, Akanksha, especially in Indian context. Perhaps the concerns of India were never addressed by RATS at the way they should have addressed it. Perhaps that has been the complaint of the Indian side for a very long time. So as you rightly said, whether it's terror financing, whether it's cross-border terrorism, extremism, perhaps all those things have been mentioned by the Indian Prime Minister because India looks forward for more cooperation as far not SCO from SCO member countries, but also RATS and the other working groups within SCO.
All right. Thank you for breaking it down for us, Siddhant. In fact, let's also take our viewers through all the key highlights from Prime Minister's SCO message. In fact, he used the acronym very efficiently with security, cooperation, and in fact, he's also gone on to talk about opportunity through SCO. So let's take you through Prime Minister's messages, primarily one beginning with security. There can be no double standards, especially when it comes to terrorism. Terrorism is in fact a shared challenge for humanity. As Siddhant was also highlighting, it can't be your terrorist or my terrorist. It has to be a unified approach. He also said that we saw the heinous face of terrorism in Pahalgam on 22nd of April, and perhaps he also highlighted how India is still reeling with the after effects of that dastardly attack. We have to say clearly, no compromise on terror. Open support to terrorism by some is not going to be acceptable. This was a very critical message coming, and not just to Pakistan, but also to countries like China. On connectivity, Prime Minister highlighted that connectivity that bypasses the sovereignty loses trust. He was, of course, alluding to the BRI project, something that India has not openly, not even in the SCO declaration, pledged support to as far as BRI is concerned. India is working on Chabahar port for connectivity, something that was a reminder to the world, particularly the United States, because remember, Iran plays a significant role over there. Working on international north-south transport corridor, that is a demand or a concern which has been in the making for long, and perhaps Prime Minister, by making that message, wanted forward movement on that front. These projects will boost links with Afghanistan, Central Asia as well, which happens to be critical to SCO as a platform. On opportunity, he also went on to say that India is following the mantra of reform, perform and transform. He also invited all the member and guest nations to be part of India's growth story, of India's development journey, because remember, that's the kind of contribution that India is making to the globe right now. Let's quickly, in fact, take you through Prime Minister's tweet as well. As far as Tianjin is concerned, let's quickly take you through Prime Minister's tweet before he, in fact, left for New Delhi. He's, in fact, gone on to say that we are concluding a productive visit to China, where I attended the SCO Summit. And he's also said that we interacted with various world leaders, emphasized India's stand on key global issues. Thankful to President Xi Jinping, the Chinese government and people for this successful organization of this summit. I quickly take that with Siddhant, who continues to stay with us. Siddhant, how important it is when the Indian Prime Minister extends a word of gratitude to the head of China.
Well, very, very significant, Akanksha, as far as this message of Prime Minister Modi is concerned. But also, Akanksha, I would like to draw our viewers' attention to what you were discussing before. You know, in this particular reset of ties is happening on India's terms and condition, Akanksha. Very important to highlight. Perhaps some of the points you highlighted for our viewers, which says that the connectivity project should not bypass the sovereignty, etc., etc. Also, this was for the first time from the Chinese soil that India said that there is no change in position on Taiwan. Perhaps that was also a very important, point. India stated its position. Then you also mentioned about how Prime Minister also questioned the countries which are supporting Pakistan or which are supporting countries backing terrorism. So without compromising or rather diluting the standard position of India, perhaps this reset is happening. So this is very important. And very, very, very last point, Akanksha. Yesterday, just I would like to make a point. Yesterday, Chinese release says that that it was mentioned by the Chinese leadership that that the boundary question should not impact the bilateral relationship between the two countries. It was immediately countered by the Foreign Secretary in the press briefing, where he said that if there will be disturbance on the borders, then it will definitely have an impact on bilateral relationship in one or the other form. So India is very clear. We may be talking about bonhomie, camaraderie, etc., etc., but India has not diluted its position, not even an inch, and this reset is happening on India's terms and condition.
It's very interesting you highlight that, because this clearly seems to now indicating that the re-engagement that's taking place between New Delhi and Beijing is going to happen on India's terms. A very primary factor that you just highlighted is that for India to resume normalcy, especially when it comes to the kind of investment coming in from China, or even trade ties to get stronger, it has to ensure peace and tranquility at the borders. So it's interesting you highlight that difference of opinion, because China has always maintained that this legacy issue can be de-linked with trade ties. I'd like to take you in on that, how India has firmly stood its ground when it comes to maintaining peace and tranquility at the border.
That's right, Akanksha. And also, since I was speaking to the Chinese side also from last 1 year, Akanksha, and I can say this very, very responsibly, the Chinese side from December itself wanted Prime Minister Modi to attend this summit. In fact, for the first time, it got reflected in the statement which was issued in December at the time of NSA Doval's visit that China looks forward for India's cooperation for the SCO summit. But India never, accepted the invite till last month or said officially that Prime Minister Modi will be attending the summit, because India, as I said before, India wants this reset to happen on its terms and condition. And this all happened after Wang Yi visited India. Perhaps SR level talks happened, Akanksha. There were working groups, mechanism announced under WMCC, general level mechanism announced, both sides announced to explore options for the early harvest, etc., etc. India did take up issue of dam, being built by China. India did state cleared its position on Taiwan, and after which this visit of Prime Minister is happening. So lot of hard work, lot of homework have been done by both the sides to make this to turn this visit into reality, to make this visit possible. So it's very important to highlight that it is happening on India's terms and condition. There is no dilution. There is nothing which has changed as far as India's policy for China is concerned. And in fact, yesterday Foreign Secretary also highlighted that the working groups, the mechanism which have been announced, perhaps will be looking on how to go ahead or to make sure that how to go ahead as far as de-escalation on the borders is concerned. So that is still a priority for India.
Stay with me, Siddhant. Let's also play out some very interesting visuals that have come in from Tianjin, because many are already talking about this body language that has been observed on the left side of your screen. If you may see, that is the Russian President Vladimir Putin accompanied by the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And who is the onlooker? As you can see, that is the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who perhaps was looking towards an acknowledgement to come from both the heads of state, but that did not happen. Let's also cut to the second set of visuals on the right side of your screen. If you can see, that's Prime Minister Modi and the Russian President Vladimir Putin's bonhomie on full display, that camaraderie speaking 1,000 words for itself. Again, the mute spectator over here is the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif with that frown on his face, speaking again the language of isolation. Let me quickly, in fact, bring Siddhant on that note. Siddhant, many are calling that optics, but somehow, perhaps I could have you weigh in on that. Can this just be reduced to optics, given that optics is also about managing public perception with a compromise on what actual reality is?
Well, that's right. So this is a very, very interesting walk, Akanksha, this morning ahead of the SCO plenary session, and I call it the Brahmos walk, because it was President Putin and Prime Minister Modi walking on the red carpet, and Shehbaz Sharif is very, very cautiously looking at them, and neither of them greeted Shehbaz Sharif or looked back at him. So as I said, I call it the Brahmos walk at the SCO summit, and perhaps it definitely talks about the bonhomie between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And Akanksha, also very important to highlight the way today Triad met at the plenary session. It was Prime Minister Modi holding President Putin's hand and then walking towards President Xi, and then they had this candid conversation which was looking, each one of them were very comfortable. They were cracking jokes, they were laughing. So and this was for the second time. Last time they met at the BRICS summit, if you remember, Akanksha. At that point in time, also BRICS Secretariat highlighted those photos and visuals of the triad. So yeah, definitely.
But there's enough forward movement since Kazan now, especially between India and China. So what's your understanding of that whole chatter about a trilateral that may not have happened at this summit, but perhaps you are seeing this as a great start to a trilateral in the future? future, as the Russian charge d'affaires Roman Babushki had just highlighted some days ago, that for a trilateral to actually shape up, there has to be greater engagement between the leaders of these three nations and perhaps also ministerial level meetings.
Well, Akanksha, to be very honest with you, India doesn't want trilateral at this point in time.
Why so?
There's a reason to it, Akanksha. You know, we are very cautious. We are still very cautious. Even, I mean, I can talk at the policy level. We are very cautious because, you know, it's not the first time we are trusting Chinese. You know, we have trusted them many times in the history, and we all know what happened after that. So we are very cautious. And as I said, that we want to reset things on our terms and conditions. So let de-escalation happen. Let some movement happen as far as de-escalation is concerned. Let something happen as far as de-induction is concerned. Let's settle the border dispute first, maybe in some sectors, if not all. Maybe then we would be open for the trilateral. Sure. Russia wants it. Russia definitely wants it. And in fact, they keep making public statements also about it. So for now, picture is enough. And perhaps that is exactly what India wanted. And I don't think that India was ever interested in getting trilateral done.
All right, here's in fact hoping that the SCO Summit 2025 has spelt that great start to this triad or the troika of sorts. Let's quickly also play out Prime Minister Modi's plenary session, where he in fact came down full throttle on the issue of terrorism. He said that that is unacceptable, and any country, in fact, even accepting terrorism on another country's soil should be treated as unacceptably as the ones sponsoring terrorism. Let's listen into what Prime Minister Modi had to say.
सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है, किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
All right, I quickly want to take that with Siddhant, who continues to stay with us. Siddhant, when Prime Minister says that there have to be no double standards on terrorism, he of course expected unequivocal condemnation to come in from the member states. Who is he hinting at, apart from of course Pakistan, which sponsored the Pahalgam terror attack?
Well, you know, Akanksha, there, to be honest, you know, after Pahalgam terror attack, after India launched Operation Sindoor, there were many countries who perhaps did not side with India, and India was expecting from them to take a position. This message is for all those countries, you know, Akanksha. Remember, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was also was the part of yesterday's family photo. Turkey participated as a dialogue partner in the SCO Summit. Then Azerbaijan was also there. So I do not want to name those countries, but yes, India was expecting all these countries who perhaps come and attend summits on terrorism, etc. every year to take a position, and they did not take a position at that point in time. So it was very important for Prime Minister Modi to highlight this. At the same time, Prime Minister also thanked Akanksha, all those countries who supported India and perhaps at that time issued a statement condemning Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister, in fact, at every forum wherever he goes, he never forgets to thank those countries and their leaders.
All right, many thanks to you, Siddhant, for highlighting all those very crucial bits from Prime Minister's speech at that very significant plenary session that was addressed by the Indian Prime Minister. But the big diplomatic win for India happens to be the fact that the member states have all joined hands in that SCO declaration, and in that joint declaration, they have gone on to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack as well. With that, more breaking inputs coming in. In fact, this is a CNN News 18 exclusive, as Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir is also in China, accompanied by Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in a meeting with the Iranian president in Tianjin. So what was happening on the sidelines of SCO was this meeting as well. So Field Marshal Munir likely to now attain and witness China's military parade day on September 3rd. Remember, this is going to be the big fascist display of all the authoritarian regimes in Beijing as that parade happens. And Asim Munir is likely to hold meeting with other key states and in China itself. In fact, our sources have revealed to CNN News 18 that Field Marshal Munir will meet with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, who is of course going to be primarily in attendance over there in Beijing. Several foreign policy analysts have highlighted how SCO efforts could also be overshadowed by this entire show of strength by the authoritarian regimes from across the world, not to forget the fact that Pakistan is going to be in attendance too. Siddhant joins me with more perspective on that news story. Siddhant, take us through what are you learning in terms of Asim Munir's agenda during this parade in Beijing?
Well, Akanksha, this is because of the fear of missing out. Mr. Munir has started considering himself as the de facto leader of Pakistan after his lunch, session with President Trump. So, he tries to find such opportunities where he can directly reach out to the leaders of the other country, whether it's Turkey, whether it's China, etc. And this has been going on since the Operation Sindoor. So now Manoj Gupta is bringing this for us, Akanksha, where Manoj Gupta is reporting that Pakistan Field Marshal Asim Munir reaches China, accompanied by PM Shehbaz, in meeting with Iranian president in Tianjin. Field Marshal Asim Munir likely to attend and witness China's military parade day on September 3rd. Pakistan Field Marshal will be part of Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif bilateral meeting with Chinese officials. Major security meetings are happening in China. Asim Munir likely to hold meeting with other key states member in China.
Okay.
So on 3rd, Akanksha, China is organizing military parade at in Beijing, and in fact all other leaders attending the SCO Summit will be attending the military parade. India has skipped that parade because of the sensitivities, as Japanese government had urged the friends and partners country to not be the part of that parade. So India had skipped that given the sensitivities involved. But Pakistan being Pakistan, Akanksha, they don't have practice any autonomy, etc., etc. So Asim Munir, as I said, fear of being missing out. He wants to be seen with the world leaders. Wherever Shehbaz Sharif goes, he wants to be present there. So now he's going to China and will be the part of the military parade. That's
Take a moment to also perhaps weigh in on how this will shape up, because several foreign policy analysts have been talking about how this military parade in Beijing could overshadow all the hard work that's been put in at the SCO, which spoke about multilateralism and multipolarity in this deeply divided geopolitical climate.
Well, Akanksha, as we were discussing just a short while back, that India is cautious. India is, watching every single development very, very closely. It's not that, don't go by the pictures from the SCO Secretariat this morning. So this was expected and this keeps happening. They are all-weather partners and friends. There is no doubt about the fact that China was providing real-time input to Pakistan at the time of Operation Sindoor. In fact, senior Indian Army officials have confirmed this on record. So there is no doubt about it, and things cannot be changed in a single day.
Right.
Reset is happening step by step. India will definitely be trying to convince China, perhaps rather, that tomorrow, if such situation arises between India and Pakistan, then China should step back and not support Pakistan. But that would take time. That would take a lot of efforts, and perhaps and that can only be possible through dialogue. And now the talks have started. There are existing mechanisms between the two countries. So as I said, there's nothing going to change in a single day or in a single meeting.
Right.
It will require years of hard work. But as I said, the China and Pakistan friendship is all-weather friendship. They are all-weather partners and friends. And to be honest, China considers Pakistan as a vassal state.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Many thanks to you, Siddhant, for putting that extensively into perspective for us, inputs brought to us by Manoj Gupta over there. And with that, let's quickly deep dive into our next news wheel, which is about the big summit that's taken place in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO Summit. Prime Minister Modi and even the Russian President Vladimir Putin held two significant bilateral meetings that have reaffirmed the enduring strength and depth of the India-Russia strategic relationship. Both leaders have emphasized the multidimensional nature of this partnership, a time-tested one at that, which spans critical sectors, which are namely defense, energy, trade and technology. And President Putin has described the ties between the two nations as principled, even multifaceted, noting that over the years, the relationship has evolved into a robust framework for cooperation. Echoing these sentiments, Prime Minister Modi has described his interactions with President Putin as always memorable, underscoring the continuous high-level engagement between the two nations. While Prime Minister Modi has also reiterated India's constructive role within the SCO framework, especially when it comes to combating terrorism, even disrupting terror financing in a notable diplomatic snub. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has appeared isolated during this entire summit. Prime Minister Modi left for New Delhi after a successful China-Japan tour. So all in all, this past week has spelt only diplomatic triumph for New Delhi. But let's also listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say in his plenary session at the SCO.
सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Gilbert Doctorow, who is an author, also specializes in Russian relations, is joining me live on the broadcast. Many thanks to you, Gilbert, for joining in on CNN News 18. We just heard some very critical points being made by the Indian Prime Minister in his plenary session at the SCO, especially when it comes to condemning terrorism and double standards on terrorism. Before I deep dive into the bilateral that's taken place between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, share your thoughts on how India has come down on the issue of terrorism. Also, not to forget that the SCO declaration has managed to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack as well this time around, which India is, of course, seeing as a diplomatic win.
The Shanghai Cooperation Organization unites Eurasia. Eurasia has many common interests. Eurasia also has differences, some of which have led to armed conflict, as the recent clash between Pakistan and India illustrated. It would be unrealistic to expect that 20, 25 countries would all see the same views, would all have the same positions on most everything. And so it is that there is conflict among some of the member states of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Nonetheless, it was extremely important that the declaration today condemned the attack in Punjab and the terrorism which emanates, as everyone knows, from Pakistan. That was an important victory, I would say,
You meant
for
Kashmir,
India
I believe.
in the group. Sorry?
You meant Kashmir, I believe, because the Pahalgam
Kashmir,
terror
yes.
attack happened in Kashmir.
Yes, you're correct. The point is that this was a diplomatic victory for India, and there's good reason for Modi to be proud of it.
What is your understanding of the bilateral relationship between Moscow and New Delhi at a time when Donald Trump is accusing India and Prime Minister Modi of funding Putin's war chest, calling Ukraine as Modi's war? Prime Minister, on the other hand, has in fact, of course, called upon the Russian president, urging him to bring peace, or to choose peace rather. And that's been his stance always when he said that this is not an era of war, something he reiterated this time around. But Russia has been equally respectable and mindful of the Indian Prime Minister's views on the war.
I think the basic common view of international relations among the member states of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is realism, the realistic school. In the realistic school, countries look after their own national interests, and national interests do collide. The case of India with respect to the United States and Russia is a case in point. India has strong commercial attachment to the United States, has been partly dependent on the United States for various arms deliveries. It has also had both strong commercial and military geopolitical interests shared with Russia. So these sides will have traditionally been in a balance. India has walked a tightrope, I would say, for decades and decades. And that is nothing new. What is new, of course, is Mr. Trump's destruction of 25 years of American diplomacy with respect to India to bring it into a grouping for containment of Chinese expansion and economic growth. And that is the important outcome of his tariffs, the tariffs on India, which have attracted a lot of attention, but I think have been misunderstood.
Right.
My reading of Mr. Trump is that he is actively destroying the supports for United States hegemony and global domination. That is his intent. We will only know if that is the case 10, 20 years from now when archives are open. In the meantime, this is a supposition which I urge you to consider.
You've in fact made a very critical point over there, because many are talking about how Trump has overnight almost dismantled this 25 years of a painstakingly created relationship between New Delhi and Washington, one that was managed through various bipartisan efforts. And I'm going to quickly bring in my correspondent Siddhant, who also is joining us from the newsroom. So Siddhant, when you look at the way the White House has been reacting, what is one to make of that, given that many have said that if it was Biden who pushed Russia towards China, it is Trump who is pushing India towards China?
Well, yes, that's right, Akanksha. But also, Akanksha, I would like to add what you just said. What I could read from the statements that are coming, that we are getting to hear from the senior Trump officials. So, as far as the policy level is concerned, Akanksha, those individuals are really committed to continuing the relationship with India and perhaps giving efforts to improve ties. Why I am saying this? Because just last week we had 2+2 official level dialogue with the United States, and perhaps that the release, this is the State Department's release, which did mention, which has mention of Quad and deepening cooperation in nuclear energy. Compact was also mentioned, etc., etc. But when it comes to people around President Trump, when it comes to people like Peter Navarro, hardcore MAGA people, then their commentary, their remarks are below the belt. They are doing everything to spoil this relationship. So as I said, I won't say that everybody in the US administration right now is kind of giving efforts to spoil the relationship. There are people, there are strategic experts, Akanksha. Many are speaking to you and other of our colleagues here in the newsroom. And in fact, they really want to continue with the relationship, and they want this relationship to grow. So that's what I could understand from the Trump administration, right, and the US administration at this point in time.
I want to take that point forward with Gilbert as well. Gilbert, Siddhant's made a very significant point over there. Donald Trump's view is perhaps not the wider view of the United States. And I want to quote what the US Embassy has gone on to talk about. In fact, soon after Peter Navarro's statement shook all of India as we woke up, when he in fact again attacked India's Prime Minister. He's also tried to create a wedge in terms of the castes. In fact, I wouldn't even want to go where he has been. It's the lowest ebb of the kind of rhetoric we've seen come out of White House. But the US Embassy in India has sent out a very heartening statement which talks about India and the US relationship being at the forefront of the 21st century relationship. They've also, in fact, sent out a quotation of Marco Rubio that says that the enduring friendship between our two people is the bedrock of our cooperation and propels us forward as we realize the tremendous potential of our economic relationship. So, Gilbert, I want to bring you in on this divided view of India within the Trump administration. And it's clearly to do with MAGA versus the ones who are at the helm of affairs in the White House. What is your view, and what could be the impact of this for the Republicans ahead in the years ahead?
There's only one view that counts in the U.S. White House, and that is Mr. Trump's. I would not listen to anything that Mr. Rubio says regarding relations with India, because he is not making the policy. His boss is.
True.
The point is that Mr. Trump is not aimless, is not changing views from day to day. He is a student of Henry Kissinger, how much that may surprise your audience. He has followed, and this was clear in his first term in office in the first year, when he did, when his national security strategy was issued. This was a Kissinger policy. Henry Kissinger's fingerprints were all over Mr. Trump's thinking then, and that persists today. India will have good relations with the United States after this spat is ended, but it will not continue in the creation of a quadrilateral grouping in the Indo-Pacific. It will not be part of a bloc that is directed against China. And that is precisely what Mr. Trump's tariff attack on India is all about.
And that's why I want to bring you in. Has the tariff attack exposed the US hypocrisy? Because they want to accuse us of war profiteering. What about the war profiteering that the US is doing through companies like Lockheed Martin in Ukraine?
Don't listen to words, look at actions. Mr. Trump's words are intended to deceive everyone, particularly his opponents domestically and abroad. They are not the pointers to his actions. He will come back to India, but he is not coming back to the quadrilateral. You will note the latest reports are that he will not attend the quadrilateral summit. That is his point. He wants to end blocs, and he wants to recreate as Mr. Kissinger indicated in his 1994 book, Diplomacy, he wants to recreate the pre-World War I situation in global governance, where there was multipolarity, where there were individual states, including powerful states, that looked after their national interests, but not in blocs.
Stay with me, Gilbert. Going to also request Siddhant to continue staying with us. Let's also take our viewers through the key highlights from Prime Minister's statement at the SCO Summit. In fact, he's delivered some very crucial messages, especially using SCO as an acronym. To begin with, security. There can be no double standards on terrorism, is what Prime Minister maintained. Terrorism is a shared challenge for humanity. He said that India has seen the heinous face of terrorism in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. He also went on to say that we have to spell it out clearly that there's going to be no compromise on terrorism. And that any open support to terrorism by any of the countries, whether they are sponsoring it or not, is unacceptable. As far as connectivity, the C of SCO is concerned, he went on to say that connectivity that bypasses sovereignty loses trust between all the member nations. India is working on Chabahar port for connectivity, which is why Iran's role becomes extremely crucial. And that working on international north-south transport corridor is important as well, a reminder for SCO to push that forward. These projects will boost links with Afghanistan, Central Asia as well. As far as opportunity is concerned, India is following the mantra of reform, perform, transform as well. He also went on to invite all the member states, even the ones who are in the observer position or the guest nations, to become part of India's growth story, to become part of India's development journey as well. Here's what the India big wins are, but I'm going to quickly go across to Siddhant to bring in a word. As far as the big wins are concerned, let's take you through what the SCO declaration had to state. It strongly condemned the Pahalgam terror attack to begin with. That's been our diplomatic victory. SCO has called for combating cross-border movement of terrorists as well. It has echoed India's line, which says that no double standards on terrorism should be tolerated. Of course, there was a direct reference to not just Pakistan, even China, which has been aiding Pakistan with direct intelligence information, something we observed during Operation Sindoor as well. SCO has a firm determination to continue the fight against terrorism. It also condemned the use of terror groups for mercenary purposes as well. Let's quickly go back to Siddhant, who continues to stay with us. Siddhant, as far as connectivity is concerned, we've of course touched upon terrorism. Take us through what are the expectations for India and how significant is going to be Chabahar port, given the way we are seeing disturbances in that entire region as far as the ones surrounding Iran are concerned, not to forget even Afghanistan, and the way China and the United States also now want to make inroads.
Definitely, connectivity is very, very important. In fact, the kind of projection India is doing for itself, the role that in fact the world wants India to play in the coming years. Perhaps for that, India needs to be well connected, Akanksha. Whether it's Vladivostok-Chennai corridor, whether it's north-south transit corridor, which will give Indian goods access to markets in Afghanistan and Central Asia. Whether it's IMAC, Akanksha, there's a lot of work that has been put in by the Indian side as far as the IMAC corridor is concerned. So connectivity is a major focus of the Indian side. Has always been the major focus of the Indian side. Also, when after the withdrawal of U.S. troops, Akanksha, from Afghanistan, India has been sending consignment to Afghanistan time and again. It's wheat, medicines, etc. And those consignments are reaching Afghanistan via Chabahar port. So, Chabahar port gets activated, and via Chabahar it reaches Afghanistan. So, India is using Chabahar port. In fact, there were two agreements also which were signed last year between India and Iran. India pledged more money for the project. So connectivity is definitely a focus area of the Indian government.
Gilbert, I want to quickly bring you in on the aspect of connectivity in this Trumpian climate, which has made it extremely adverse for India and Iran to operate together. Many say that had India not bowed down to Trump's demands of reducing its oil purchases from Iran under the previous Trump administration, we could have perhaps set the benchmark much earlier. But what is your view, especially when it comes to forward movement or ensuring forward movement on the Chabahar port, given that Iran is also directly in the line of fire with Donald Trump?
Of course, this is important. Iran is very dependent on the support, both diplomatic support and economic support, of fellow members of the Shanghai Security Organization. India has a possibility of stepping up imports of Iranian petroleum, which would be an important assistance. But I'd like to mention one country that you've omitted, Armenia. It was quite surprising that Armenia had a bilateral discussion with Vladimir Putin on the sidelines of the SCO Summit. And that is directly related to your interests as India in the North-South corridor, because Armenia, as a big player in the Southern Caucasus, has a decisive role in whether this succeeds. In that respect, you have to consider the Europeans, because Armenia is being directed against Russia by France. So the situation is quite complex.
It's also of advantage to India, given that Armenia is a direct counter to Azerbaijan, a country that has directly pledged support to Pakistan also during Operation Sindhu.
Yes, these are very complex relations. Fortunately, a forum like SCO provides the opportunity for these various leaders to meet, and to meet in rapid succession with one another, so that what is discussed between Putin and Pashinyan then becomes a subject for discussion between the Armenians and the Indians, or vice versa.
Absolutely. Going to request you to continue staying with me, Gilbert. A host of talking points, some in fact highlighted by you as well, which we perhaps couldn't touch upon, Armenia being that very significant factor. Let's also listen in to the reactions of the Russian President and the Indian Prime Minister during that much talked about bilateral that took place. Let's listen up.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं, दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए, बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях. Уважаемый господин Премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांत पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
Rather, what happened before the meeting and one that was not on camera. CNN News 18 has accessed exclusive details of that car ride between Prime Minister Modi and President Vladimir Putin. And what CNN News 18 has learned is that Putin desired to travel together with Prime Minister Modi from the SCO conference venue to the venue of the bilateral meeting, which was at one of the big hotels in Tianjin. Vladimir Putin, in fact, waited for Prime Minister Modi for about 10 minutes so that Prime Minister Modi could join Putin for that car ride. Then both the leaders traveled together in his car, conversing on various issues. They spent another 45 minutes, remember, in the car even after reaching the bilateral venue. All right. Big details coming out of that significant meeting that has taken place between the two heads of state, and bringing us those exclusive details is Siddharth Mishra, who continues to stay with us. Siddharth, nothing could get more interesting. I wish I was a fly on the wall over there, or a fly on the car window, rather. But take us through, what are you learning from your sources?
Well, Akanksha, people familiar to the matter, perhaps this is something which they are telling me, that President Putin desired, it was him who wanted to travel with Prime Minister Modi from the SCO conference venue to the bilateral meeting hotel. Because both of them were kind of leaving at the same time. So it was President Putin who asked for it, and after which he in fact waited for 10 minutes, Akanksha, for Prime Minister Modi, so that Prime Minister Modi could join him back to the hotel. Then both leaders traveled in the car. They spent another 45 minutes in the car, even after reaching the bilateral meeting venue. So it was only President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, nobody else. So what exactly they discussed, what was the discussion, perhaps we don't have any clue about it. After which both leaders had a full bilateral meeting, Akanksha, which went on for over an hour. Now, I would take viewers back, Akanksha, to the last time these two leaders met during BRICS. And I very clearly remember there was some translation issue at the time of the opening remarks. So President Putin at that time said that our relationship is such that we don't even need translator to understand each other. So that's the level of friendship and the personal, admiration for each other when it comes to President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And this is the reason that when West could not help President Zelensky anymore setting up a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky had to call Prime Minister Modi to deliver right message to President Putin.
That's an interesting reminder you bring to us and our viewers. I want to quickly bring in Gilbert on that note. Gilbert, how do you, in fact, assess or process the imagery that's coming out from the SCO Summit and that car ride, of course? I do think that it has to merit a contrast with what we've witnessed in Alaska. The U.S. President has time and again referred to Vladimir Putin as his good friend Putin, but he's not been able to manage much when it comes to deliverables as far as Ukraine is concerned. So contrasting that with what you've observed in SCO today, I'd like your thoughts.
I think the imagery gives the message that India prospectively will take a more active role in SCO, which would be to India's advantage and to the whole organization's advantage. We were talking a few minutes ago about the North-South corridor. That brings India into direct logistical connection with Central Asia. Central Asia was at the core of the foundation of the SCO 30 years ago. This was indeed an organization created by China and Russia, first of all, for security, and security as regards Central Asia and against the Islamic terrorism of that time. So the opportunity now is for India to become more integrated and another leader to benefit from the prospective commercial opportunities in Central Asia and from the benefits geopolitically of maintaining its independence, its sovereignty on the global stage and not being in any one country's pocket.
Gilbert, interestingly, we've seen a flurry of diplomatic activity in the build-up to Prime Minister's visit, not just to China, but also to Japan. One of them included our own External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar's visit to Moscow. And It was during that visit that we also witnessed a revival of talks between India and Eurasian economies for an FTA that was lying in limbo for a while. How much can we expect from a possible FTA with these Eurasian economies? And in terms of diversification, what could this mean for India in a deeply divided economic climate after Donald Trump's tariffs?
Well, Mr. Trump's tariff wars have set off all countries looking for new markets. But practically speaking, new markets take years to develop, not weeks.
True.
And therefore, it has to begin somewhere. And I think these meetings, such as the bilaterals in the SCO, are an important factor in setting the basis for a redirection of commercial flows.
So when you talk about newer markets, what's your understanding of U.S. and India trade partnership? Many skeptics have questioned that it's hard to replace a bilateral trading partner like United States, given that it was one of our highest buyers. And so to do that over time is going to be a mammoth task.
Well, it has a political angle of great importance in India. In fact, looking at India's GDP, only 2% of its production relates to the industries hardest hit by American sanctions, textiles. The core and perhaps most profitable and interesting financially, but not politically, side to India, United States trade is, of course, in high tech. India's software programming, and it's working as an integral part of major U.S. corporations to provide them with software and with business logic. That will continue. The $80 billion in trade in that area is not at all affected by Mr. Trump's tariffs. It is the manufactured goods that are hit. Pharmaceuticals also are a big part of U.S.-Indian trade. They are not affected by these tariffs. So it is. There's a political impact, as I said, because of the nature of the textile trade, which is a big employer in India, and that is coming under the 50% tariffs. Absolutely. But otherwise, core interests remain intact.
Absolutely, but one will have to see how this trade, the kind of confusion we've seen over trade is going to impact our strategic ties, given that India and United States are also strategic allies, and that news hinting that the US president may not make it to the Quad Summit hosted by India later this year is perhaps not good news for the overall strategic alliance or the Quad grouping in the Indo-Pacific as well. But we will have to leave it at that, Gilbert. Thoroughly appreciate your precious insights here on CNN News 18. With that, breaking inputs coming in. All right, this is with regards to the earthquake that's jolted Afghanistan. Prime Minister Modi has condoled the loss of lives. He's gone on to say that deeply saddened by the loss of lives due to the earthquake in Afghanistan. Our thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families in this difficult hour, and we wish a speedy recovery to the injured. India stands ready to provide all possible humanitarian aid and relief to those affected. We quickly go across to Siddhant, who brings us those breaking inputs. Siddhant, this earthquake has certainly been catastrophic. While you do share with us the kind of death toll that we are learning of right now, but what is it you're learning in terms of assistance coming across for Afghanistan from India?
Well, as far as death toll, Akanksha, is concerned, then Afghanistan earthquake death toll is more than 800. That's what the government spokesperson has confirmed to the news agency. The death toll from a powerful earthquake that struck eastern Afghanistan has risen to over 800. The Taliban government spokesperson said on Monday, with the majority in remote Kunar province. So this is the status of the situation in Afghanistan after massive earthquake hit the region this morning, Akanksha, and now we have a statement coming from Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, where he has also Prime Minister Modi also writes on X, and I quote him, that India stands ready to provide all possible humanitarian aid and relief relief to those affected, unquote. So, perhaps since India has now teams in Afghanistan, they would definitely be speaking to the government of Afghanistan for the help and assistance. And Akanksha, in last 1 decade, we have seen under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi how India time and again has helped countries in such times, whether it's sending teams to Myanmar, Nepal, Turkey. So perhaps since Prime Minister writes on X that India stands and ready to provide all possible humanitarian aid,